Good morning, Dr. Adishu. We can't hear you. You're still muted.
Sorry.
Now it's
No. Hello, sir.
yeah. Now we can. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank you. Nice to see everyone here today.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll have a very good meeting for the next 2 days.
Sure.
Morning, Somshekar.
Good morning.
Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, how are you doing, ma'am?
I'm fine, Somshekar. Fine. Keep seeing all the good work all you people are doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Dr. Koturesh, how are you?
Sir, good morning, madam.
Good
I
morning.
got the link.
Yeah.
And excellent things are doing in last 2 days. And
Yeah.
yesterday, the whole day, the provider course went excellent, madam.
Good.
Rest of you, the committee which are doing wonderful work on kangaroo care. I have learned kangaroo care can be the one of the accreditation for future NF activities.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
And hats off you for our program. This could have been a physical program rather than virtual. Still, because of corona, this has happened. We
Yeah.
can't help also.
Yes. Somshekar, one quick question from the from the oral presentation. There are there are three judges, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, and there is after each presentation, there's a question and answer, correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. And the timing for the presentation?
I will just look at it, ma'am.
Just look and tell me, because I wasn't very clear.
That is going to be simultaneously happening along with the conferences, what I remember being discussed.
It's 10 to 11 is what it is supposed to be.
Yes, ma'am. It is going to be simultaneous at the same time.
Okay.
So it's going to be a separate. No, it's not going to be simultaneous. It's going to be the poster is going to be simultaneous, right? This is 10 to 11.
10 to 11. So each paper presentation is for what? 8 minutes? Because I haven't.
We could have it for.
Anyway, somebody will be moderating and announcing that, no?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I wanted to ask. How is Dr. Shashivani? She's fine?
Actually, they had some issues. I will call you and tell you. I can't speak because we are streaming YouTube.
Yeah. No, that is
streaming
a general question. That's all.
Yeah. I will call you right away, ma'am. Actually, if you can mute yourself.
Will do. Hello, Suman. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Very
good.
How are you?
We're good.
You're masked up and you're in the hospital, is it?
We are all sitting in the boardroom in hospital.
All right.
So it is like we are around 7 or 8 of us.
Yeah. So therefore, you're masked up.
The mask will remain on.
Good. Say hello to everybody else.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know whether I can change the view of my camera, but yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome.
Morning. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Suman.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ashish Bhai.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yep.
Good morning, Dr. Murthy, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Vishnu sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to all.
Good morning, Koturesh sir.
Yeah, nice one. Good morning to all.
He's ready, I think.
Dr. Mangala, has he joined? I think I don't see him around. Dr. Murki, Dr. Adeshwar there. Dr. Mangala, I don't think has joined as yet.
We'll just call Dr. Mangala.
Yeah, Dr. Guru Prasad will be joining, right? I don't see him as yet.
Dr. Guru is also not here. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't see him as yet. We're 10 minutes away. Dr. Guru we require urgently.
Opening investment is there.
Oh,
yeah, but chairperson nothing. Dr. Rita Borache, Dr. Guru Prasad is the other chairperson. So
Okay.
Dr. Rita, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly.
Yes, Dr. Tita. Welcome to Bangalore virtually.
Good morning, Dr. Suman Rao. This is Tita Uy from the Philippines.
Good morning, Dr. Tita.
Good morning, Dr. Tita. Welcome to Bangalore virtually.
Thank you for this conference. Some of our colleagues are also in.
Yeah, I can see them. So they're most welcome. Good morning, Anne-Marie.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Anne-Marie is here. Anne-Marie, it must be very early for you.
Well, as I told you, we get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, so we are already up and running and had our breakfast. So
okay, that's good.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to one and all on behalf of Kangaroo Mother Care Conference 2021. So from a big sprawling tree to a small plant, it is indeed the foundation that enables that to weather any storm. Kangaroo Mother Care is a wonderful intervention that helps a preterm neonate to form a strong foundation to weather any storm to a normal childhood.
I just joined.
We hope to spread the message of KMC through this two-day conference with highly experienced and passionate speakers from India and all over the world. But first, I invite our organizing chairperson and the very foundation of this conference, Professor Suman Rao, to address this gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to each one of you, whether it is from Philippines, India, South Africa, or Colombia, or anywhere else in the world. It is indeed our pleasure to have this 5th National Kangaroo Mother Care Conference, hosted from St. John's Medical College, Bangalore, Bangalore Medical College, Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation, and National Neonatology Forum Karnataka chapter. It is indeed difficult times, but learning, knowledge, and the passion to improve things and do well for our small babies doesn't stop. And this is one more small step in that endeavor. And we have put together a feast of national and international speakers at this conference. In one way, this virtual conference is a blessing because we have been able to get the stalwarts and the best in the field for these 2 days. So I do hope that you all enjoy yourself, and we take this forward to ensure that this main life-saving intervention reaches every small newborn who needs it. With these words, I would like to now hand over to Dr. Koturesh, my co-organizing chairperson, to welcome the gathering.
Hello, good morning to everybody. And as Dr. Suman Rao said, this digital technology has reached us to stay here all over the international figures also have come in same field. It is a wonderful digital technology, I can say. And since whatever they are doing since yesterday, the kangaroo care itself has taken the how the preterm care can be taken even after the discharge or in a home, who can involve in the aspect of this one. Even the mental balance and physical balance, even the serum bilirubin has been shown to less in this activity. And today, our mentor in neonatology, Dr. Guru Prasad, is giving a talk on this kangaroo care. The wonderful things are happening, and I welcome all the dignitaries and all the delegates, all the fellows who have been in this field. Thank you, one and all.
So thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. So next I invite the Honorable Secretary of the KMC Foundation, Dr. Somshekhar Nimbalkar, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be at this, to have everyone here at the 5th National Kangaroo Conference of the Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation of India. It's been quite a ride organizing this conference, right from starting to having it in a physical or a hybrid fashion to changing over to a virtual platform for because of this surge that has been happening in the last 3 weeks. But as you can see from the various organizers that are involved, it has been a fascinating display of coordination and hard work from everyone involved to ensure that we were able to move quickly from a physical platform to an online platform, as well as ensure that we get some of the best speakers, as Dr. Suman said, that we get some of the best speakers available for us to be able to speak. I would encourage everyone to listen to this, and this is streaming on YouTube also. While we would encourage everyone to register for the conference in particular, so that we have an idea as to how many people have been involved. We are also streaming it free on YouTube for people to access it, and so that knowledge is available to everyone at all points of time. I would like to thank the people on the ground and in the rooms and St. John's BMC and NNF Karnataka for ensuring that this is put together. We have had in the pre-conference workshops, we have had people from Hyderabad joining in and organizing local workshops, and people from Anand doing a workshop in addition. So we have had actually a lot of people across India, not only joining in to attend, but also organizing various parts of this conference. So having it on a virtual platform allows us to do this kind of a multitasking. And we hope that we are able to do something like this in the coming years when we return back to physical conferences, maybe in a year or two. I would like to thank again all the seniors who have led us, brought us to this particular situation where we're able to do all these things in a much better way. It would have been much better if Dr. Shashivani, our managing trustee, would have been here today morning to welcome all of you. But Rest assured, she has been participating in organizing the conference and the workshops whenever time is allowed to do her, and we look forward to having her at some points of the time during today and during tomorrow also. Once again, I hope we all are able to participate much more in an interactive fashion, and we all learn from this particular conference. I hand over back to Bharti for continuing the proceedings. Thank you very much and welcome all once again.
Thank you, Somsekhar sir. Those words did energize any audience. We shall now move on to the first session of the day. There is no better way to start the day than paying attention to some KMC nutrition. So this session has 3 topics, namely about mother's own milk, microbiome gut-brain axis, and breast milk banking. And this session is over a period of 1 hour with 15 minutes for each speaker. I now invite honorable chairpersons for this session, Dr. Guru Prasad and Dr. Rita Bora. Dr. Guru Prasad is a professor of JJMMC Davangere, who is a passionate teacher and has keen interest in lactation management and is also a strong endorser for breastfeeding. Dr. Rita Bora is professor of neonatology from Assam Medical College, who is wonderful and passionate worker for neonatal survival, not only in the hospital, but in the home, community, and beyond. Before I hand over to the chairperson, I request our speakers to kindly stick on to time and to the chairpersons to monitor for the same. A buzzer will be sounded at the end of 13 minutes, which would sound like this to be mindful of the time. Thank you, and I hand over the podium to the chairpersons.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I extend a very warm welcome to all the national and international delegates and the faculty on behalf of National Neonatology Forum, Karnataka State. I myself is Dr. Guru Prasad, who has served NNF in the capacity as past president. And I should really congratulate the entire Kangaroo Mother Care team across the country, especially Dr. Shishivani Madam, Dr. Somashekar Namarwar, and Dr. Suman Rao, Dr. Koturesh, and the entire team from Karnataka and across the country to organize such a wonderful virtual event. So with that, let me invite. This is an important session. I think the day starts with a wonderful breakfast called KMC Nutrition, the best food for the growing brain. So we have 3 speakers in this. And the first speaker will be Dr. Srinivas Murthy, and I'm extremely happy to introduce him. He is one of my favorite student and a wonderful neonatologist who is serving the mankind at the city of Hyderabad. As it is mentioned, he is graduated from, and he has done his DM from PGI Chandigarh. I was fortunate that I was his examiner for the DM exam. And he is working as a chief neonatologist at Paramita Hospitals, Hyderabad. His areas of interest are CPAP, non-invasive ventilation, and cost-effective neonatal care. He has innumerable international publication. His areas of interest is innovation. He is very keen on doing something extremely good for the underprivileged children of the neonates of this country. And I call him an icon for simplicity, knowledge, and humane qualities. I invite now Dr. Srinivas Murthy to start the day with an important talk, Give Mother's Own Milk and Get Mother's Own Milk, more support for Mother's Own Milk. And once again, I remind the speakers that the speakers are requested to present for about 13 minutes and a buzzer will be sounded from the organizing room. With this, I hand over the mic to Dr. Srinivas Murthy. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir, and thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity, and my pranams to all my teachers, Dr. Swarnarekha Madam, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt, Guru Prasad sir, and Dr. Rekha Udani. So, and all the international stalwarts of Kangaroo Mother Care, and also the leaders in promoting mother's own milk. So my topic has been aptly worded, Give Mom and Get Mom. Give more support for mothers, it's that give mom, and get mom is get mother's own milk for all the babies. So my objectives would be to touch on these areas. What is mother's own milk? What are the benefits of mother's own milk? How do we measure somebody is good on mother's own milk or not? How does one in a hospital or a community setting measure? How do we know that we are giving adequate mother's own milk for the babies? And what are the change ideas to improve the quality of mother's own milk intake in our NICU babies and more so in the premature babies? So mother's own milk is giving mother's own milk to her preterm baby. So no pasteurized donor milk and no preterm or term formula usage. It is how much mother's own milk is given to her baby, and it has nothing to do with donor milk. It is her baby and her milk. And what are the benefits of mother's own milk? We know the benefits are innumerable. It is much more than antenatal steroids. It is much more than anything else. So it decreases almost all the problems of prematurity, decreases the risk of NEC. It improves the time to reach full feeds, decreases the risk of late onset sepsis, decreases bronchopulmonary dysplasia, lesser retinopathy of prematurity and lesser severe ROPs, fewer hospitalizations in the first year, and improve neurodevelopmental outcomes and lesser metabolic syndrome. So whatever we want from the outcomes of premature babies, and that all comes from mother's own milk. Going individually, mother's own milk reduces the risk of having necrotizing enterocolitis, and this is dose dependent. Meaning, if you keep on increasing the quantity of mother's milk which you give to the babies, then the risk of NEC successively comes down or proportionately comes down. Although mother's own milk has the best effect, donor milk also has some effect. So if you don't have access to mother's milk, second best option is donor human milk. A meta-analysis by Abraham and colleagues have reported a lower risk of NEC and surgical NEC with mother's own milk. Every 8 babies you give mother's own milk, you'll decrease the NEC by 1. So every 8 babies, extra babies get mother's own milk, NEC decreases by 1 times. And as I said, it is a dose dependent effect. So every 10% increase in the mother's own milk of the total enteric feed. So every 10% increase in mother's own milk decreases the risk of NEC by 17%. From the existing risk, it comes down by 17%. And it also, if the mother's own milk is more than 50% of the hospital days is enteral feeds is on mother's own milk, it decreases the risk by almost 4 times. You can see if 50% of the milk is mother's own milk during the NICU stay, the risk of NEC is 3.4% versus the other category. On this graph, you can see that so if volume of milk intake in the first 14 days, so if cumulative intake, so if it's 0, the risk is a proportion of infants who survive of NICU, of NEC. So on the y-axis, you have proportion of infants who survive. On the lines, you have the quantity of milk the baby, cumulative quantity of milk the baby takes in the first 14 days. As the cumulative quantity increases, the survival rate increases. So you can see that the survival free of NICU of NEC increases with increasing quantity of mother's own milk. So same is true if the proportion of mother's own milk. So if the total enteral feed, if the proportion of mother's own milk increases on this line shown, each line represents the proportion of mother's own milk of the total enteral feeds. You can see here that the proportion of total feed is mother's milk increases, then the risk of mortality decreases or survival free of NEC increases with proportion increasing. Mother's own milk reduces the late onset sepsis also. Each additional ml per kg per day or every 10 ml increase in mother's own milk reduces the risk of sepsis by 19%. So from the existing rate, it comes from 19% reduction will happen for every 10 ml increase in mother's own milk. So as I said, it also has effect on the chronic lung disease. You can see here the table shows the quartiles of mother's own milk intake. So 25th quintile, 50th quintile, 75th centile, and 100% centile of the mother's own milk. As the quantity of mother's milk increases, the risk of CLD decreases for 35% in 25th centile. That means if the quantity of milk increases, a mom increases, the CLD keeps a risk decreases. Same happens with NICU stay. So if the quantity of mother's milk increases, then the NICU stays decreases. So you can see that as every percentile decrease or every 25 percentile decrease, you can see that the risk of NICU stay decreases by about 5 days and about 5 to 7 days, and then here again 5 days. So every 25 percentile increase in intake, you will see decrease in the NICU stay. So it also has effect on the neurodevelopmental outcome. On a regression model compared to formula fill, 3.8 GQ scores are higher on the Griffith score for those babies who got mother's milk compared to those who got formula. So we have seen the benefit. So how do we know we are doing good on giving mother's own milk for our babies? So how do we know that? If one method is whether prior to discharge, 24 to 48 hours of prior to discharge, is the baby on exclusive mom. That means 100% of milk intake should be mom. This should be one target. The second target is exclusive mom during the entire period of hospital stay. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. It is doable, and it should be the quality parameter which you should aim at, target at. During the entire NICU stay, the baby should be only on mother's own milk. The other third target can be, or the third way you can act on, keep a quality parameter, is at least 50% of the total milk should be mother's own milk by day 7, by day 14, day 28, day 36 or week 36 and at discharge. So if you can't have the first two targets, you can start off with this target that out of the total quantity of total quantity of enteral feed, more than 50% should be mother's milk on by the 7th day or by 14th day or 28th day. So these are some measures by which you can keep on working on a quality parameter or a target parameters for mother's own milk. The one more measure of from the mother's side is percent of mothers who have more than 500 ml of milk expression by day 14. So per day, if the milk output of the mother is more than 500 ml, then most likely that these babies will receive mother's own milk by the time of discharge. They will receive the exclusive mother's own milk by the time of discharge. So aim for at least 500 ml per day from the mother by daily pumping, by night pumping, by ensuring non-nutritive sucking, and also ensuring mother's entry into the NICU. So are we doing good? No. There is a lot of variation in the proportion of babies who are getting mother's own milk. You can see that on the y-axis you have the NICU numbers, and on the x-axis the proportion of babies who are getting mother's own milk. You can see that there are some NICUs where the total quantity of mother's own milk is only 20%. On the other side, there are some NICUs we are doing 90 to 100%. So there is a variability. That means there is a chance for having a quality improvement parameters or projects to improve the mother's own. This is from the Western world, but I'm sure that this will be same across the globe. What are the change ideas you can think of to improve the quantity of mother's own milk the baby gets? On day 1, start pumping. I would say start pumping from the labor room or within the first 1 hour. Have a breast pump in the labor room or operation theater so that all the premature babies will start getting colostrum from the hour 1. And every baby should get colostrum at least before the first 6 hours of birth. It is the first vaccine you can give for the premature babies. From the day 1 to day 7, ensure frequent pumping of the breast at least 8 times per day. Promote night pumping at least 2 times in the night. And frequent visiting of the mother to the NICU should be promoted. Mother should have a free access to all the NICUs. And while the mother is coming to the NICU, make her sit with the baby, or have KMC NICUs where mothers are sitting by the baby and doing kangaroo mother care as far as possible, as long as possible. After the day 7, this is the sustenance phase where we continue to get the mother's milk. We need to promote non-nutritive sucking. We need to promote skin to skin, frequent visits of the mothers, ensure that the mother stays with the baby as long as possible, and involve in mother in the baby care activities, or let mother take care of most of the baby care activities, and ensure that all the family members have access to the babies. This has direct and indirect effect on the mother to improve her milk output and also to improve the mom intake of the baby. So the mother care also should be involved. So you need to take care of the mother after 7 days by educating her, by ensuring her diet is adequate, ensuring that she gets a balanced diet, ensuring she is adequately hydrated, and family of NICU support is present, having a dedicated NICU nurse for the lactation. So having a dedicated lactation nurse for the NICU is an important change idea which everybody can follow in all the NICUs which are taking care of premature or low birth weight babies. Some exemplary mom quality improvement projects are coming from the San Diego, California, where they have improved the mother's milk intake at the time of discharge to 75% in 2015. How did they do it? By having videos and teaching material freely available and having spin mamas, that is NICU mothers providing voluntary support. They had a peer group which helped in improving the mother's milk output as well as involving parent cure. And the other exemplary work has been done from California, where in a single NICU, they have aimed to improve the quality of in a quality improvement initiative. They wanted to improve the usage of mother's milk from 2011 to 13 in very low birth weight, and they could succeed by increasing the rate from 59 to 80%. This is at the time of discharge. How did they do it? By having NICU specific lactation nurse, using checklists and bundles to provide lactation support, creating breast pump loaner program, and sustaining mom usage at 80% from after the quality initiative. So they had these quality improvement projects to improve the mother's milk intake in the babies, in the premature babies. And the most quoted is the RUSH program, where Dr. Paula Mayer, our leader of mom, Paula Mayer, takes part. That is the RUSH Mother's Milk Bank. She has been working from 1996. This is a low-income group in Chicago. They have tried all the evidence-based methods to improve the mom intake in the premature babies, and they consider mom as a medicine and promote everyone promotes its usage in their NICU. 98% of the VLBW mothers initiate mom giving to the babies on day one, and they sustain at least 45% sustain an exclusive mom at the time of discharge. And they also have a NICU mom support group, and this is their key component in improving the mother's milk usage. So we had some example at our own hospital, Fernandez Hospital, a few years back. And our aim was to improve the proportion of mom as enteral feeds among VLBW babies from admission to discharge from by 20% over a period of 6 months. This was a quality improvement which we started. And our test changes were education of nurses, doctors, and mothers, and improving the expression of milk and improving mother-infant bonding. And these had components in the education, CMVs, workshops, daily rounds, dashboard, run charts, displays, and pamphlets, and improving expression of milk by lactation nurse, availability of the pump 24/7, policy of colostrum by 6 hours, daily target pumping of 8 times per day, non-nipple sucking and breastfeeding, and improving the mother's and infant bonding by promoting non-nipple sucking as early as possible, mother and father visits to the NICU, and early skin-to-skin contact, and increasing the contact hours of the skin-to-skin. So I'm showing only the 4 PDSS cycles which we had. We started with having a dedication lactation nurse in the NICU, and our plan was to have a lactation nurse. We recruited a nurse for 45 days. She was a PhD nurse, and she did a wonderful job in improving the mother's milk impression on day one. And this helped us to recruit or hire a lactation nurse for our NICU. And this is followed even now. So we have a dedicated lactation nurse for our NICU babies. The second policy change or the PDSS cycle which we tried or intervention was having hospital grade pump with the mothers from birth. Every mother has a hospital grade pump if she delivers a very low birth weight babies. For this, we had 10 pumps. We got hired free of cost, and we give to these to first 30 mothers. We found that the proportion of mothers who are reaching time to reach full feed, that is full milk of 500 ml per day, has dramatically decreased. The time when we become 500 ml of milk per day has dramatically decreased. So we set target of 15 days, but we could see that many mothers are achieving at 7 to 8 days. And this helped us to have a MOU with the companies to provide free pump for the mothers from day one till discharge. So now every mother has a hospital grade pump from the time she delivers a preterm or a very low birth weight babies. This third intervention of the PDSS cycle was educate all the mothers before birth or at admission to the NICU. So we started prenatal counseling from the form with details of mom. Many mothers were aware of the benefit by the study, and then we created a mom leaflet and brought it as a system change. The fourth was having a dashboard in the run chart in the NICU, and this displayed all the mom measures, and this has improved the NICU feedback. So we created and updated the dashboard daily, and now we have an electronic dashboard which gets displayed and updated every day. So this is the dashboard which we started with. Every day we know how many babies are there in the NICU, how many are on full feeds, how many are only on mom, and what % of babies are on exclusive mom. And based on this dashboard, every day the NICU consultant starts with our rounds by looking at this dashboard and sees that why these 6 babies are still not on mom, what are the reasons for that, and how do we address those mothers. So with this quality improvement project, we could increase exclusive mom of discharge from 25% to 57%. Exclusive mom, that is 100% of the milk is from the mother in 57% of the babies. And all the process changes have improved. Our daily counseling has improved from 0 to 100%. Milk expression on day 1 increased from 74 to 97%. Time from birth for first expression reduced from 18 hours to 7 hours. Number of expressions on day 1 increased from 1 to 3. Now, first week expressions increased from 16 to 29. And first week night expression, which was a very, very important intervention, increased from 4 to 10. And the other things which are measures, mom on day 1 increased from 1.5 to 4 ml. Second and third day, 24 to 29 ml. From 4 to 7 days, it increased from 204 to 278 ml. And mom by second week, you can see increase from 600 ml to 900 ml. That is a cumulative mom which we got from the mothers. And however, we could not achieve much change on the skin to skin, non-native sucking or maternal care hours, probably because they were already on a higher percentile. So what was the side effect? The side effect was mothers were producing more milk. We didn't have the babies taking all that milk. So our milk bank was overflowing. So we didn't have space to keep the extra mother's milk which the mothers were producing. So we had to buy an extra refrigerator for our milk bank, because all the preterm mothers were producing more milk than what their babies can take. So the lesson we have learned is every baby can get 100% mother's own milk if we do a quality improvement project and ensure that mothers, babies, nurses, residents, obstetricians, and everybody is part of this team. So summarize, mother's own milk should be the gold standard. It should be the only milk which the preterm baby should get. And it improves NEC rates, sepsis rates, ROP rates, and BPD rates. And the prime driver from improving mother's usage rates are education, skill training, and also having a protocolized thing for pumping from labor room till discharge, and improving the mother-infant bonding, and having QI methods to improve the mother's own milk, and looking at the specific QI measures which I've mentioned, and to sustain and collaborate with other NICUs, spread the good stories so that more and more people can start using this QI platform to improve the mother's own milk usage rates in their NICUs. So thank you for giving this opportunity on Give Mom to Support Mom.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Srinivas, for a wonderful time-based presentation. I think you have made the points very clear. You have emphasized on the importance of mother's own milk, especially in reducing the morbidity amongst preterm babies related to necrotizing enterocolitis, retinopathy of prematurity, and bronchopulmonary dysplasia. And you have highlighted on the practical points how to improve the quantity of milk amongst these mothers, and how to change the ideas in the setup. And you have emphasized and made the point very clear. I think the take-home message should be, we should have mother-friendly neonatal intensive care units. Mothers should be allowed to walk into an ICU, handle their babies, and express their milk, speak to mothers amongst themselves whose babies are admitted. And a lactational counselor or a dedicated staff nurse makes all the difference in a unit. That point you have made very clear, and nicely you have shared how to improve the mother's own milk usage. You have shared your Fernandez hospital experience. I think it's a published data and a great presentation, Srinivas. I think we'll take up the question at the end of all the three speakers, if I am correct. Is it the case? Shall I invite the next speaker?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think Srinivas will hold to answer the questions from the delegates.
Sure.
With that, I think, thank you, Srinivas, for wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rita.
We'll move to second topic of the day. Now we have another excellent speaker, Dr. Mangal Bharati, who is also an alumni of PJ Chandigarh. He has done his DN from PJ Chandigarh. He is professor and head of the Department of Neonatology at Madras Medical College. And as it has been mentioned, his areas of interest are resuscitation, innovation, and ventilation. And he's a great teacher. It's a pleasure hearing to Dr. Mangal Bharati. Today, he has been invited by the organizers to speak on another important topic in the mother's milk, microbiome gut-brain axis, more than a gut feeling. So it's the effects of milk, not only on all the organs, with special reference to the central nervous system. It's pleasure, Dr. Mangal Bharati. Please take over and start your presentation. Dr. Mangal Bharati.
So is my screen visible?
No, Mangla. Yeah.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So very good morning, everyone. Greetings from my institute, IOG and Madras Medical College, and my salutes to the teachers and the great people who assembled here for this national conference on kangaroo mother care. Just talking about this gut-brain axis, we all know how our gut has a very close relationship with our brain. I'm sure that all of us would have felt that whenever so we feel anxious and we are stressed, we see something wrong happening inside our tummy. The reverse is also, I'm sure it's true. So whenever your gut is upset, you don't feel well, you feel dizzy, and your brain doesn't seem to be feeling well. So the today's discussion is all about, actually, is it only all that about feeling? Is it a gut feeling? Is it only that? Or do we have a science to it? Does it have any implications, especially related to the care of neonates, more so for the small and sick ones? Our relationship between microbes, humans and microbes, they have a very complex and dynamic relationship, I should say. So it can be, so we do have trillions of microbes, both in and out of us. And the relationship could be good, bad, and at times it can be very ugly. So I think all will know what I mean by ugly, the pandemic situation, what we are in. So let us, today just we are going to talk only about the good part. We are going to focus only on the bugs that are residing within us as a part of the human ecosystem. So all these bugs which are residing within us are called the microbiota. And so these bugs, plus the habitat in which they are living, this combination is called as the microbiome. And so now we do realize more that it is not only the microbiome, that means the human body and the microbes. So the collective genome of the microbiome, so all the bacteria, fungal, virus, whatever the microorganisms which are residing within us, the whole collective genome, called as the metagenome, that seems to be talking to our own genome, the human genome. The human genome and the whole of the metagenome seem to be in interaction with each other, leading to various expressions physically. So that's where this term holobiont has now come in, which compromises both the human genome as well as the metagenome. I think that I have started sounding complex at the beginning itself. So given the constraints of time and to make things relatively simple and clear, so please allow me to, this lecture will be more of an overview of the subject rather than just dealing more into individual studies and evidences behind. Technology actually has permitted us to take giant leaps in trying to understand both the quality as well as the quantity of these microbiomes which are inside us. See, gone are the times where we are relying on only on cultures, where wherever you want to find, assess the kind of bacteria that we have, both in terms of quantity and quality. So these culture-independent methods of assessing both the quantity as well as the quality, the diversity of the various bugs that are residing within us. I think you might be familiar with these names: the 16S RNA sequencing, the shotgun metagenomic sequencing, and even the metatranscriptomics. So now we do have these techniques available, which in a quick time allows us to make a reasonable assessment of the microbial content which is residing within us. And I think it won't be inappropriate if I say that we are living in era of omics. See, so the lot of material now on microbes. We know what is we have just discussed what is a microbiome. It doesn't look like it's enough if you stop at the level of a microbiome. So microbiome is all about the collective bacteria and the habitat. but how does this microbiome interacts with the human? So what are the various pathways, cellular or molecular mechanisms, the signaling systems involved? So if we have to understand all these things, it looks like we need to understand the various metabolites. So that's where the metabolomics comes in, the study of various proteins, the proteomics comes in, the messaging systems where transcriptomics come in, and the interaction with the human genome and the environment. So epigenomics comes in. Okay. So all that we're trying to say is that, so lots and lots of progress is happening, at least at the basic sciences level, regarding these microbes which are living within us and the interaction that they are having with our body and in the environment. We do have these bugs residing in various parts of the body. Say, for example, oral cavity, skin, the genitourinary tract, and the digestive tract. So what is special about this gut system? So unlike the other organs, one thing is that number one, gut seems to be the one which harbors the maximum number and maximum diversity of these microorganisms. And beyond that, this seems to be the only system which seems to have a brain on its own. So I think we all will know what we mean by an enteric nervous system. This seems to be an autonomous nervous system, and people often call it even as a second brain. So such a big nervous tissue, nerval mechanisms sitting inside this gut, and the functions or the interactions of this so-called second brain, especially these communications with our primary brain, seem to be influenced a lot by the microbiota which is residing within the gut. So that's what is famously called as the gut-brain connection. And we know this is a two-way connection. This is not a one-way connection. And with time, we are able to show a lot of associations happening between. So for a long time, we know that these microbiota have implications whenever we're talking about an intestinal health. Let's say, for example, necrotizing enterocolitis. So they are very important for maintaining the integrity of the gut, the mucosal integrity, epithelial well functioning, and all. But so beyond the local function, it looks that the influence the brain functions also in a big way. You see the list of diseases that are being now associated with an abnormal pattern of microbiomes in patients. They're not only GE diseases, many of them are related to the central nervous system and more related to the limbic system or the stress-related problems. Okay. So when you talk about the bugs in the GE system, there are primarily of these four types. So, okay, actinobacteria, proteobacteria, firmicutes. So forget about these names. So at least just please simply remember. So they are primarily anaerobes. The bacteria are primarily anaerobes. And in a healthy adult human, they are all obligatory anaerobes, most of them. Okay, but that is not the case in neonates. We'll get there soon. And the diversity of we need to have all these bugs, what we call as the microbial diversity within our gut. That seems to have a very significant impact on somebody's health. Okay, if there are interactions between these two systems, so what are the likely mechanisms by which they talk to each other? So I'll be quick. We don't know the answer clearly. People propose mainly it could be in terms of cytokines. The intestinal cells themselves can secrete a lot of chemical factors, or it can be, looks like it can be through the immune system, stimulation of the immune system and talking through the cytokines from there. Or by these bugs digest the food, what we eat, and then produce a lot of metabolites. And these metabolites may be the ones which are the transmitters or message carriers. And so especially short chain fatty acids like acetate, butyrate, and propionate, studies have shown that do receptors and transmitting mechanisms do exist. This is very interesting. So I earlier said that these microbiota have got a lot to do with the integrity of the GI tract, but so there is research to show that they also influence the integrity of the blood-brain barrier. Okay? That may be one of the mechanisms by which they talk to it. We know it's a two-way communication. So quickly, let's move to our focus, neonates. So what is special about this microbiota in as far as the newborn is concerned? The first and foremost thing is that, okay, so the baby takes time to reach the mature intestinal microbiota pattern of an adult. So it takes at least nearly close to around 27 months or around 1,000 days it has been estimated for. So there is a lot. This is immature at the time of birth, this microbial pattern. It takes time for even for a healthy newborn. We're talking about a healthy newborn here. It is an evolving process. It takes around 2 to 3 years for them to establish it. So I'll just take you through a small illustration. This is available free on YouTube. This is from the Human Genome Project. So this is the pattern of the microorganisms. There are various communities from healthy volunteers. So what you see here is that, see the blue ones represent the communities from the oral system, and the pink ones are from the vagina, and the green ones are from the skin, and ultimately the brown ones are the ones resembling the gut. Let's just focus on only the yellow part, which is the baby gut. So whenever the baby, at a starting, just see on the left axis, they're just showing this is what happens from starting on birth onwards. So when it starts, just see how this is moving to and fro. So it looks like first it's coming more from the vagina, but over a period of time, so there is an interaction between these three fragments. So what are the three? The one is the first, primarily it starts from the vagina, maternal genitourinary tract. Then there are continuous influences from the skin and the oral cavity. Obviously the feeds what goes through the oral cavity. So this interaction, it takes time, say up to 27 months, as I told, for this to reach a stable stage, just like of an adult. So only at that endpoint, the gut diversity and the maturity reaches that of a healthier adult. Okay, so this is for a term go baby. So what about a preterm? So more so that it's obvious just like that the preterm have a very reduced number of microbiota in them, and the maturity is much delayed. And if something goes wrong, it has been shown that the dysbiosis, that means the altered microbial patterns that has been found in sick and small neonates, persists for a much longer period, and so more likely it can lead to problems in the health. So this is just again a trend showing that even from preterm to term, you just see that a lot of changes take place in the composition of the microbiome. So with this background information, I'll just like to bring your focus to just one simple model, which detail these various interactions of the gut microbiome axis, especially related to a preterm baby. Okay. So we just discussed the importance of what is gestational age and the postnatal age, the dynamic situation, how things change over a period of time. The mode of delivery seems to play a big role. Babies who are delivered through a cesarean section seem to have a difficulty in achieving certain kinds of very important bacteria, but they seem to catch it at the end of 1 year somehow. But in the first year, definitely babies delivered vaginally have a better microbial diversity than that of babies who are delivered by section. This is our full focus. So the early life experience, how it influences this microbial diversity. We just heard from Dr. Murki the importance of mother's own milk. So breast milk is very important for good establishment. And not just as the mother's own milk is much superior, donor human milk or again pasteurized milk doesn't seem to help much in this regard comparatively. Obviously the worst is the formula milk. And antibiotics, the more the duration and more the spectrum, broad spectrum antibiotics, they cause a lot of dysbiosis. The NICU environment per se, we know that our environment is colonized with a lot of pathogenic nosocomial bugs. So these bugs bring in, once they enter the gut, they bring in a lot of dysbiosis. And the rest three are very, very important. As I said, it's a two-way communication. We're not talking only about the establishment of microbiota in the gut. What are the influence of the brain on this establishment of this microbial diversity? So whenever we know a neonate who is admitted in NICU goes through a lot of pain and stress because of various factors, and these seem to bring in a lot of dysbiosis, which and then can have a lot of long-term implications. More so when an infant gets separated from the mother, and that's where our comfort interventions, especially skin to scare, comes into play. Okay, so and of course there has to be an interaction with the host. Our genomics also play a role. You may have inherited certain genetic potentials from your parents, and that interaction also will be there. So an interaction of all these, your basic genomes and the factors like your gestational age, postnatal age, sex, and early life experience decide the total brain gut microbiota signaling. And this interaction happens both through the CNS, through the endocrine system, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, there's a autonomous system, sympathetic, parasympathetic system, and enteral nervous system. Okay. So a lot of good systematic reviews are available on the influence of these various parameters on the biome. So I won't be going into the details. Again, I think I'm about to finish my time. So this I have just brought these slides only to convince people that, see, there is a reasonably good amount of evidence to show that the type of delivery influences the type of diversity in the gut microbiome, and the feeding type, both the quantity and the quality of the feeds influence this a lot. And again, antibiotics, what we use, the duration and the type of antibiotics what we use in the NICU, and environmental factors play a big role. So this is a very, very interesting and say very important slide. Please have your attention here. See, the slide shows on the lower side, you see that what we have discussed so far. That means the maturation of the GI tract over a period of time, over the first 3 years of life. That means the maturation of the enteric nervous system, the enterocyte per se, and the microbial colonization that is taking place in the gut. If you look at the brain development process, what happens during the same time, so they are in parallel. So this is very interesting, and we do have a lot of reasons to believe that these two are interrelated to each other. The maturation of the brain that happens the first 2 to 3 years, and the maturation of the enteric nervous system and the enteric microbiota that happens in the same period. Okay, so the last one study, just at least this is so people might ask, do we have any evidence actually where people have looked into the neurodevelopmental outcomes per se, say at the end of 2 years, and has it got anything to do with the microbiota? So a study published just last year from the EpiPage 2 cohort from France. This is a sub-study. They had collected the stool sample at around 1 month in birth, and then looked at the neurodevelopmental outcomes at 2 years. Very interesting finding, even though this is an observational study where we need to read the results with caution. Even after adjusting for the main factors like the gestational age, perinatal events, and the neonatal intensive care unit treatment and strategies, so it looks like the various interventions which have an influence on the microbiota have a strong association with the neurodevelopmental outcome at 2 years. So that's very interesting. So I'll just conclude by focusing only on skin-to-skin contact, which is the primary focus of our today's discussion. See, of the various interventions, we can just target various places whenever we want diversity. But what is special about the KMC or a skin-to-skin contact? So this is one intervention which seems to influence the microbial diversity in multiple ways, not in one way. So see, whenever the baby comes into contact with the baby comes into contact with the mother or the caregiver's skin, so obviously direct colonization starts taking place with the healthy type of bugs from the mother or the caregiver, and that discourages the colonization of the bad bugs from the environment. Obviously, the reverse is also happening. Even if the baby harbors some, there is evidence to show that even if there are some pathogenic bugs sitting on the skin of the baby, they get transmitted back to the mother. The mother mounts an immune response to these bugs, and it gets transmitted through breast milk to the baby. And so needless to talk more about the direct benefits through breast milk, as KMC promotes early and fantastic breastfeeding. The last and most important component, there are many diseases, inflammatory diseases, even the neonatal period, which are related to the stress and the pain the neonates go through during their intensive care. So skin to skin.
Can you conclude? Because we have another speaker.
Fine, sir. I'm done, sir. So look into all these things. So we know that the strength of our country is unity in diversity. So let's all be united to preserve this, or to encourage and promote this microbial diversity in our preterm neonates to get better outcomes. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mangal, for a great presentation once again. And you have spoken a very complex topic and made a few points very clear. Shotgun metabolic sequencing, what is omics era, and you shared how important is the gut-brain axis, and you described the autonomic nervous system as the second brain in the body. Again, thank you very much. We'll take up questions. Can I now request Dr. Rita to introduce the third speaker and take over the proceedings? Dr. Rita, should I be doing it?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the third topic is on breast milk banking, and it will be presented by Dr. Adi Sivam. He is the additional professor and head of neonatology of JIPMER Pondicherry, And this is one topic which is very important for all of us. And I'd request Dr. Adi Sivam to please start his lecture.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, is a slide seen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. I'll be talking on a human milk bank, an investment for a bankable future. So this picture was drawn for one of our World Breastfeeding Week, wherein you can see a baby being fed by the mother, and that's a small plant by the side. So the message is simple: just like water is needed for the plant to grow, we need mother's milk for the baby to grow. And the human milk bank is nothing but just an extension of the same policy. So what is bankable future? In the current COVID scenario for this baby which is born, what is, where does this future stand and what is this bankable future? All I can think of is that the baby should first survive. Survival is number one. Then there should not be any corona for the baby and for him or his mother. Then he should have an intact and functioning brain. And of course, physical well-being, mental and social well-being, including the family members, a good environment for the baby, and of course, economic should be in the positive side. This is the tree of life. So the pictures speak volumes. So actually, the breast and the baby are connected and is being nurtured by the mother, and the roots are from the breast milk. So an extension of this that it's just not the mother who may be able to grow the tree in the baby. It's also the donor mothers who can also save the same function, and that's where human milk bank comes in. So this gives the burden of 135 million births per year, wherein 20% are within India, and for the mortality of 2.6 million die in neonatal period globally, and 29% of the global share is within India. So where do we stand? And our intentions and interventions should be towards preventing this huge share of neonatal mortality. Mother's own milk, and of course, human milk banking is important. So according to World Health Organization, the best possible for the nutrition for the baby will be the mother's own breast milk. And next, in case the milk is not available, then if the mother cannot feed it directly, then the donated fresh preterm milk, or the next will be the fresh term mature milk. And in case by any chance the mother is unable to give her milk to her own baby, then pasteurized donated human milk or pasteurized donor human milk is the best. And of course, the worst possible thing which can happen to a baby is formula. And as long as we have functioning breast milk banks or human milk banks across the country, we can do away with formula and save more babies. So WHO recommends all mothers to exclusively breastfeed infants for the first 6 months. When a mother, for some reason, is unable to feed her infant directly, her milk should be expressed or fed to the infant. And if her milk is not available or insufficient, the next possible option will be pasteurized donor human milk. Pasteurized donor human milk provides the vulnerable neonate nutritional, immunological, and growth factors. Almost everything is there. Dr. Murthy also pointed out. So nutritional, immunological, and growth factors of all the components in the breast milk is made available in PDHM also. And as I said earlier, infant milk substitutes have a lot of disadvantages and should not be encouraged. So in the world, the first human milk bank was founded in Vienna, and in our own country, it was founded by Dr. Armida Fernandez, madam, in Mumbai in 1989. Though it was started in 1989, there was not much support for human milk banking across the country. Almost for 20-25 years, there was not much number of milk banks in the country. In fact, I remember when we were PGs, human milk bank was just a quiz question, and we have evolved a lot from there. But today, we have got more than 80 milk banks across the country, thanks to the effort of all the neonatologists across the country. Here you can see two maps. There's nothing to do with COVID. So I have just copy pasted two maps where the milk banks are concentrated and where neonatal mortality is more. As you can see, this heat map shows that wherever there is more neonatal mortality marked by red color, the number of milk banks are less. And wherever the neonatal survival is better, denoted by the green color, milk banks are more. It doesn't mean that human milk bank alone makes a newborn to survive, but it shows that wherever neonatal survival is better, human milk banks do a better job. And on the contrary, we should get more and more human milk banks in those areas where the neonatal mortality is really high. So why should we have a human donor milk? So as I said earlier, it provides nutritional and immunological properties, pasteurized donor human milk, and reduces the infectious complications. So PDHM and NEC is well established. PDHM stands for pasteurized donor human milk. It was associated with a 46% reduction in the incidence of NEC compared to infant formula. This data is from the Cochrane review in 2018. So if preterm babies have NEC, and if something can decrease by 46%, and that's a good thing for their future. PDHM and sepsis. PDHM is associated with 19% reduction. As Dr. Murthy said, it's dose dependent, and for every 10 ml per kg consumed each day in the first 28 days for very low birth weight infants, there is 19% reduction for sepsis. So this is also fantastic. So the most common causes why infants die in India are prematurity, sepsis, and asphyxia. So if we can take care of prematurity and sepsis, and that too by donor milk or pasteurized safe milk, then their future is likely to be better. What about BPD? Preterm infants supplemented donor milk along with mother's own milk had 22% lower incidence of BPD, and these babies also required 3 days of less ventilated support. That is also good. So even if you reduce ventilated days by 1 day, that is fantastic. And so BPD incidence is getting less when you substitute or supplement donor milk along with, of course, mother's own milk, and the ventilated days are also less. So we should not think that human milk bank is a competitor for exclusive breastfeeding or direct breastfeeding. In fact, human milk bank, establishing a human milk bank is a complementary to all the activities for supporting exclusive breastfeeding. So the use of donor human breast milk and the presence of human milk bank is associated with higher rates of breastfeeding beyond delivery, even for infants who are admitted to NICUs. So this is our own data I'll be presenting showed that after we started the human breast milk bank, the exclusive breastfeeding rate actually improved because there is positive ripples in the hospital community as well as in the society. So summarizing, evidence for human milk bank is there for decreasing NEC, BPD, and better feeding tolerance. It increases the breastfeeding rates and reduces the length of hospital stay, decreases sepsis. And of course, for preterm babies, there is reduction of retinopathy of prematurity. I need not say that whenever it's breast milk, it is eco-friendly and a lot of cost is saved. Coming to neurodevelopmental outcomes and long-term benefits, of course, there are some factors which are lost by pasteurization, but still, human milk is 1,000 times better than formula, and neurodevelopmental outcomes are better. So mother's own milk advantages has been told. Only one point is that the donor human milk should be a bridge to ensure an exclusive milk diet. So in case during the few days where the mother may have a subjective feeling that milk is not efficient, all efforts to counsel her, and donor milk can use as a bridge for the initial few days, and subsequently she should be on the baby should be on mother's own milk. So according to a study in the Journal of Human Lactation, established having a BLBW babies and donor milk policy reduced the exposure to formula and promoted an exclusively human milk diet, early initiation of feeds, and there was no decrease in the use of formula. This is very important. By giving supplementation with donor human milk, there was no decrease in the use of mother's own milk. So coming to the current scenario, what about human milk banking and the COVID situation? So all of us should be clear that SARS-CoV-2 virus is not transmitted from breastfeeding or human milk. This is very, very important. That's why WHO advocates the mother and baby to stay together, follow KMC, wear a mask and hand hygiene practices, and give mother's own milk. The virus is, of course, inactivated by heat treatment, and the pasteurization takes care of it. Strengthening of human milk bank is important to ensure safe provision of donor human milk during natural disasters and pandemics like COVID. So I'll quickly run through the processes in human milk banking. We screen the mothers, make sure they are healthy. Only milk is taken from healthy mothers. Milk is collected, sometimes pooled from multiple mothers, and it's pasteurized. Pasteurization is by Holder's pasteurization. And post-pasteurization, we test for any bacterial count. Only when it is free of bacteria, we give it to the necessary babies. There are strict guidelines, IAP guidelines we are following for both donor as well as for the recipients. So this is the human milk journey from the mother's pump. Actually, manual expression, the volume of milk will be less. So using pumps, the volume of milk expressed for the milk bank will be more. And containers also matter. For our situation, Indian scenario, we use stainless steel containers, easy to handle, durable, and we can sterilize them properly. Then there are, of course, processes of freezing and thawing, which can have effect on the nutrient content as well as immunological content of milk. We'll be talking it in detail. So this is our milk expression room. You can see the mothers after counseling and initial screening of their HIV HPV status. They come and pump using the help of the NICU staff nurse. We have a dedicated lactational counselor also. So equipments needed for the milk bank are quite simple. Pasteurizer is the key equipment. We need deep freezers, refrigerator, autoclaving facilities, and of course breast milk pumps and accessories in the containers. So sometimes the conventional pasteurizers are costly. So we are having the shaker water bath, which does the function of the pasteurizers, and our colony counts post pasteurization are also minimal or zero. So Holders pasteurization is heating the milk to 62.5 degrees Celsius, keeping the heat for 30 minutes and subsequently cooling. So of course, there is mild to moderate decrease in IgA and secretory IgA concentration and activity, and some amount of loss in lactoferrin and lysozymes. There is complete loss of lipase activity. Having said that, these are the milk samples stored, and we know that by fresh raw milk can be kept in the room temperature 25 degrees Celsius up to 6 hours, and once you pasteurize, it can go up to 6 months. So this is the agar testing for the milk. There are different methods for testing the colony counts post pasteurization. Some countries follow pre-pasteurization testing, but the wastage will be more. So in our country, we follow only post pasteurization testing, and we do not do pre-pasteurization testing because 30% loss of milk can be there. Of course, human milk analyzer, mid-infrared spectrometry can be useful adjunct for targeted fortification. There we can analyze just like an ABG machine, within minutes we can get the components of the milk and use it fantastically for targeted fortification. Coming back to the Holders pasteurization, then you can see that there is some reduction of IgG, IgM, but there is no effect on certain interleukins like IL-2, IL-4. And also on the oligosaccharides. We know that oligosaccharides are very important. So, though there is decrease in the immunological component of due to Holders pasteurization, vital components like oligosaccharides, glycosaminoglycans, and gangliosides are not affected. So, these are all very vital for the growth of the baby. So, even pasteurized donor human milk is as good as the mother's milk, and then we should never advise formula for the babies, right? And in addition, the calorie content also can decrease mainly due to the action on the fat, and there is slight decrease in the protein due to Holder pasteurization. However, the clinical practices demonstrate that there are many beneficial properties of donor milk still persist after Holder's pasteurization also. So there are some freeze-thawing cycles and the containers used in the tubings, they can also affect, but these are minimal, kept to the minimal, and we should ensure that asepsis is followed in all stages wherever the milk is being processed, just like any food process industry. So I'll quickly share some of the JIPMER experience. We started in 2016, thanks to our mentor, Professor Vishnu Bhatt, for helping us setting up the human milk bank, first milk bank in Pondicherry. We labeled it as Amudam Taipal Mayam. Amudam Taipal Mayam, in short ATM. So actually it was mistaken for something to do with the milk normal bank. So people started, we have invented a vending machine which can just dispense milk back. Of course, the title was catchy and we could reach the masses quite quickly. So our function, even during all ATMs were shut during demonetization, only our ATM was open during demonetization also. I'll quickly share some of the study findings done during this 4-year period. So the pre-data before milk bank and post-data after milk bank, we compared the neonatal mortality, incidence of NEC, and rate of exclusive breastfeeding. It was everything was positive. Neonatal mortality actually decreased. Incidence of NEC was 1.26% of live free HMB compared to 1.07, and exclusive breastfeeding rate was 34%, which jumped to 74% post human milk ban. So there was a decreasing trend in neonatal mortality and incidence of NEC after establishing the milk bank, and it significantly improved the exclusive breastfeeding rate. So we also used RCT to study the fortification strategy. Standard fortification of PDHM did not increase the incidence of NEC among preterm neonates. We studied the macronutrient and immunological profile difference after pasteurization, and there was decrease of IgA and IgG by 30% and 60%. We also studied on the perceptions of mothers, how they feel about the milk bank and sharing milk. All the mothers who, whether donor or recipient, always have positive thinking and thought process for the milk bank. So peer group counseling for voluntary human milk donation actually improved the mean number of donors and mean volume of milk for the human milk bank. It is a cycle. The donors and voluntary milk donation is a key process for milk banking, and that should be supported. So now the question is, human milk, is it a food, is it a drug, or it is a biological product with a lot of live things inside, so a lot of stem cells inside? So what should be the guideline? Still, it is being on date. There are multiple guidelines. We are following the IAP IVCF guidelines for human milk bank. Not to forget, kangaroo mother care, donor human milk, and breastfeeding support go hand in hand. And if all these three things work synchronously, we can ensure that the baby gets an exclusive human milk diet. Same thing holds good for the PARTS Mother Baby Friendly Initiative Plus, which has been incorporated in our national guidelines on lactation management centers, and it's picking up. I am happy that we could handhold 2 other centers in Sirgadi and as well as in Pondicherry itself to start the new facility. So human milk bank should also have the base of a champions or the leaders. There should be awareness and advocacy, simultaneous networking, and there should be key protocols in place for an effective functioning of a human milk bank. A word about the bonding angel program. So this ours is a busy hospital, almost 50-60 deliveries per day, shortage of nurses. So we use the nursing students who are posted in the labor room. Instead of just standing and watching, we actively involve them in helping breastfeeding support. So we gave them tags of bonding angel. There you can see the tag of bonding angel. So their primary role was to ensure the bonding between mother and baby soon after delivery and make sure they feed well. So this was a fantastic effort. They were also getting a certificate, and we also found that the early initiation of breastfeeding in Jipmer turned overnight. And thanks to Dr. Sindhu, my colleague in the department, and a fantastic team. They are doing a wonderful QA activities, ongoing QA activities, WhatsApp group, face-to-face discussion, breast milk pump allocations, etc. And our milk collection has been increasing, and our QA activities are also being published. So summarizing, encourage the use of mother's own milk and avoid formula. Human milk banking and voluntary milk donation, increased awareness is still needed. There are more human milk banks should be established in areas wherever mortality is actually more and neonatal deaths are more. And every health center where there are more deliveries should have a human milk bank. And there should be networking among milk banks. Promotion of exclusive breastfeeding and KMC always improves the voluntary milk donation. And ongoing research is also needed for the Indian scenario. So the principles of banking: for a normal bank, we save to withdraw later, but for human milk, we withdraw from the mother to save a lot of babies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adi Sivam, for your excellent talk. And with nearly 30% of our babies being low birth weight and many needing SCNU or NICU admissions, human milk bank have become a requirement for many of our units. And a clear idea regarding the use of mother's milk or donor's milk over formula milk, as well as the need for fortifications, etc., very important for us to understand. And you have done a very good job in making us understand all these facts. So I would like to request Dr. Suman to tell us whether there is time for us for discussions.
Yeah, I think we may not have much time, maybe a question to each participant.
Yeah, so I'd request Dr.
Presenter.
Yeah, Guru Prasad to take over kindly.
Yeah, no, can you just share the questions, Dr.
So there are no questions on the chat as of now.
Yeah, I think great presentation by all the three speakers, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Mangal Bharti, and Dr. Adishivam. I think wonderful topics. The conference took a very nice start. I think all of you have made the points very clear. I didn't see any questions.
Dr. Guru Prasad, can I just make a comment and ask a question? Dr. Swarnarekha here.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Just a little concern and a word of caution to all of us, and a question to both Adishivam and Murki. Does the presence of human milk banks decrease the mother's own milk available for preterm babies?
So actually in the QI program, which we did, ma'am, by promoting mother's own milk, we had more milk. So we in fact had to hire an extra refrigerator for the milk bank because the milk was overflowing and most of the mothers produce more milk than what the babies can take. So if the primary focus is to improve the mother's milk, our milk banks are going to be full.
All right. Okay. Because my concern was, would the nurses say anyway, nurses or doctors, all of us say that, look, anyway, there's milk in the bank and will this go down? That's just my question, and a word of caution for those who are starting human milk banks. I think human milk banks are absolutely necessary, but just a comment, that's all.
Just to add to what you shared, madam, in fact, I'm happy to share that the recently proposed budget by the state government of Karnataka, they have earmarked 2.5 crores for establishing human milk bank in government setups. I think that's something very welcoming. I think there is a lot of centers are coming to start human milk bank. We should strictly follow the protocols that have been labeled for that. Thank you.
So Rita, can I make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
What ma'am, Dr. Swarnarekha ma'am just said, this is actually true, and many of the NICU nurses start feeling that now the facility has a milk bank, and even if they don't counsel the mothers as much or talk to the mothers as much or put in as much effort, anyways the baby will get the milk from the milk bank. So this has to be actively looked into, and this does come up in between where we have to actively keep surveillance on this, that what is the mom usage and not just the human milk usage. So the moment you start looking at only human milk usage, it is like mom plus PDH. I mean, you are happy, okay, it is human milk. But when you consciously look at mom, like what Srinivas has looked at or what we are looking at on a daily basis in the dashboard, then you are looking at, oh, what happened? Why this baby received more donor milk and why mom went down on day 3 or day 5. So that constant vigil needs to be there. That's all.
Yeah. That's very important, I think. Yeah, so probably we have come to the end of the session. And I thank all the speakers as well as the participants for being present out here. And this session was really important for all of us. And I thank Dr. Dr. Suman for organizing this session and having these topics here. Thank you. And I'd give over to Dr. Guru Prasad now.
I think once again, along with Rita, I think we like to thank the organizing committee for arranging a wonderful conference, a virtual conference. It was not short of attending a conference and learning. In fact, it was more than that, very leisurely, very effectively we could discuss the issues. So it has given a great start for the conference. So we thank the organizing committee for asking us to chair the first session of the conference. And once again, thank all the speakers for your great presentation. Over to the organizing team.
I sincerely thank both the chairpersons and the speakers for a wonderful session. So we just felicitate both of them with a round of applause.
Thank you.
Nutrition was just a starter to get your appetite for more knowledge, and we hope that all participants are hungry for more. We now have around 266 participants, both on the YouTube and on the Zoom platform. So we request you to put all your questions in the chat box. For the next session is the most exciting session, that is the award paper. I now invite the three judges who don't need any introduction. Our dear Professor Swarnareka Bhatt from St. John's Medical College. And Dr. Sushma Nangya ma'am, Professor and HOD of the prestigious Lady Harding Medical College and Kalavati Saran, and Dr. Arvind Shenoy, who is the first DM neonatologist from India, who is presently senior consultant at Cloud9 Hospital. We thank you all for your participation. Now, before I hand over to the judges, I would just present some things. We had received. Mine is muted, everywhere muted. I can't hear anything. Okay, continue. We had sent the papers to three judges, Dr. Sandeep Kadam, Dr. Rishikesh Thakre, and Dr. Naveen Jain, who had reviewed and sent back. And top three papers were chosen in the doctor category and in the nurses category. There are 7 minutes for each speaker for presentation with 2 minutes for Q&A. At the end of 5 minutes, there will be a buzzer. And at the end of the 7 minutes, your screen would go blank. The score is out of 70, and 30% of the marks come from the earlier assessment. There is one prize in the doctor category and one prize in the nurse category. With the permission of the judges, may I invite the first presenter?
Yes, you can invite, but if there are any other rules that need to be, ground rules that need to be laid down, please speak that out and then call the first speaker.
Yeah, Bharati just, and Sushma and Arvind, just one comment. I think the questions, let Sushma start first, followed by Arvind, and last I will ask the questions. So there's no confusion. Is that okay? Arvind and Sushma, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, fine, perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I invite the first speaker among the doctor category. The topic is impact of quality improvement on the number of babies receiving kangaroo mother care in a tertiary care institute. Dr. Sandeepa Sen, over to you.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible. My presentation.
Yes. Can you make it full screen, please? Yes. Yes,
it is okay.
Yeah. The time starts now.
Good morning, all the judges and all the faculties. I am Dr. Sandeepan Sen, junior resident of NRS Medical College, Kolkata, and today I am going to present our paper on impact of quality improvement program for improving the number of babies receiving KMC for at least 6 hours per day in postnatal ward among neonates weighing between 1.8 to 2.5 kg in a tertiary neonatal unit of Eastern India. As per our setting, babies under 1.8 kg get admitted in SNCU directly from the ER. Once stabilized, they receive KMC in SNCU itself, later in our KMC ward. But on contrary, low birth weight babies of 1.8 to 2.5 kg birth weight are shifted to postnatal wards along with their mothers. And it was observed by us that practice of KMC was not adequate enough among these mothers. So we had planned to observe and quantify the practice of KMC in postnatal wards among those mothers and improve the practice via POCQI project. Initially, the potential barriers of initiation of KMC were identified, and we found that inadequate practice of early skin-to-skin contact after birth, lack of sensitization, counseling, lack of staff, maternal hygiene, and illness were the major causes. We formed a quality improvement program and comprising 5 nurses, 1 junior resident, nursing in charge, and 1 faculty member. The baseline phase was conducted for 1 month, involving 101 mother-baby diet that showed the result, which was quite demoralizing. Only 11.1% of the eligible baby weighing between 1.58 to 2.5 kg received KMC for any duration in postnatal ward, and none of them received KMC for at least 6 hours a day. The average duration of KMC was very shocking also, just as low as 1.9 hours average. This is the run chart of the baseline phase. So we set our aim to improve the percent of vaginally delivered baby receiving KMC at least 6 hours a day from 0% to 50%, with an average duration of minimum 6 hours a day within a period of total 40 days. Now we analyzed the problem, and we used the flowchart for in the baseline phase for analyzing. For further analyzing, a fishbone diagram was done with respect to process, place, and person. Now in the implementation phase, we started doing PDCA cycle, each lasting for 10 days. We prioritized the problems and anticipated that early skin-to-skin contact after delivery can motivate the mother to continue this practice in form of KMC, in addition to early breastfeeding and other advantages. So in our first PDSA cycle, we went for the early skin-to-skin contact among the mothers after birth. Here we can see that how babies are being put on mother's abdomen just after birth, and early skin-to-skin contact is initiated. In this title also, we started mentioning KMC as daily treatment order for strict implementation, and the result was quite motivating. The percentage increased to 25% and the average increased to 4.3 hours per day, and we adapt this. So this is the run chart. Now in the second cycle, we decided to prioritize about easy observation and monitoring of mother-baby diet. For that, we came forward with the concept of KMC corner for easy observation and monitoring, along with identification of a place and arrangement of separate beds for mother doing KMC exclusively. And after this intervention, the percentage increased to 47%. We adopted the concept of KMC corner, but still there were some problems, like mothers were discontinuing KMC. At the time of KMC, their problems were not being properly addressed. So we came out with the solution to improve nursing care of the mother-baby diet on KMC in PDSA cycle 3. We started regular monitoring by allotting a dedicated nursing staff who will be there in each shift. 1 nurses will be there dedicated for the maternal monitoring, and their complaint should be addressed. And after this project, the percentage increased to 64. We almost crossed our target, but the mean duration was not still 6 hours a day. The plan was implemented, but the future implementation was under question, because in our government setup, we always have the nursing staff crisis. Now, till now, we were solving the problems en masse. We are targeting the group. Now in the PDSA cycle 4, to increase the duration of KMC, we started individual approach. For that, we accepted the approach of bedside KMC sheet, KMC registry, and regular monitoring of KMC registry. Using the centralized KMC registry, we could easily identify those mothers who were not performing KMC adequately, and we can identify them, we can counsel them, and we can solve their problems easily. And the result was very motivating. Mean percentage of baby receiving KMC at least 6 hours increased to 75.5%, and the average duration increased to 8.6. Last it was 5.6, and it increased to 8.6 hours per day. So we adapted the plan. This is the run chart of all the PDSA cycles, and we can see how it increased. Now, to see the sustainability of our interventions, we went for post-interventional phase that lasted for 3 months, and total 275 mother-baby dyads were studied, and all the interventions were sustained there. And the number of vaginal delivered babies weighing between 1.8 to 2.5 kg receiving KMC at least 6 hours a day increased from 0, which was in the baseline, to 68%. There was lack of sustainability there because 75% was almost there after the implementation stage, but it was above our what we targeted. And 91% of eligible babies were receiving KMC for any duration in the postnatal ward. So this is the run chart for those baby who was receiving KMC for at least 6 hours, and this was the this is the run chart for those who were receiving KMC for any duration. And you can see that there are so many 100% marks, 100% touch. Now outcome measures, we saw that in a retrospective study, we saw that the incidence of hypothermia in postnatal ward decreased to 6.5%. Also, these babies were gaining weight more earlier than the others. Now, future plan. Sorry?
Your time is up, Dr. Sandeepa.
Is it up? I wasn't given the 5 minutes warning.
Just wrap it up.
Okay, ma'am. So our future plan is to increase the practice of KMC among mother undergoing cesarean section also. We started to follow up and community KMC and home-based KMC, but it was not a successful because there was no data of home-based KMC and there was clearly lack of community follow-up. So we are planning to continue the practice of KMC in community level by encouraging more house-based KMC involving dedicated ASHA workers with the help of the UNICEF. And during the COVID situation, our practice was initially hampered, but we were able to improve that. And we are now starting doing early skin-to-skin contact. And we are studying if that will increase the number of the duration of KMC among mothers undergoing cesarean section in the COVID era. Also, we have planned for YouTube channel where we can teach, we can reach a larger number of doctors and nursing staffs where they can be teached about the advantages, the steps of early skin-to-skin contact that will further increase the KMC percentage and duration among the child. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeepan. And you can stop sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is great initiative, and we all see that with QI, a lot can be achieved in many of the areas where we feel things are difficult. So my question to you is that in this QI that you performed, what were the aspects of QA which had to be taken care of? You understand?
You mean the problems, ma'am?
No. There is something called as, let me just rephrase my question. What you are trying to study and tell us is related to quality improvement initiative, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in this quality improvement study, I do find some quality assurance aspects. Can you name them? What were the aspects that were related to QA?
Ma'am, early initiation of skin-to-skin contact just after the delivery. And besides that, ma'am, that was the major intervention we did. And also for quality assurance, we maintained that in our study, in our measurement, study measurement, we introduced that every baby will get KMC for at least 6 hours. So that was for the quality perspective.
All right. So I have just this question, Dr. Shinoy, please take over.
Yeah. Sandeep, an excellent paper. You had 4 PDSA cycles.
Yes, sir.
using various interventions. In the follow-up phase, which of these interventions was likely to relapse? Or did you find there was a chance of it falling off?
So the third intervention, as I have already mentioned, that due to the we allotted one nurse in each nursing staff in each schedule, each shift in our QA project, but it was quite problem. But because during the sustainability period, during the post-intervention period, I was seeing that sometimes there were not allotment of that nurse because there is always a nursing staff crisis in our government setup. So that was a thing to ponder about.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Rekha.
Thank you.
Dr. Sandeepan, again, excellent presentation. Just two
Thank you, ma'am.
questions. One was you mentioned a barrier as hygiene.
Yes, ma'am.
Mothers. So that is one thing I want you to comment on. And the second is, listen to the question carefully and answer. Based on your study, what would be the ratio of nurse to mother-baby diet you would recommend in the postnatal ward to ensure this kind of KMC?
Ma'am, for mother's hygiene, I'll like to say that most of the big percentage of our admitted mothers were from low socioeconomical.
The question is it a barrier for KMC? Is there a barrier for KMC? So are you going to say that that's a deterrent for KMC?
I mean, the mothers were like not doing KMC because she was having any skin diseases or she was having any problem.
Skin disease is totally different from hygiene. Anyway, we will leave it at that. So just be careful about what you mention and exactly what you mean by this hygiene, because it shouldn't give the wrong idea to people that hygiene is an issue and therefore we can't give KMC. Okay, what would be the recommendation of nurse to mother-baby diet?
In our setup, it was we had total 12 KMC beds and we were allotting one nurse for that.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think, Bharati, we can go on to the next presentation.
So the next speaker is Dr. Rashmi Dandrial, and her topic is perception of care provision in mother neonatal intensive care unit. Dr. Rashmi, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay.
Your screen is visible, your PPT is not.
Okay, ma'am.
Please go.
I share this. Ma'am, now it's visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Yeah, your time.
Ma'am, my PPT.
Yeah, your PPT.
Okay, good.
Time starts.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, esteemed chairperson, seniors, and my friends. I'm Dr. Rashmi Dandrial from Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. I shall be presenting my study titled Maternal Perception of Care Provision in Mother Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, which I shall refer as MNICU during my presentation. As we all know, Kangaroo mother care is an evidence-based intervention which has proven to improve the morbidity and mortality in low birth weight neonate, and MNICU is first such innovation from Asia, which provide an opportunity to provide the family-centered care and ensure continuous KMC. In MNICU, we have maternal bed which were placed alongside the neonatal warmer And it provides all the facilities for mother to stay 24/7. It also includes separate areas for hand washing, attached washroom. It has also maternal examination table. It has pantry for mothers to eat, and it also provides adequate privacy to mothers. It has provision to provide care to neonate, which require non-invasive respiratory support in the form of CPAP, along with continuous vital monitoring. Hello? Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, there was some glitch. We hypothesized that this design of mother will in this design, mothers will perceive better care as compared to conventional NICU. Objective of our study was to compare the provision of care by mothers of neonate admitted in conventional NICU versus MNICU. This was a cross-sectional study conducted at level 2 NICU of a tertiary care hospital over 1.5 years. We enrolled all the mothers whose neonates were admitted in MNICU and NICU during this study period. We used a pre-validated structured questionnaire, which when used consisted of questions from 5 main domains. First domain was associated with information, communication, and education. Second included mother's involvement in care of their newborn. Third included mother perception of the competence and efficacy of healthcare staff. Fourth domain consisted of the interpersonal relationship with healthcare staff. And fifth included mother's view regarding the NICU's physical environment. Each domain was given a score as per the scale of satisfaction. The study was adequately powered, and to detect the difference with an absolute precision, we used 5%. Absolute precision of 5%. We used confidence interval of 95%. The data we entered in MS Excel spreadsheet, and analysis was done using SPSS version 21. And we use appropriate statistical tests to analyze the data. We enrolled total 600 mothers, which included 300 in each of the comparative groups. In the next few slides, I will summarize the result in each domain of questionnaire from the 2 study groups. In the information and educational domain, neonatal care was perceived good in 89.57% of MNICU cases as compared to 81.14% of NICU cases. In the domain of parental involvement, it was observed that 84.7% mother in NICU versus 62.33% in NICU felt that parental involvement was satisfactory, which was statistical significant difference. Similarly, the confidence of mother was better in MNICU as compared to conventional NICU. In the third domain about perception of competence and efficacy of healthcare providers, it was perceived better in MNICU. However, 2 components of this domain, that is guidance regarding breastfeeding technique and milk expression, needed improvement in both MNICU and NICU. The MNICU design also scored better regarding the interpersonal relationship with healthcare staff, the difference being 77% in MNICU as compared to 39% in NICU. 99% of mothers in MNICU was satisfied with the counseling and education about post-discharge care and danger signs.
5 minutes are up, 2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. The physical infrastructure was perceived better with MNICU as compared to NICU. So to conclude, we see that mothers perceive better provision of care in MNICU as compared to conventional NICU. MNICU design has the potential to reduce gap in communication between parents and healthcare provider, and also it enhances the knowledge of mother in neonatal care, and it provides better discharge preparedness to mother and family. I will thank all the organizers of KMCCON to give me this opportunity to share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi. You can stop sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. This is a concept which is, yes, Rashmi, you are hearing?
Yes, ma'am, I'm hearing, ma'am.
Okay. So this is a concept which is very well applauded globally, and although it entails a lot of infrastructural changes and a lot of inputs in terms of manpower and resources, but
Yes.
it's something which is quite innovative and new. My question to you is that for comparing the maternal perception on the two sides, you used a questionnaire.
Yes,
So was this, what was the origin of this questionnaire? Was it taken up from somewhere?
Ma'am, actually, we earlier had also 2 studies done with similar questionnaire. And ma'am, previous study we did in conventional NICU only. So we used that study, and on the basis of that, we did this comparative study.
So my question related to this questionnaire is the questionnaire validated?
Ma'am, it was not, ma'am, the study which was earlier done was also sent in research paper, although it was not published.
No, validation is done at the level of the investigator and where you are doing the study, not by at the level of reviewer of a journal. Okay, and another question just related to this, was the questionnaire in Hindi or English? Was it read out by somebody or was it handed over? What was the format of the questionnaire?
Ma'am, we had questionnaire in both Hindi and English, although most of our patient required only Hindi questionnaire. Also, ma'am, we have separate person who made attendant understand all the questions which were given in the study. Also, ma'am, the doctors and nurses which were taking care of the patient was not included in interviewing the mothers. Ma'am, there was some separate person to interview the mothers.
Last question. If you hand over a questionnaire for somebody to read and answer, vis-a-vis when somebody explains that questionnaire, who may not be a part of the study team, does it make a difference? Does it
Yes,
make
ma'am. It will decrease the bias. For example, I am interviewing someone and I am only caring for her.
Which out of the two will decrease the bias? Handing over a questionnaire or explaining a questionnaire?
Ma'am, handing over a questionnaire.
All right. Thank you. Dr.
Rashmi.
Thank you, Rashmi. I'm asking the next judge to please take over.
Okay.
Rashmi, excellent study.
Yes.
I have 2 questions. The first question is partly covered by Dr. Shushma already. The question is, was the questionnaire administered, at what intervals was it administered? And did you find any progressive improvement or worsening or change in perception? So was it a single time administration or multiple times?
Sir, we administered questionnaire just before the discharge only, sir. Because if we would have administered earlier, then patient might have thought if they will give some honest opinion, then our treatment may change. So we administered just before discharge, sir.
Do you think it should have been done post-discharge on follow-up, or do you think that would have validated the results better?
Sir, that would be better, sir. Then, but it would have been difficult to follow up the patients.
The second question is, was any similar questionnaire administered to the doctor staff to find out whether they felt increased stresses with the MNCO or vice versa?
Right now, not, sir.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Swarnarekha, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Rashmi, for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, MNICU concept is wonderful, and my congratulations to your team, Harish and Sugandha and everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but my question is very simple and tricky. This is a KMC conference that you're presenting, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the KMC component of this study? And maybe, I understand the study is wonderful to get the, concept of mothers and to say that this is a better way of looking after mothers and babies, no doubt about it. But maybe you could have looked at, was KMC better in the MNICU, even in the questionnaire?
Ma'am,
yeah.
Ma'am, the basis of MNICU is based on KMC only, ma'am. In MNIC, we provide KMC since the birth of the child. Even if the child is on CPAP, even if the child is not yet on feeds, then also we are providing KMC to the baby. Since
so sorry, Rashmi, one second. I understand
yes,
that. I'm aware of that. But a
yes,
questionnaire about what was the concept, the same thing that you said, confidence, whatever. A KMC component also should have been included. Yes, the concept is basically for KMC. But
yes, ma'am.
What was it in the NICU compared to this? Your presumption is that it is 100%. So you
Ma'am,
could,
we have some
yeah.
questions in questionnaire based on KMC. In those questions only we have got that KMC is better if the mother is present 24 hours with the child.
Okay, it's all right. My point was that should have been, if it is a KMC award paper presentation in a KMC conference, that should have been highlighted is all I'm saying. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rashmi.
Thank you, ma'am.
I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Mubashir Shah, who is speaking on effect of early kangaroo mother care on full feeds in preterm infants. Dr. Mubashir, please share your screen.
Good morning, is it visible?
Yes, it is. Please put on slideshow. Yeah, Dr. Mubashir, your time starts now.
Good morning, I am Mubashir Shah. I am presenting our study effect of early kangaroo mother care on time to full feeds in preterm infants.
Mubashir, your audio needs to be louder. It's difficult to hear.
I am presenting our study effect of early kangaroo mother care on time to full feeds in preterm infants, a prospective cohort study. We all know the burden of neonatal mortality, sepsis, hypothermia, EUGR, and ROP is highest in low-middle income countries like India. Mother's milk has significantly been shown to reduce these complications. Reducing time to establish full feeds is thus a priority, especially in LMICs. One intervention which establishes early breastfeeding is KMC. We aim to assess the effects of early KMC in moderately preterm neonates in our resource-limited setup. Our primary objective was time to establish full enteral feeds of 150 ml per kg per day, while secondary objectives were episodes of feeding intolerance, duration of parenteral nutrition, blood culture poised to late onset sepsis, NEC more than or equal to stage 2, chronic lung disease, grade 3 or 4 IVH, EUGR at discharge, duration of hospital stay, and mortality. This was a prospective cohort study wherein we compared outcomes in two epochs, before and after implementation of early KMC in our unit. Epoch 1 was from January 2016 to June 2017, whereas Epoch 2 was from July 2017 to December 2018. Early KMC was not part of standard care in Epoch 1, as KMC was offered to very low birth weight neonates only after they reached full enteral feeds and did not require oxygen or central lines. There was change in practice in Epoch 2, wherein early KMC was initiated in first week of life, even if on any respiratory support or central lines in situ. Mothers were counseled antenatally for early initiation of KMC with a minimum duration of 1 hour at a stretch twice a day and continuing as long as possible. Heart rate and SpO2 were monitored continuously, whereas temperature was monitored before, during, and immediately after early KMC. Preterm neonates of less than or equal to 34 weeks of gestation and less than or equal to 1250 grams at birth who were admitted within 24 hours were included in this study, whereas babies with congenital anomalies died within first week of life or requiring high frequency ventilation or high MAP on non-invasive ventilation or FiO2 more than 50 were excluded from this study. Informed consent was obtained from the parents and ethical approval was taken from the institute. This slide shows the feeding policy of our NICU, which is as per the standard feeding protocols followed in most of the NICUs. It was similar in both the epochs. Mean time to full feeds in babies less than 1250 grams in our unit was 14.7 days. To detect a difference in time to full feeds by 3 days, that is 20% reduction with 80% power and an alpha error of 0.05, the estimated sample size was 180, 160, that's 18 units in each epoch. The sample size was increased by 20% to account for deaths and DAMA. Thus, the required sample size was 192, that is 96 per epoch. Standard statistical tests were applied in this study, wherein we did univariate comparisons and then we did stepwise linear regression. A total of 302 neonates were eligible, out of which 160 belonged to epoch 1 and 142 belonged to epoch 2. 64 neonates from epoch 1 and 46 neonates from epoch 2 were excluded due to the reasons shown in this slide. Finally, 96 neonates in each epoch were followed up for outcomes. The neonatal demographic characteristics like birth weight, IUGR, antenatal steroids, Apgar scores, PDA, etc. were comparable between epoch 1 and epoch 2, except for the lower gestation, higher proportion needing surfactant, and any respiratory support in epoch 2. The characteristics of neonates receiving early KMC is shown in this slide. The mean age of neonates during the start of KMC in epoch 2 was 4 days, and the mean duration of KMC till time to full feeds was 5 hours. 34% of neonates were on respiratory support during KMC. Displacement of the endotracheal tube or UVC was not reported in any of the 8 intubated neonates and 56 neonates with UVC in situ while receiving early KMC. Displacement of the CPAP interface occurred in 5 neonates. Apnea, bradycardia, and hypothermia was noted in 6 respectively. Univariate analysis showed a significant reduction in time to full feeds after implementing early KMC, which was our primary outcome. The duration of parenteral nutrition and proportion of neonates with episodes of feeding intolerance were significantly reduced in epoch 2. The proportion of neonates receiving exclusive mother's own milk at full feeds was 58% versus 76% in epoch 2 versus epoch 1 versus epoch 2. The discharge weight Z score was significantly higher in epoch 2. The multivariate analysis for time to full feeds as a dependent variable between the two groups showed that early KMC exclusive feeding with mother's only milk and blood culture positive late onset sepsis were significant predictors. Early KMC was one of the most significant predictors that was inversely related to time to full feeds. Other researchers have also done the similar studies, and they have shown that early KMC is quite feasible in these very preterm babies. Here we must admit the limitations of our study, which was non-randomized design and small sample size. There was also heterogeneity between groups with respect to neonatal gestation and respiratory status could have limited the effect size for few outcomes. Also, neonatal sickness scores like CRIB score and SNAP2 score on admission in both the epochs were not available in our study. So in conclusion, early KMC was associated with enteral feeds in moderately ill preterm neonates. Our study provides useful data on the safety and efficacy of early KMC in preterm neonates in LIMC setup, especially those with birth weight less than 1250 grams. An adequately powered, well-designed RCT is warranted to confirm our results considering the simplicity and potential benefits of this strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mubashir. Dr. Mubashir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is something wonderful that we are looking at different ways of reducing the duration to reach or the time to reach full feeds. I have one or two comments to make on that. One is, I may have missed it. What is early KMC defined for your study?
Early KMC, we have defined it as a KMC started within the first week of life.
Within the first week of life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anything to do with duration, or is just if it is started, it's taken as early KMC?
Ma'am, we have seen in the literature that KMC, which has been started within the first week of life, even if the baby needs some kind of respiratory support or they need some kind of intravenous fluids. That is they have called it as KMC. So we try to implement that in our resource limited setup.
Okay. All right, fair enough. You have taken 2 epochs, 6 months each, and there is no period where we see that KMC has been implemented and then we start measuring the effect. Do you think it is fine to stop on the 30th of June, the first epoch, and start the second epoch on the 1st of July? Do things in clinical medicine, especially in neonatal care, happen like this? Your response to that?
Yes, ma'am. We know there are some limitations to our study. We know this was a short period to abruptly start from one practice to the other practice, but we try to look at this, can this have an effect? So in the conclusion, we have decided that we need a better study with a better design and a larger sample size to confirm our results, ma'am.
Okay, so no, that doesn't answer me completely. Anyway, the second important aspect about a cohort study is that you take a cohort and you follow that cohort.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So you cannot have exclusions from the cohort after you have picked up. Can everybody please mute their mics? Yeah, so Mubashir, we were at a point where we were discussing that DAMA and mortality and others were the ones that were exclusions. You cannot know in the beginning when you take a baby who's less than 1250 grams that who's going to die and who's going to, go DAMA or whatever. So you will certainly know who's on respiratory support or who is on vasopressor support or who is on high frequency or whatever. So those certainly within the first week, those were there, you're not including them. But once you've included, out of them, if babies end up dying or they end up going somewhere else, that is not an exclusion. Exclusion is at the time when you include what you are excluding. It's not later on. You understand what I'm trying to make you understand? So fundamentally for the study design, a cohort has to be followed and then you report how many of them died and how many whatever happened. The last thing on this is KMC is one of the ways to improve reaching full enteral fees. You've reached at 9 days. Do you think there are other things that you would like to do futuristically to reduce it further? Do you have any idea of another studies who have reached 150 mils per kg earlier than the first week of life? If you don't know, it's fine.
There are other interventions like standardized feeding regimes, or there are like grading up of feeds and taking care of the feeding intolerances and probiotics.
Yeah.
Probiotics and mothers only.
Thank you. And Dr. Shinoy, this time I got your name on time within the window. Please take over. Thank you.
Excellent study, Mubashir. But in addition to the methodological problems, I'd like to ask you, do you think it would have been better to stratify the study as per the respiratory interventions? That is, babies who are relatively more sicker should have been analyzed separately from those who are relatively less sicker, because that would have been an important confounder. Your comments on this?
Yes, sir. We could have done a subgroup analysis for that, sir. But when we started this study, this was a quite abrupt change from our previous practice to a new practice. So we want to do that. We want to do a study where we have subgroup analysis, groups involved in a bigger sample size, sir. In this study, we have not done that, sir.
And secondly, because there was such an abrupt transition, which Dr. Shushma pointed out, do you think in the second epochs, there was significant number of babies who did not receive the intervention which you intended? Because I assume that your analysis was intention to treat analysis.
So there were babies, sir, who were excluded after they were part of the study because of the various reasons. Around 46 we excluded during the 1 month of the that we followed at early KMC. Yes, there were attritions. There were some lost to follow up. We cannot say lost follow up, but there were babies who were excluded from the study. Even initially they were there. So there were some flaws in the study, sir. We will try to rectify them, sir.
And the last point about neonatal sepsis, if I saw your slide correctly, you said the odds for sepsis were increased in epoch 2. That I found a little confusing. Is that so?
Actually, sir, if we see the epoch 2, there were significant babies who received surfactant more than the epoch 1. In epoch 2, there were significant number of babies who received ventilatory support as compared to epoch 1. And moreover, respiratory support was more in babies who had those who were in epoch 2. So maybe
what about sepsis? Was it more in
yes,
epoch?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So maybe because of these features, they had some more sepsis, but it was statistically not significant. Maybe we need to do a larger study, where we can confirm our results, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Swanreka, madam.
Yeah, I might have missed this. I just want to know, you said it's a prospective study. So did it start from epoch 2 or was it from epoch 1?
No, it started from epoch 2, ma'am, basically. So,
so then then it is actually a historical control that you're doing, isn't it? The whole methodology, you should have presented it a little differently. And just a comment on your presentation, you took so much time to introduce the whole thing that the results were not, you just ran through the results slides. So next time you make a presentation, make sure you concentrate on the results and the conclusions during your presentation.
Thank you.
It is the methodology. I mean, that's what all the other judges also have commented. The methodology itself, there is a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But the idea is excellent, and please do another well-designed study to prove this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mubashir Shah. That comes to the end of the presentation in the doctors category. We now move to the nurses category. I invite Ms. Monica Rita Hendricks to present her study on effect of nurture interventions on neurodevelopmental outcomes of preterms. Ms. Monica, can you share your screen, please?
I saw her. Like
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you, but please share your screen.
Yes. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yeah, make it full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you see my screen right now? It's full screen.
Yes.
Your screen, please. Your time starts now.
Good morning to one and all. I'm Monica. I'm an assistant professor from St. John's College of Nursing, and I'm going to present the paper Effective Nurture Intervention on Neurodevelopmental Outcomes of Preterm Neonates in Bangalore. So globally, there are 15 million preterm births. That's about 11%, out of which 90% of them come from the low and middle income countries. India by itself has a 21% preterm birth rate, and overall it accounts for 23.6% of the 15 million preterm births. The survival rate has improved over years, and it has increased from 50 to 80%, but the quality of life and morbidity status of the preterm neonates is still questionable. The stress that results from preterm birth and the requisite acute care and the prolonged physical separation in the NICU can have adverse physiological, psychological effects on both the infant and the mother. It also contributes to long-term physical and neurodevelopmental problems. A high-quality mother-infant interaction facilitates the child's socio-emotional, behavioral, cognitive, and physical development. FNI demonstrated a significant improvement in cognitive and language scores on Bailey Scale 3 in a study done by Martha G. Welsh in 2015. There are very few studies done in this area. KMC is established, and parental interaction with neonates is facilitated in India, creating a more structured protocol for nurture as part of routine neonatal care and fostering closeness to those born too soon within the NICU constraints forms the background of this study.
So the population here were preterm neonates born between 26 to 34 weeks, and it was a mother and neonate diets. The intervention that I gave was nurture in comparison with KMC, and the outcome that I was looking at is improved neurodevelopmental outcome, and the time duration of the follow-up was supposed to be at 12 months of corrected age. The primary objectives of the study were to compare the neurodevelopmental outcomes of preterm babies between the study and control group. My secondary outcomes included language scores, autism screening, sensory outcomes of the preterm babies, and EPDS scores of the mothers between the control and study group. The study was registered under CTRI. The population, as I've already mentioned, were 26 to 34 weeks of gestation neonates who were admitted in the NICU of St. John's Medical College Hospital. Administration permissions were got, IEC was got from St. John's IERB, written consent was taken from the mothers. The design was a randomized control trial, and the duration of the study was between November 2018 to January 2021. The sample size was 53 per arm using a power of 80, an alpha error of 0.5%, and expecting a mean difference of 10. The inclusion criteria included 26 to 34 weeks of gestation, admitted for a minimum period of 3 days in the NICU after recruitment into the study. Preterm neonates who are stable enough for kangaroo mother care and nurture interventions as determined by the treating physician. Mothers of preterm neonates who are physically and psychologically stable enough to participate in the study. The exclusion criteria included neonates who are enrolled in other RCTs, neonates with mothers not available, mothers with suicidal tendencies as determined by the EPDS at the time of recruitment, and mothers diagnosed with psychiatric disorders. So description of intervention was like this. The control group received the standard KMC protocol of St. John's. The experimental group received KMC. In addition to that, they also received firm sustained touch, vocal soothing, eye-to-eye contact, and order exchange by the mother. The data collection procedure was as follows. After eligibility screening and consent, the EPDS assessment was done on the third day. Randomization was done into control and experimental group. They were randomized as to the nurture and KMC group. At discharge, I looked at ROP, MSG, MRI, and EPDS. And at 12 months of corrected age, I checked their neurodevelopment using ages and stages questionnaire 312, language evaluation scale Trivandrum for the language assessment, and MCHAT-R, and as well as SACS-R for autism screening. This was my consort table. The accessible population was 164, and after the exclusion, I got 157. And finally, I have lost 40 to follow up, and I got 61 in the experimental and 56 in the control group. Reliability was done for ASQ for EPDS before administering. Analysis was done using frequency, percentage, mean, interquartile range, chi-square, independent t-test, and bandwidth mean. This is the description of baseline variables of the mother. Majority of the mothers in both groups had collegiate education. Majority of the mothers, that is 96.4% in the experimental and 98.1% in the control, belong to the urban category. In terms of gestational age, most of the mothers belong to the category 28 to 32 weeks of gestation. Majority of the mothers in both the groups were primipares mothers. In terms of maternal OB issues, 69.6 in the experimental and 81.5 in the control had OB issues. The LSCS was the most frequent form of delivery in both the groups. And in terms of exclusive breastfeeding experience, 16.1% had previous breastfeeding experience, and 22.2 in percentage in control had previous breastfeeding experience. In terms of antenatal steroids, 58.9% in the experimental and 72.2 in the control had exposure to antenatal steroids. Majority of, this is the description of baseline variables of the neonates. The mean UPGAR at 1 minute was 5.87 in the experimental, and in the control it was 6.0. In terms of intubation at birth, 21.3% of the babies in the experimental were intubated at birth, and 21.4% in the control were intubated at birth. All the babies, majority of the babies were girl children in both the groups. The groups were homogeneous. Coming to the main outcome of the study, comparison of neurodevelopmental outcome. So I used the ASQ, Ages Stages Questionnaire, 3, 12. So they have different subtypes: communication, gross motor, fine motor, problem solving, and personal social. There is no statistically significant difference between two groups. However, there is a trend which favors the nurture intervention. The number of developmental delays that was below the cutoff score in the experimental group were only 2, whereas the number of developmental delays in the control group were 4. In terms of comparison of the secondary outcomes, there was no statistically significant difference between hearing, ROP, NSG, MRI, LEST, MCHAT, R-bar-F, and SACS-R between the study and experimental group. However, there was a 98.36% pass rate in the study group and 100% in the control group. And in terms of EPDS score, there was a statistically significant difference in the maternal depression at discharge for both the groups, which showed that study and control group were good in reducing maternal depression. This was a supporting study. The strengths of the study were, it was an RTC, it is a handy intervention, and regular interaction with mothers was possible. The limitations is the sample size was calculated using Darcy and DSID. However, due to COVID-19, the outcome had to be changed. The evaluation of the outcome, instead of using Darcy and DSID, I had to use ASQ. And I think facilitating maternal neonatal interaction, involvement of mother in care of preterm neonates, and a protocol to screen mothers for depression and provide psychological support is a mandate. And KMC and Nurture help in reducing maternal depression. So facilitating maternal and neonatal interaction from the nurses' part is quite a mandate from the nursing perspective. Thank you.
Yes, Monica, thank you for this presentation.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm really impressed by the concept that was thought of and the way it was done. However, I would like to first clarify the first thing that you said India has a 21% prematurity rate, or did I get it wrong?
23.6%.
That is country level percentage? No,
yes.
I think that needs to be checked. Please check that. It is 12.9% and not 23 or 23 whatever percent.
Okay, I'm sure.
I would just like to know who did all the tests that you mentioned, the ages and stages and so on and so forth.
I did the test personally, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
The ages and stages was done as a telephonic interview, and also parents used to send me videos. I was supposed to do BSID and Darcy for them, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, face-to-face interaction was not possible, and therefore I used ASQ over telephone.
That's fine. And this is quite good that you have done the test, but was it feasible to do in every single case that you enrolled in both the groups?
Ma'am, initially I started off with about 157 samples, and then I lost about 40 to follow up. The sample size was calculated with a 60 to 65% attrition rate. So the sample size at that time was 75 in each group. So I recruited 157, and from there I got my required sample size. It was difficult. Parents, it used to take 1.5 hours. Parents used to be, sometimes they were very cooperative, but one thing I was happy is I was able to maintain contact because of regular telephonic conversations with them. I used to call them repeatedly every week for the first 4 months, and after that every 1 month till 12 months of corrective age. So to a certain extent it was easy, but
so that's quite encouraging. That's quite encouraging. I just have one small comment to make, that APGAR score you have represented as mean and standard deviation.
Yes,
I think it is better represented as median, because you can't have an APGAR of 5.2 or 6.8 or whatever.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
That's the thing. And one, for my education and for the education of rest of the people who are listening to this, what is this odor exchange?
Odor exchange. So odor exchange is a concept wherein when the mother comes into the NICU, I keep sterilized cloths, the pink cloth that I showed in the PowerPoint. So I keep those cloths. So mother takes one cloth, keeps it under her breast, keeps another cloth under the head cap of the baby. Then she performs KMC. And for how many hours it is possible. Once she leaves, she takes the baby's cloth with her and she keeps her cloth next to the baby. So the aim is basically to facilitate the presence of mother's smell next to the baby and vice versa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Shenoy, please.
Wonderful paper, congratulations. I
Thank
just
you, sir.
have one methodological question.
Yes.
Do you think there was no difference because there was lack of blinding? What do you think?
Yes, sir. Lack of blinding was a problem. And again, in terms of my categorization of very preterm, extreme preterm, and moderate preterm, it would have been better if I did it on one category of preterm rather than taking all of them together. And since I did it on phone, I had to believe everything that the mother said. Of course, some mothers sent videos, some of them were open for video calls. So it becomes totally based on what the mothers communicated to me during the telephonic conversation. So I think that's the reason why there would not have been a statistically significant difference. And another reason is both the groups had done equal amount of KMC. And a mother talking to the baby cannot be controlled. Now, vocal soothing was part of my intervention. A mother in the control group can do vocal soothing without even me teaching her to do it. It is part of her maternal instinct. And if she does that, I cannot say that she is out of my study. So those were small nitty-gritty factors which could have affected the results of the study.
Secondly, do you think that the effect of KMC is so overwhelmingly positive that other interventions do not give that significance? That's why you did not achieve significance in terms of, in your study. Do you think that that could be one of the things?
Yes, yes. KMC, I feel KMC has a lot of positive effects, and I think that could have been one major reason as to why the other interventions, the effect was not so detectable. Because my interventions were small, like vocal soothing, eye-to-eye contact, touch, which is all part of KMC itself. The odor exchange was the only additional component which was out of KMC per se. That is when the mother was not in the NICU, the mother's cloth was in the NICU.
And lastly, I just want to ask you, you have not mentioned it, how many babies in either group had intraventricular hemorrhage or some sort of brain sort of event like seizures?
I have taken the number of IVHs, sir. The problem was because of lack of time, I had not presented it. Just can you give me a moment, sir? Just let Okay, there were 50.81% in the experimental group and 33.9% in the control group had normal NSGs. And 5 babies, that is 8.20 in the experimental, and 9 babies, that is 16.1% in the control group, had abnormal NSGs. And out of the entire lot, for 25 of them in the experimental and 28 of them in the control, NSG was not done because they did not require NSG. So in the experimental, out of 36, 5 were NSG, had an abnormal NSG, and in the control group, out of 28, 9 had an abnormal NSG.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Swanrek.
Yeah, just a quick question, Monica, very well presented. I just wanted to ask you, see, your study period was 2018 to 2020 January, correct?
Yes, ma'am, 21 January.
21 January.
January.
I looked at it. So when was your last recruitment?
Ma'am, my last recruitment was, it started on November 2018 and it was done by September 2019. And my last...
Fine. No. When did you decide to change from the original DASI to ASQ?
My follow-up actually started in January ma'am, my follow-up started when the corona started, ma'am, somewhere around Feb 2020. So then because of that...
That's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bharti, I think we can go on to the next presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Monica. I now invite the next speaker, Ms. Gayatri, who would be speaking on sustaining prolonged kangaroo mother care in a stable low birth weight babies over a 2-year period, a quality improvement approach. Ms. Gayatri, can you share your screen? Yeah. Ms. Gayatri, are you ready?
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Your time starts now.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Gayatri from Home Hospital. I'm presenting QA on KMC. These are our QA team members. Kangaroo mother care is a evidence-based KMC is a proven intervention for preterms. As per Cochrane 2016 study was done. It was survival, growth, breastfeeding rates, reduces hospital acquired infection and hypothermia. As effects are lost longer 20 years with less behavioral issues. Despite evidence, prolonged KMC is a poorly practiced in challenges range from availability of mothers, reluctance by father, to no do of the poor support from policy maker. As there are multiple challenges, we decided to address in this problem by QI approach. Our smart aim is implement KMC in eligible low birth weight babies from a baseline of 2.7 hours per baby to 6 hours per baby per day over a period of 6 months. The eligible baby as defined as baby with no respiratory support or jaundice. 6 hours per baby per day arbitrary cutoff of prolonged KMC. In our 12-bedded NICU, our 12-bedded level 3 NICU, 30 to 40 admissions per month, nurses patient ratio varies between 1:2 or 3. It was done by over a period of 2 years. We formed a team with nurses and doctors in January 2019. Our baseline KMC rate was 2.7 hours per baby per day. We already described our objectives. We are analyzing problem barriers of KMC.
Gayatri, we're not able to hear you.
Yeah, we lost your audio, Gayatri.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, ma'am?
Gayatri? You may have to refresh your screen, Gayatri. Please continue.
This figure depicts fishbone analysis of no prolonged KMC. Process-wise, we having a bed versus chairs for increasing duration of KMC hours. Another concern is a staff awareness. People-wise, mothers unavailable, fathers had an entry restriction. We did not have any KMC beds or an NOR policy. Implementation part in PDSA 1, we aimed at train nurses and provide bed for KMC. Training nurses and provision of bed. We had a 3-bedded HDU adjoining at NICU with less occupancy. We marked at few beds for KMC beds. We increased KMC duration of 2.7 hours to 5 hours per baby per day. Availability of mothers was a concern. So we added foster KMC. So in PDSA 2, Yeah, we removed entry restriction, changed idea, added foster KMC, allowed fathers and grandmothers. Fathers could help in KMC. However, mother lose motivation if not gain weight. We tried structured training of mothers and aims KMC video benefits apart from weight stress. Continued training of nurses. KMC hours was improved more than 6 hours per baby per day. We have tried we have tried sustaining of KMC. We are summarizing, we could implement prolonged KMC more than 6 hours per baby per day with through 3 PDSA cycles, sensitization and reorganization of resources, change idea, reduces variation. This table depicts demographic profile of studied units, 112 babies, mean gestation was 33, mean birth weight was 1552 grams, more than majority of babies born by cesarean delivery, most of the babies born in outborn babies. We are sustaining prolonged KMC. We are motivated our KMC champions and recognition and certified. Our result was displayed in this dashboard. We made a data collection easy in our unit. Doctors prescribed KMC and nurses documented by procedure. And at the end of the day, our night duty staff used to enter in dashboard. We used to use in weekly Excel chart, thus incorporated in existing system. This figure depicts run charts. X-axis shows month-wise, Y-axis shows hours per baby per day. Blue bar indicates hours per baby per day. Red bar indicates median. We could implemented 7 months, sustaining 17 months. Our median was 7.4 hours per baby per day, despite COVID times. Our strengths, nurses lead QI, parent-centric ideas implemented, bed more than chairs, involvement of fathers in care, awareness of mothers, nurses ongoing training, incorporation in day and day practice, part of treatment, sustaining the results despite COVID time. Our limitation was initial bed provision was met with resistance. With constant KMC success, positive feedback from parents supported our policy, change with the administration. A prolonged KMC could be implemented and sustained over 2 years by implementing parent-centric best practices driven by nurse lead QI project, even in a predominant outbound unit. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you, ma'am.
So this was excellent piece of work done in an outbound unit where you had, and even during the COVID times, you could sustain and reach to a level where KMC increased from something like 2 hours to 7 hours. Yes. Although what I notice is that the babies are relatively bigger with a mean weight of 1500 grams and relatively stable. But nonetheless, this is very good and nurse-led QI. So we should have more such aspects being taken up by our NICU nurses and taking them to fruition. Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Beautiful, Gayatri. What do you think was the main barrier which you were able to overcome as part of this study?
Lack of beds is our main worry, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Professor Swanreka.
Gayatri, excellent work. I hope you will be able to sustain this in the coming years, and you can do it for smaller babies. No questions from my side also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gayatri. So that brings to the end of the award paper session. I wholeheartedly thank the 3 judges, Dr. Swarnareka Bhatt, Dr. Sushma Nangia, and Dr. Arvind Sonoy. The results of this, we kindly ask the judges to send it to our KMCCON conference mail, and the prizes would be announced tomorrow. But participation by itself makes you a winner. In the
So thank you. Thank you to the organizers of KMCCON for having us as the judges. And it was a complete pleasure to listen to such wonderful papers being presented, and especially by the nurses, the two papers that have been presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next session, which is KMC for the unstable newborn. We all know stabilizing is the priority where an unstable neonate is concerned. But have we ever given a thought for KMC? So to give us more food for thought, I invite the chairpersons of the next session, Dr. Rekha Udani and Dr. Professor Praveen Kumar. Professor Rekha Udani is from SGS Medical College, who has done path-breaking work and pioneering work in kangaroo mother care, and the oration for this conference is also named after her. And Professor Praveen Kumar, Professor and Head of PGIMR, also shares a passion to innovate, reinvent, and improve on a daily basis to reduce neonatal mortality. The topics for the three lectures include resuscitation and placental transfusion, neonatal couplet care in Sweden, and immediate KMC. Before I hand over the podium to the judges, I also request the speakers and the chairpersons to keep an eye on the time. A buzzer will be sounded at 13 minutes, and overall total time would be around 15 minutes, except for one session on neonatal couplet care in Sweden, where the time is around 20 minutes. I also would like to remind there is a small change in the program. Instead of Dr. Harish Chelani, Dr. Sugandha Arya will be speaking on the Indian experience in immediate KMC. Over to you, chairpersons.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, the organizing team, for this wonderful opportunity and wonderful conference. And I think Dr. Rekha is there, so she's going to start the session. Dr. Rekha, you ready?
I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me to be a chairman for a very important session, KMC in unstable babies. And I am happy to invite a speaker, Vanessa Boyson. She is a great worker for resuscitation of newborns, and her passion is neonatology, and she is involved with mother and baby since last 30 years. And she is a master trainer since last 30 years. I'm really happy to invite her to speak on her subject, and that is KMC in unstable babies, and that is on resuscitation and placental transfer. Over to Vanessa Boyson.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can see me.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay, I'm going to let me just get the quite chilly South Africa. Our winter is starting, and I have been asked to speak on placental transfusion during KMC. the best combo at birth, but I would rather like to rename the session being The Opera Ain't Over Till the Fat Lady Sings. And the fat lady referring to the placenta. And we all have seen a baby like this, birth asphyxia. This is what we really don't want to see, completely non-responsive floppy baby. If we look in South Africa, we can actually see the orange bar at the bottom is our early neonatal mortality rate has not decreased over the past 20 years. And if we look at our Saving Babies report on perinatal mortality in South Africa, we see that intrapartum asphyxia remains a major preventable cause of death. I know this is addressing the more full-term baby, but everything I'm going to say is applicable to the preterm as well as the full-term baby. So if we see just above 1,000 grams, 18% of the babies die due to intrapartum asphyxia, and the main cause of death for term babies still is intrapartum asphyxia. And alarmingly, 72% of these deaths were to mothers with no obstetric condition. Sadly, we had 58,200 stillbirths in this period. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is intact cord resuscitation and helping babies breathe addresses the stillbirth rate as well. So why do babies die of birth asphyxia in South Africa? Obstetric causes is intrapartum related, meconium aspiration, cord prolapse, and then cord around the neck. But on the baby side, why are they dying? And the major cause is inadequate resuscitation. Nurses and doctors don't know how to effectively resuscitate these compromised babies, and then persistent fetal circulation. So if we looked at the modifiable factors that were medical personnel related, sadly, fetal distress was not detected intrauterine, although the fetus was monitored. And fetal distress was not detected, although the fetus was monitored, and then the prolonged second stage. Hypoxia, again, is the main cause of death of babies born in 64.9% of neonates. As a neonatal nurse, the most profound thing that has ever happened to newborn resuscitation is the Helping Babies Breathe program. And I really want to applaud, congratulate, and award the American Academy of Pediatrics for this absolutely easy, highly efficient program when it comes to newborn resuscitation. I remember training back in the 80s when we did resuscitation. We were so focused on intubation, cardiac compressions, and drugs that we actually were doing it wrong. As we can see, all babies require immediate assessment and simple newborn care. What is simple newborn care? Putting the baby skin to skin on the mother. That is resuscitating the baby. And we've missed this. We've been taking babies to these horrible things in the corner and doing full-blown resuscitation there instead of leaving them on their mommies. So only 5 to 10% of all babies will need additional stimulation and clearing the airway. 3 to 6 will need bed mask ventilation. And where we've been focused on so meticulously, 0.2% will need advanced resuscitation, 0.1 chest compressions, and only 0.05 drugs. So Helping Babies Breathe flips it actually around and says, do the right thing from the start. By training all skilled birth attendants, we know that Helping Babies Breathe has shown a 30% reduction of deaths in certain countries, and even stillbirths, their death was significantly reduced. Why? Because we often see a non-breathing baby as a dead baby. And if you would only start stimulating, drying the baby, these babies started breathing as they were in primary apnea. And then what they also speak on is not using oxygen for initial bag mask ventilation. And what I want to stress on is delayed cord clamping. This is a magnificent organ. It does everything for a baby. We need to respect her more. I need lungs to breathe, kidneys to detox me, and a stomach to feed me. This little beautiful, magnificent fat lady does everything for this baby. So if we think of intrauterine circulation, everything is coming from her, and we know that oxygen-rich and oxygen-poor blood is mixing, and that is why these babies have got an intrauterine lower saturation. I really, over the 20 years that I've been training babies, healthcare professionals, doctors and midwives, they are not aware that the intrauterine saturation is actually between 50 and 60, which is actually low. So we start resuscitating because of a blue baby and not because of apnea. But where does this baby come from? Intrauterine, they are panting 600 moles of amniotic fluid through their lungs daily. So when transition from intra to extrauterine life happens, we really need to support this baby in this. And that is why vaginal birth is so important. I don't know about India, but in our private hospitals, our elective cesarean section rate is 85 to 90%, which is unnecessarily high with really serious outcomes in babies, physically, emotionally, psychologically, everything. So at birth, the vagina puts pressure on this neonate's chest, and the tracheal fluid gets forced out, as well as the fluid in the lung alveoli. Our cesarean section baby doesn't have this. So he is actually born with these sopping wet lungs, and his transition to extrauterine life is so much harder because he's trying to get rid of this fluid, and he compensates by grunting and tachypnea. So if we look at the normal alveoli, which is nice and inflated, the baby comes from a more collapsed, sticky alveoli, especially the preterm baby due to lack of surfactant. This baby has got a more higher surface tension of his alveoli, so he's going to need support to breathe. And gas exchange can only happen if this alveoli can come into contact with the capillaries. So after birth, there's a lung vessel relaxation, an increase in systemic blood flow, pulmonary blood flow, and a reduction in the ductus arteriosus. But if we clamp this immediately, prior to that, there's a restriction of flow to the ventricles. Also, with a failure to establish ventilation, pulmonary vascular resistance remains high and compromises pulmonary blood flow. And then the venous return to the left ventricle is increased, and there's a decreased filling of the left ventricle and increased afterload. So we've actually got compromised cardiac output. So we need an open air passage. That is basic newborn resuscitation. And then if we look at blue babies and we want to ventilate them, are we going to use oxygen, or are we going to leave or use room air only? So if you see that 1 minute after birth, our preductal sats is 60 to 65, 2 minutes 65 to 70, and gradually up until 10 minutes, Only after 10 minutes, the saturation will be 85 to 95. So this baby he doesn't have hypoxia. He has just got a much lower preductal sats because he's waiting for the structures in the heart to close, the foramen ovale, the PDA, etc. If you look at this study, they used air, which is 21% oxygen and 100% oxygen, and there was no difference between the saturation of these babies at 5 minutes even. So what I'm trying to say is these babies don't need oxygen, they need time for transition, but support during that time. So I teach all my students to dry the baby on the mother's lower abdomen or her fundus, never between the legs, number one, for heat, but number two, by drying well and drying deep, we are actually causing involution of the uterus, and this lets the mommy's uterus contract, and we reduce, that's the first gush of natural, strong oxytocin, which will then prevent postpartum hemorrhage. I'm sure you're all well aware of this slide. If we look at breast thermography, we can see that the upper part of the mother's chest is warm. It's much warmer there than her auxiliary temperature. And this is just the way that God has made a woman. Our place to put our babies after birth is on the chest. And if we look at the international child survival programs, wonderfully, they also put the baby skin to skin, but this doesn't happen. If we look at helping babies breathe, put skin to skin. MBFHI says initiate skin to skin. ESMO-E, obstetric emergency, says skin to skin. And our program in South Africa, which is management of sick and small newborns, also emphasizes skin to skin. So we dry the baby thoroughly. This is stimulating the baby, just drying the baby. We know that hypothermia is a reality in a newborn baby, even more so in a prem because he doesn't have superficial fat. The cascade of hypothermia is absolutely life-threatening on a baby. We know that especially the prem baby doesn't have brown fat metabolism. So eventually they go into hypoglycemia, they become acidotic, and they can die.
And 2
And
minutes.
then okay, so what I want to say is that when we observe the baby, we ask the mother to help for breathing and breathing well. A baby that isn't breathing needs help to breathe. And we're doing all of this on the mother. The suction devices we use, please, must be gentle and not wall suction catheters, please. We might even cause vagal stimulation and need to breathe. I just quickly want to go through here. So now here the fat lady is, and she's singing. We haven't addressed cord clamping or cord cutting because we need an intact umbilical cord for umbilical venous flow. Remember, this baby's total blood volume, if he weighs 3 kilos, is 300 mils more or less, of which 100 is in the placenta and 200 is in the baby. So we want this placental flow to open the lung alveoli and to get even a better volume going through that thoracic expansion in the presence of a compliant chest wall. We know the umbilical cord blood is the baby's lifeblood, with a lot of other things as well. If an adult loses a third of his blood volume, he's in perilous danger. So here we can see 15 seconds after birth, how much blood is still in the placenta. And we know that the baby gets antibodies and stem cells. So leave the fat lady. I want to put on all labor wards, whatever you do, don't clamp and cut the umbilical cord. You know the benefits of delayed cord clamping. And our father of modern medicine, Erasmus Darwin, said, don't cut the cord until the baby has not only repeatedly breathed well, otherwise he will be much poorer. So this is how we birth our babies, umbilical cord intact, baby still attached to the placenta. Okay, so this is what we do. So I just want to show you that there is cerebral blood flow autoregulation on the preterm baby, and just coming to intraventricular bleeds and sepsis, there is a huge reduction in these studies on the severity of intraventricular bleeds with our preterm babies and sepsis. And one of the things that we really want to address in an NICU is necrotizing enterocolitis. So delayed cord clamping has also reduced necrotizing enterocolitis and all IVHs. So what are we doing? Why are we just clamping this cord so quickly? Because despite all the evidence out there, healthcare workers are still clamping the umbilical cord. And we have to address the cesarean section baby as well. Don't milk the umbilical cord, you are causing hemolysis. Why can we not delay cord clamping with cesarean section babies? Birth the placenta attached to the baby and give the baby the volume and pressure this baby needs to go on to good respiration.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay, so yes. I just quickly would like to show you, so are we going to resus on the MECO or on the mother? This is where we intubate the babies. This is a baby that was, this is how I train them to do the resus on the mother. And I just quickly want to get to a photo that I would like to show you quickly on. This was a spina bifida baby that was intubated on the mother and transported. A breech baby came out non-responsive, pulse was 45, not breathing, CPR was done on the mother, incubated on the mother, transferred skin to skin on the mother. Some people ask, is the mother not anxious? No, she's part of the team. She can see that you are doing everything to save this baby. Skin to skin contact and separation are opposites. We want to stabilize a baby, not make him unstable. Please do skin-to-skin contact, umbilical cord resuscitation first. Technology comes second. Let the fat lady sing, sing, sing until she is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. That was a wonderful talk and really important. I think if we begin our journey well, then obviously the outcome are going to be better. So it's a wonderful idea that even in unstable babies who need resuscitation, if you're able to maintain the skin-to-skin contact, that's a great start. So thank you for sharing that experience. Dr. Rekha, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, and it was such a wonderful presentation. Very nice presentation of a very complicated topic of resuscitation and placental transfusion. And it is very simply, she made us understand what it is, and I have really appreciated. And I don't think, Dr. Pravin, is there any questions for this?
So far, we don't see any, but I guess as we go along, we may have questions. And Vanessa, you will be there till the end of the session, so we can put up the questions to you later.
Congratulations, Vanessa. Very nice presentation.
Thank you so much. And I would just like to make one comment. It's easy to teach an old dog new tricks, so we have to start with the puppies in our medical school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, we will quickly move on to the next talk, for which I would like to invite Dr. John Wester. As you can see from his impressive CV, he comes from the famous Karolinska Institute in Sweden, and his areas of interest have been obviously family-centered care, immediate KMC, and so he's the right person to talk about this. And most of you might be aware that Scandinavian countries and Eastern European countries have been practicing this concept of having mother in the NICU for many, many years. And so we have the right person to share the experience with us. So John, your name reminds me of King John Borg, the famous legendary Swedish tennis player. So welcome, John.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to India. And I'm now inviting you to the archipelago of Stockholm, where I'm self-isolating because of the COVID. And my name, Björn, was, of course, a very inspiring colleague, old colleague of mine. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I think I could start sharing my presentation as quickly as possible. Actually, Suman, I don't know how much time do I have. You were a bit unclear to me how much time.
20
actually.
minutes, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay. I will do it as quickly as possible then. And maybe I will show you some trailer of a video that I could more show at the end of this today's sessions, if there are interest of showing that. Okay, this presentation was made by me and my dear colleague Stina Klemming, who is actually, I think, on this call as well. I gave her the link, the Zoom link, and she has edited most of this. We did it together. Okay, let's see if I can. Yeah, we have no disclosures. We are both NITCA professionals. First, I'd like to go through some terminology I think is important to realize how you can reach neonatal couplet care. You heard about developmental care, you have heard about family-centered care, you have heard about patient and family-centered care introduced maybe 15 years ago in the United States, since people were focusing much more on the family but forgetting the patient. And you heard about family-integrated care concept from Canada. And you heard about your concept, which I think you could call it family participatory care in India. But I'd like you to use this concept, which has developed during the last 5 years, I would say. And it's a combination of the above: infant and family-centered developmental care. That is what we should be used globally. Why? Well, it ties very well into the theme of this conference. The foundation for early childhood development. That is actually the key. Of course, all neonatologists, we want to have the babies to survive. That's the primary key, okay? But the second objective is, of course, to have a good development. Otherwise, we could skip working. So that's why I think you need to have the word developmental in this terminology. The IFCDC is a generic term for nurturing care of the newborn, with the goal to ensure, again, the best health and development into adulthood for every individual infant by optimizing both the individual care, as we heard about resuscitation just recently, and also the hospital systems. And I think I will focus something about this because it's so important. And it's founded on the leading edge work for Barry Brazelton and Heidi Lisals in Boston, Harvard, Boston in the 70s and 80s. And also, of course, of the Declaration of Infant Rights. IFCDC has 3 core principles. It's sensitive care based on the behavioral communication of the infant. It's an essential foundation for the child development. And that goes throughout childhood, of course. sensitive care based on the behavioral communication of the infant or child. Parent engagement is good for parent well-being, of course, and parent-infant relationship and child development. And thirdly, individualized care directed by the behavior of the baby gives the baby a voice of its own. So it's a very ethical, important principle here. IFCDC is evidence-based and it's from the learning of neighbor behavior, neurodevelopment, parent-infant interaction, early relationships, studies, parental involvement, breastfeeding, extremely important. We heard about that already today. And it's based on evidence on environmental in the NICU and systems adaptation. And the term IFCDC is now adopted by the European and American. You look up at that later. So please use the IFCDC in order to incorporate the whole objective of neonatology. And this systems perspective, I think it's very useful. And this was actually a figure graph introduced by Heidi Lizals in Boston already in the early 90s. You have the infant system, the parent system, the system of the family, the NICU system, the hospital system, and the community system. And as we have heard already today, you need to address all these systems in order to achieve a good care for the infant. And for what we strive for in a shorter term perspective and longer term as well, is that we co-regulate. There's a co-regulation between the baby and the parent or caregiver if the parent isn't around by the environmental bedding, or mostly favorable, the KMC helps the baby to achieve its own self-regulation, which is a control of bodily functions like autonomic stability, manage your primary emotions, fears and anxiety, and maintain focus and attention so that would enable social interaction and parental bonding. Just a short example of this girl, the single mom, the parents were not allowed the first hours, but then we could, of course, use KMC. So then talking about the family system, we need to strive for zero separation, which actually is a concept first described by Niels Bergman. We will hear of him tomorrow and more about this tomorrow, but also adopted already in your country at the Southeast Asian meeting in December 18, which took this flyer, zero separation policy. And here we need to have the families together from the moment of birth, even if we have some need of treatment. And this family, they are very focused on this baby that actually needed to be resuscitated for about 10 minutes. But then she could, in the delivery room, be put skin to skin, even if she needed some quite intensive care. And these family, the mothers and fathers, they actually didn't even remember that there were resuscitation. And they didn't remember the CPAP that the baby was on because they were so focused on their triad, on their relationship. Some needs to be a C-section, and that's of course more difficult. But here is a girl at 15 minutes old, resuscitated and stabilized on the father's skin, put skin to skin on the father, and then rolled into the mother on the operating theater before the mother needed to be transferred to her intensive care unit due to a severe preeclampsia. And of course, in order to achieve the zero separation, prolonged zero separation, and we need to address the hospital system and the NICU system. And that's when we introduced the concept of neonatal couplet care, which about 20 years ago at Karolinska in Stockholm. That means from birth, coupling the care of the baby with the care of the mother and continuing on with this in the NICU, in the neonatal couplet care unit, you could say. So this is a mother in the NICU. And this is in the delivery, and before transferring the baby to the NICU, we usually have a surrogate, and usually in Sweden, it's the father. So we put the baby on the father's skin-to-skin contact, and we have a specific system for what we call the NICU bridge, transport equipment, skin-to-skin on the parent or a surrogate. And of course, you need to redesign your units. Here's a blueprint of the first Karolinska neonatal coupled care unit from opened 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. We have a series of family single rooms. We have intensive care area, procedure room, and also intensive care rooms, and family lounge and staff lounge. In essence, in central, we have in Sweden, at the Karolinska, we have decided to have the intensive care not in the family rooms, actually, because we think it's too taxing on the infants or the parents to stay there 24/7 in that room with this very, very intensive care. So we have 2 to 4 beds in the intensive care area, but we have the family rooms en suite or just very adjacent to the intensive care room. So they are very close to their baby all the time. And all the family rooms have their own bathrooms with showers. And quite a few of them have large bathrooms in order to have very sick mothers, so that needs help, assistance when they go to the shower in the bathroom. So the mother comes along as soon as her condition allows. And coupling the care of the mother, as I said, begins at the delivery and then continues on in the NICU. A few examples. This is a mother newly delivered by C-section due to her severe diabetes, and then she's in the NICU and with skin-to-skin, with the baby skin-to-skin. The mother gets her checkup, postpartum checks in the NICU by a visiting midwife or a midwife employed in the NICU. And sometimes the mothers are quite sick, but we roll in this bed into the NICU as quickly as possible. Of course, we have maternal exclusion criteria, like, as I already mentioned, severe preeclampsia or overt eclampsia, of course. Large bleeding or hemodynamic instability or other reasons for need of maternal intensive care. We don't provide maternal intensive care in the NICU. Of course, contagious disease, severe contagious disease, or severe psychiatric illnesses. Someone has addressed that earlier. And here in the neonatal unit, the mothers are becoming the primary caregivers, or the parents are becoming the primary caregivers. As in the beginning, getting assistance from the staff, but later on, actually working quite independently. And note here on this slide, this is a double bed. That means we have a hospital bed for the mother so that she can be enrolled into the operating theater if she gets complications, but the same kind of bed for practical reasons also for the partner. So that means this is a family system. And this mother of twins, a few weeks after delivery, premature twins, she is quite competent at doing the caregiving herself. Parents are also take active parts during the ward rounds. And also sometimes the baby is stable enough to be in the nursing station. But most often when we visit in the family rooms, which would correspond to KMC wards, actually the babies are stable, quite stable, sometimes on CPAP, but simple CPAP. Use the laptops for showing graphs and discussing what's happening with the baby and informing the parents. Sit always down. The person that is actually doing the talking with the parents should bring a stool and sit down, eye level contact with the parents. And of course, we need good hygiene with plastic apron and gloves. So what we have seen, neonatal couplet care reduces the length of stay, especially during the need of intensive care. That's very interesting. Especially the need of intensive care is reduced by the couplet care, in Sweden at least. It reduces the incidence of lung morbidity, like BPD, It reduces mother's anxiety and boosts their feelings of competence as a parent, and improves the tunes and the mother-infant stress regulation. We have seen that on cortisol studies, and also enhances breastfeeding at 3 months post-discharge. So how do we scale this up? Well, of course, we need to change the mindset of all professionals at all levels. We need the support of this hospital system. We need resources. We need leadership. We need the culture, to change the culture. We need policies. And of course, we need continuous monitoring and support and training. That's important issues. And there are toolkits. I would recommend that what the European standards of newborn care that we developed under the umbrella of EFCNI. Please look up to that, and you can see tremendous support material, not only for infant and family-centered developmental care, but for newborn. I'd just want to mention this because in parallel to the activities in Scandinavia, and in Stockholm and other countries and other units in Sweden. There was another Swedish doctor, and his name was Nils Bergman. He was born by Swedish parents, not in Sweden, but in Zimbabwe. He was born and raised in Zimbabwe. And his first job was at his father's hospital, mission hospital, in a very low resource setting. So he, of course, was inspired by the activities from Bogota in Colombia by Sharpak and others. And we have heard about that. So together with a midwife, also Swedish, they decided how they need to use this method, because when they measured the mortality, the survival rate of babies between 1,000 and 1,500 grams, it was shockingly low. So they decided to start the KMC immediately on unstable babies. And that's different from the Bogota experience. And it was an historical control design group, observational study, and they could reduce the mortality from 90 to 50% in this group. And of course, we heard about that, and he heard about our activities in Sweden, and we decided what we need to do a combined effort to do a global trial in low and middle income countries to see if we can affect this by changing the system and introducing immediate skin to skin. So after maybe, I think 5 or 8 years of work, we finally convinced the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to give us a planning grant. That was in 2015. And we recruited, of course, experts in this planning. And one of the biggest experts was Rajiv Bal. You all know of him. And he was employed as a technical consultant in this planning grant. But of course, with his expertise, his knowledge, we soon realized that the WHO was more equipped or had more knowledge of these large trials. So for the grant application, we switched. So he was actually submitting the final grant to the BMGF, and we were the technical experts in the KMC intervention. And also, as mentioned, the Help Baby Breathe program, or W minimum package of care for small infants. And here we are during the preparation phase. Here's actually a photo from where I am at the moment. But this, you're probably familiar with Jiva, and also Dr. Barak from South Africa. They were involved in the planning grant, visiting us in January, standing on the lake, standing on the sea, and they're frozen, of course. And here are neonatologists in the IKMC Global Studies, Agnes Linnér and Siren from Norway, and Nils Bergman, of course, and Dr. Harish. And I don't have a picture of Suganda, Dr. Suganda, but you will see her about her just in a few minutes. All very important persons.
Professor Westrup, 2 minutes left.
Just 2 minutes left. Sorry, then we will have no videos, I think. I just mentioned that in your country, I heard already in February that your ministry offered a guidance note of revised special nursery configuration. And remember, I don't know how this has developed, but already they recommended dissemination of KMC, of course, also of family participatory care that would empower the mother to stay with the newborn and to provide some developmental supportive care. I would translate this to IFCDC. They also said that you should redesign your units so that you have observational care for newborns that don't require SNC, but also remember, making provisions for the mothers of the SNCU admissions, a bed, diet, and treatment. Actually, what they were asking you to do is neonatal couplet care for all of India. I would congratulate your government. I hope this will continue, but from my experience, decades of experience, I know that it takes time. And that's why I think conferences like this are so important. And also remember, these systems might have challenges, all of these systems. And if you have challenges around this in the community systems, like hospital decisions, like shortage of nurses, like shortage of beds, political decisions, political instability, war, natural disasters, and pandemic, it will all go down to this, the care of the infant. So we need continuously to monitor and support this. And I'd just like to thank you very much. And this is taken from Suganda's unit in Safdarjung. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Suman, please advise me what to do with the video then.
Thank you, John, for this wonderful presentation and sharing your experience of the IKMC. I'm sure it's pretty inspiring to a lot of people, and people get idea that how they can initiate this at whatever level possible in their own setups. I don't see any active questions in the chat box at the moment, although there's a previous question maybe you can try to address. That in private sector, how does one kind of initiate this process? In government sector, maybe you have more support and all, but I don't know, in Sweden, do you have private sector, and do they also adopt this model?
We have a little bit of private, but it's very, very small in Sweden. And the ones that actually started they had, of course, implemented this because we have shown in research that it's more effective and it's very much appreciated. So if the private sector wants to have customers, you spread the word around in your newspapers and your social media, and they need to do this because they will get better medical outcome and will get much more satisfied parents.
Thank you.
But the video I do have, I can show it later today at the end of the meeting because it's a 20 minutes video slideshow that shows very well, very didactical, the practical aspects. And that I think would be very interesting for you to see how you could do that.
Thank you. Thank you, John. So I think in view of shortage of time, I would pass on the baton to Dr. Rekha for the next talk. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, friends. Now I have Dr. Sugandha Arya for the Indian experience. Although I was told that Dr. Chelani is going to be presenting, but even Dr. Sugandha has been working with Dr. Chelani. She is a professor in Department of Pediatrics at Safdarjung Hospital. We know her, she is a Hardonian, and her interest is pediatrics and neonatology. And I would request her to speak on immediate kangaroo mother care, that is mother and newborn in intensive care. I had heard from Sweden in 2008 and 2010. At that time, I was wondering that how they can do KMC in NICU, because our teaching is in the past when we were the housemen and all. At that time, our teaching was that that mother never comes into NICU. Over a period of time, we have improved on it, and at the same time, now we are allowing mothers into NICU, but that paradigm shift totally we have not experienced, and this is the first paper from Safdarjung Hospital, and I congratulate them to do a wonderful job, and let us hope that we all can do in future. Thank you.
A very good day to everyone, and thanks for giving me this opportunity on this important forum. And Dr. Bjorn, he and his team had been a big support and make it operationalize this study in our hospital as well as all other countries. So now I'm going to talk about Indian experience of this IKMC study, which Dr. Bjorn has referred and has been finished in January 2020. And where this immediate KMC study has now created a paradigm shift in the care of small and sick newborns by creating this concept of MNICU. So before this study, what we knew about kangaroo mother care, that it is an effective low-cost intervention, causes 40% reduction in mortality, infection, and also improves thermal control and nutrition. But very important thing is that in all these studies, these benefits have been produced in the babies who have survived the period of stabilization, and this mortality has reduced only post-stabilization. But unfortunately, our majority of neonates die during the sick period or during the step before stabilization. So the issue of immediate KMC came up, that it might reduce the mortality in those people also. Before this study, there were two small-scale randomized controlled trials, as one from South Africa and one from Vietnam. These two studies were small sample size, and they studied the effect of early KMC on stabilization. However, safety and efficacy overall on of this immediate KMC or KMC of a sick neonate was almost uncertain. So with this background, WHO, in collaboration with the Karolinska Institute, initiated a multi-country randomized control trial to evaluate the impact of continuous KMC initiated immediately after birth compared to the conventional one that KMC initiated after stabilization. And here the main primary outcome was survival or mortality. This study was conducted in Africa and Asia. African experience will be shared by Dr. Queen in the subsequent one, and I will be talking about the Indian experience of this study, where Safdarjung was the site where this study was conducted. So broadly about the trial, somebody asked in chat box also that is there any comparison of the two groups? So here this study is giving evidence now regarding early KMC. This trial was conducted in 5 referral hospitals of 5 different countries in Africa. Malawi, Nigeria, Tanzania, Ghana were the sites. And initially when the study was started, sample size calculated was 4,200. However, this study started in November 2017, and in Jan 2020, when we reached a sample size of 3,200, definite benefit was established, and on recommendation of DSMB, study was stopped early because the benefit came up and there was a significant reduction in mortality. So population in this study were the small, these neonates 1 to 1.8 kg. These babies are routinely transferred to nurseries irrespective of their sickness level in all the NICUs. And intervention which we studied in this IKMC study was that KMC was initiated as soon as possible, and then continuous KMC till the baby was discharged. And control was the same conventional care which we have been doing for years, that the babies were separated from mothers, sent to NICU, and once clinically stable, babies were given KMC. Primary outcome was mortality, and secondary outcomes were sepsis, hypothermia, hypoglycemia, and breastfeeding rates. So this was our control group, which is the conventional standard care, which we have been doing for years together, that these babies 1 to 1.8 kg, both stable and sick, were shifted to NICU, and only once the baby was stable, baby was shifted to KMC ward for KMC. And sorry. I think somebody is not on mute. So I think the definition for this study was that the KMC should be started immediately after birth as soon as feasible, and then we aimed to provide continuous skin to skin either with mother or surrogate, and aim was to reach 20 hours a day and for exclusive breastfeeding as a part of IKMC. However, now to operationalize this study, if you see that the intervention is almost zero separation. That is the intervention, you can call it IKMC or zero separation, that the baby and mother needed to be together irrespective of sickness level right from birth. So operationalized required vision of skin to skin at birth, immediate KMC as soon as possible after birth, transport in KMC position, and also the implementation of intervention required mother or surrogate to be with the baby. So we had to establish a new infrastructure, Mother NICU. I'll be telling you in the subsequent slides that how it was constructed, and KMC ward, which we had already existing for the stable baby. So KMC wards were there. So immediately at birth, in this study, the intervention required the baby to the abdomen, and once the baby subsequently the baby initiated in KMC, and then baby was transported in KMC from labor room to Mother NICU. In subsequent slides, I'll tell you our experience of KMC transport also. And this was the facility which was created for this study, because we needed mother and baby together, with baby requiring level 2 nursery facilities. So this is a Mother NICU of Safdarjung Hospital, 12-bedded, where it is a level 2 NICU where mother and baby care together 24/7. Mother and baby stay. And if you see one of the cubicles, I have shown all the cubicles together in the previous slide. So if you see one cubicle, so this Mother NICU, each cubicle has all provisions of intensive care bed for the baby requiring IV fluid, oxygen, monitor, CPAP, phototherapy, etc. And for mother, there was adult bed with adjustable back support to give prolonged hours of KMC, even when the baby was in respiratory support. And similarly for mother, NICU needed infrastructure for care of mother. Mother had to stay 24 hours. She had just delivered. So these mothers might need examinations. So her cubicle, and then pantry, toilet, and bathing room for the mother so that she can maintain her hygiene. And also she can spend 24/7 with all these facilities. Only then it was possible for her to stay inside the NICU. But it was this operationalization, no doubt, it was not easy. And so practically, as I said, this study, if we now look at this IKMC, amounted to actually zero separation, which we are talking these days, that there was no separation of baby and mother as far as possible. And there were a lot of challenges, because now we are doing this for 6 small newborns. Since I was discussing with experience, so I thought I'll share with you the challenges which we faced while operationalizing this study. And what was the experience? I'll come to the results little later. So once we were operationalizing, the first thing was we had to create an infrastructure and processes to initiate KMC in the labor room itself. Then transporting the baby in KMC position. As I told, mother in NICU, this infrastructure had to be created, because in the nursery, we didn't have enough space to put the mother's bed. So the another option for India was to create a new infrastructure. Then we had to optimize respiratory support. Many of our babies had respiratory distress at birth. Many were preterm. Monitoring for asepsis infection was a big challenge, and coordination with obstetric teams for providing couplet care of both mother and baby together, the concept introduced by KIT. Now, first of all, it was a challenge of initiating KMC in the labor room. Our delivery tables were very narrow, as in most of the hospitals. So we had a lot of challenge initiating KMC on the delivery table. And then we had a designated IKMC area with bed and KMC chair in the labor room itself, because many babies we had to shift with the surrogate. Since these babies are small and many of them are sick, 1 to 1.8 kg, we couldn't keep them in labor room for long period in KMC. So baby and shifted surrogate to the NICU, and mother, once stable in vaginal delivery or cesarean, was reached NICU little later. Until then, surrogate provided the KMC. And similarly, ensuring supply is very important to have KMC garments with binders, as I will show you how they help in maintaining the neck position of a sick baby. Another challenge was optimizing respiratory support. These babies were 1 to 1.8 kg, so a large number had respiratory distress, we had CPAP, and we had to provide KMC along with that because it was a continuous KMC. So binder helped us, the like position, nasal interface had to be optimized. And initially we faced a lot of challenge in ensuring proper fixation of CPAP and nasal interface in KMC, and KI expert team, they gave us support on the ground to make it operationalized, and subsequently it became quite comfortable once we were in the practice of doing this. And continuous SpO2 and heart rate monitoring was done to optimize PEEP and FiO2. So this is the KMC garment which was used in IKMC study. You can see there are two components. There is a binder, and this binder actually keeps the baby's neck fixed in slightly extended position. And then there is a KMC shirt to prevent the baby from falling. And also it covers the baby and mother together in the shirt. So this is how these babies received respiratory support in KMC position with different kinds of nasal interfaces and while continuing KMC. Another challenge which we faced when this study was initiated, a major concern came on the part of pediatricians, neonatologists from various hospitals of India, and policymakers also, that in this study, if you bring mothers in NICU, it will bring more infections. So it was a huge concern. Fortunately, we had a background that KMC, already the studies are there which show that KMC reduces nosocomial infections by almost 55%. And once the study was initiated, right in the beginning, in the few months, we realized that mothers can be easily trained to follow asepsis routines. Rather, I found they do it more religiously even than the healthcare workers. Since these mothers have just delivered some 1 hour back, some 4 hours back, these mothers also need care in MNICU, like couplet care. Mothers also need a care. So what was done to overcome this challenge, essential care package was developed for immediate postnatal care, for the normal, for the routine postnatal care, and neonatal nurses were, interestingly, neonatal nurses were trained to do that because the mothers were coming to the nursery. So neonatal nurses, they started taking care of the mother, making it totally couplet. Obstetric team visits, now also our MNICU is functional. So obstetric team comes and sees and cares for the mothers in MNICU unit itself. They come and see the patients. And for couplet care or for zero separation, IKMC, whatever we say, equal partnership and strong collaboration with obstetricians is a must. Otherwise, this just cannot work out. This slide, as Dr. Bjorn also shared, we had taken this slide where medical round of infant and mother, you can see both teams doing side by side, and both are getting interested in each other's patients now. When they come to MNICU, they want to know about both the baby and the mother. Now coming to the results, as everybody wanted to see that what were the results of this study. Everybody, all countries, everywhere, WHO, everybody had an eye on this. Results are out. The studies under publication will be soon published. But here I'm going to share with you more what we experienced in India rather than overall results, because African experience will be shared by Dr. Queen. So I'll be telling you what results we got in our country. First of all, I want to tell you that this study gave us opportunity to experience KMC transport, because intervention babies had to be transported in KMC with mother. And this experience, we found that KMC transport is very feasible. Even the small sick newborns on CPAP, even we could transfer almost 71% of the babies in KMC. And but most of the KMC transport was done with surrogates, as in Karolinska, they are doing most with the fathers. But here we don't have the comfort level of the mothers, of gents being around, males being around. So here female surrogates, they helped in this system. Then we found KMC transport is efficacious. Babies did not get hypothermia. 98.2% babies transported in KMC and received euthermic in MNICU. So KMC works very well. And very interesting fact that not only it is safe, efficacious, our babies were more stable in KMC transport rather than non-KMC group. And we found less desaturations, less severe chest indrawing, less nasal flaring in the babies who were transferred. So they rather stabilized during this process. So this experience is going to give a very good evidence for coming time to encourage KMC transport both intramural and extramural.
Sugandha ma'am, 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll now speed up fast. So MNICU, although results, then in MNICU, KMC opportunity was more. So you can see 16.8 hours babies were in KMC in MNICU as compared to NICU. And breastfeeding rates, initiation of breast milk feeds and full breast milk feeds, all rates were statistically significantly higher, which was very obvious because mother was inside NICU with the baby 24/7. So she was right there to feed. An important slide to show the results, what has happened in India. Overall mortality reduction has occurred by 25% if we see IKMC study overall in the 5 countries. But in India, the mortality reduction was 34%. Less sepsis associated mortality was found, no increase in hypothermia because our control babies were in radiant warmers. So we found that even if we don't keep them in radiant warmers in KMC, they do not get hypothermic. A very interesting finding I want to tell here when I was looking at Indian results, that hyperthermia was more in the babies in radiant warmer than in KMC. And this was, most of the cases, this was iatrogenic. Either the probe got dislodged or probe not properly placed. So in KMC, babies are safe from this side effect of radiant warmers also. Then mothers definitely get the opportunity to be the primary caregiver in MNICU, and the care in MNICU is totally developmentally supportive with mother around. And you can see that even the twins with a happy mother. And also, since mother is staying with us throughout 24/7, so it improves opportunities for counseling the mother, and mothers are well prepared for discharge. They have seen everything in front of their eyes. They have practiced everything. So discharge preparedness is good. And overall experience of mothers and staff, we found that there was less anxiety and stress among the mothers, better parental satisfaction. When the study began, nursing staff had a lot of apprehension that presence of mother will increase their workload, they have to take care of mother, mothers will interfere. But interestingly, only few months down the line, staff actually said that the workload is reduced due to presence of mother in MNICU as care provider. She does everything for the baby, diaper changing, feeding. So ultimately, the staff also got very, very comfortable with this setup. So what we found that this study has now caused a paradigm shift from conventional care to this study has shown zero separation. Means the baby mother together from birth till discharge. Zero separation has become a full evidence has got created by this study to practice zero separation for sick neonates, small neonates also. Last slide, but I wanted this slide to show. So India experience as well as Africa experience clearly shows that zero separation of small and sick babies is feasible. Median duration of STS we could achieve was 68.8 hours per day. Zero separation was efficacious, 34% reduction in mortality in IKMC group in India. We found no increase in risk of sepsis, hypothermia, hypoglycemia, and very, very important, zero separation is acceptable. Positive feedback from parents and health personnel, and in the future, we can make it a reality with this evidence now in hands. Thank you. Any questions? I would love to answer. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Sugandha. Wonderful presentation here. And very nicely, one thing which I have seen is that there are people who are saying that KMC is not possible for longer duration. And here we are saying that it can be done more than 20 hours immediately after birth, and even in the babies who are which you have made it very clear. My video is not there. Okay. So I congratulate for this particular paper, as well as I was very happy to learn that mortality reduction was very important point when it was given for more than 20 hours, almost about 34% reduction in mortality, which was very good. There was no evidence of hypothermia, which we can understand because other babies were underneath the warmer. But at the same time, I would say that the hyperthermia was there in the babies underneath the warmer. So that was also a very good point which you have brought out. And babies reaching full feeds was also earlier. So that was also a very good point. And at the same time, you need to give a counseling all the time to the mother. And that was also very good. And thing is that between the obstetrician and the pediatrician, neonatologist, that whatever rapport which we develop is also increased in this situation. It was wonderful presentation. Somebody has written here the question that is it that the cost is involved? So that cost, can you just say that is it a very highly cost one, or what do you want to answer in that? Any economic analysis or anything? Is it how it will be cost effective?
And this economic analysis is going on in WHO. We are doing that economic analysis, seeing the duration decrease in the mortality, and it is showing definite economic benefit because we need to invest in infrastructure initially, but the reduction in mortality that will overshoot the investment which will be required in this venture. So that is underway, and the moment is ready, we'll be sharing with the group.
Thank you, Dr. Sugandha. There are other questions also, Dr. Praveen. Would you like to say about the second question?
Yeah, I think one of the questions which people are asking is, I mean, you did allude to it, a lot of challenges you faced in the mindset and etc. So maybe you can give a brief answer that what kind of behavior change strategies were adopted, and what can people do if they do not have enough space to, modify the design. So are there any alternatives? Just a brief comment you can make.
Is it a question? Should I respond?
Yes, please. Brief comment.
Yeah, regarding the first point regarding the behavior change, as I said, there were apprehensions regarding increase in sepsis, and as well as there was apprehension from the healthcare personnel regarding the presence of mother inside, because they thought that everything will be under watch. But actually, we see in PICUs, we have the relatives around. That is not an issue. But in NICUs, we are in that conventional habit of not having the parents inside. But once they started practicing this, they found that parents were not a hindrance, or parents were not increasing their workload. And parents were rather more of help. As Dr. Vanessa has told, that mothers are not actually anxious seeing the baby, what is happening. They are rather more comfortable that baby is being taken care of. So slowly our nurses realized that actually their workload reduces by the presence of, even doctors realized a lot of monitoring is done by the mothers. They even inform when the saturation falls, they inform when the IV line stops, they inform all the danger signs. So actually once it came into practice and people saw with eyes, yes, this is happening, and they started finding the benefits, behavioral change started coming in. So
nurse and baby ratio, which we say in NICU, it is 1:1. Here, mother is acting as a nurse and with love and affection. So definitely, it will have a great impact on it. Now, there is another question which Ramesh Chaudhary has asked. Time taken to train. Ramesh Chaudhary is from Jaipur, and he is really doing wonderful KMC in Jaipur in his hospital. Time taken to train all MNICU staff, especially IKMC at birth and transport, any certification of caregivers, competency, check systems. So, but as there is a initial resistance by grassroots caregivers while shifting from traditional mode of care to new care. What was behavioral change that already you have said partly? Okay.
And fortunately, this study was a research, was in research mode. So we had research staff initially to do that. And slowly our clinical care persons, they took over with time. So initially we had research staff support also. Now they have all weaned off since the study is completed, and now we are running MNICO with our clinical staff only. But by that time they were already trained by the time the study stopped.
Dr. Somshekhar has asked very valid question. How can this be upscaled into private sector and states where space might be a constraint in urban government centers? I have an answer to this.
I think Dr. Westrup has already put in a lot of responses to this question. Yes, madam, please.
Yes, I would say that when there is a will, there is a way. Only thing you have to really be willing to do, and one can do it.
I think I would agree. So whenever you have to start something new, especially from traditional, obviously there will be challenges, resistance, and so I think we can always find ways and means. And what works in one place may not work in other place. We have to find our local ways and solutions. So thank you, Dr. Sugandha, for that wonderful exposition of the experience from India. I think we now need to quickly move on to the next speaker, Dr. Queen, who is going to share the experience from Africa. Dr. Queen, as you can see from the CV which she sent, she's so humble and so modest, but she's actually the queen. She's the queen of health services in Malawi and has done a great job in taking care of small babies. Over to you, Dr. Queen.
Thank you very much. I have a challenge with bandwidth, so I'm going to switch off my video, but you'll still be able to see my picture on the screen. Thank you. So next slide. Next slide.
Just give a minute, Queen. You would like us to share the slides?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just give a minute. So we are ready to go.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Sugandha, for giving a background for the IKMC study. I'll concentrate much on the how to take it from a study setting to implementing it in an African setting, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. So just a little bit of background. We know that 11 million deaths actually occur in the high-income countries. The picture of interest is the middle income, but also the number of births that are still occurring at home and births that are occurring in low income countries. So the picture at the bottom, you see there are 4 babies sharing one cot, and this is a reality in most of our settings. Next slide, please. We've known, and things haven't changed over the past decade, that if we invest on care during labor around birth, and in the first week of life, we're bound to achieve more. But also, if we invest on care of the small and sick newborn, you also get maximum gains. And we've known for quite some time now that if we invest in kangaroo mother care as part and parcel of care of the small and sick newborn, you actually reduce mortality, not just mortality, but also morbidity, particularly to do with neurodevelopmental outcomes in the long term. The question has always been, doing KMC in stable babies and therefore, omitting the time when these babies are really, really fragile. Next slide. I've talked about the way the highest impact is. Next slide. Now, for Malawi, it's a small country comparative to India. Maybe it's the size of one state in India. We are a country of 19 million people. But in terms of situation for newborns in Malawi, every day we lose about 41 babies. So in a country that has 19 million people, this is quite a lot. Our neonatal mortality rate stands at 23 per 1,000 live births, and prematurity contributes about a third. And we're not quite surprised because nearly 20% of our pregnant women deliver early. And in 2015, Malawi together with other countries, also developed its own Every Newborn Action Plan. And one of the things that we wanted to concentrate on was care of the small and sick newborn. Just to mention that KMC was introduced in Malawi in 1999. So we've actually been practicing KMC for decades. And by 2015, KMC was available in all our public facilities. 70% of the healthcare in Malawi is actually public and the 30% is private. Next slide. Now, I talked about 2015, us launching the Every Newborn Action Plan. We had to put some KMC indicators in the DHIS2. And we had some implementation research to try and figure out how best you can bring the mother closer to their baby, even babies that were very, very tiny. So around about this time, we even reduced the weight at which we started. We're starting KMC, as long as the baby was off oxygen, off CPAP, and not getting IV fluids. So we went down to as low as 700 grams. Next slide. Some of the milestones that we had put in place was the establishment of newborn care units. But at this particular time, we were thinking about a sick baby. We were not thinking about their mother. So we only thought about the mother once a baby was stable. So we also established these KMC units. They were part and parcel of the newborn care units. But as I said, just for stable babies. Next slide. These are some of the things that we had to set up. Space is a huge constraint. And the pictures that you see are some of the units that were established from 2016. I want you to keep this at the back of your minds, because as we're bringing the mother into these spaces, the question is, how do you exactly do it? And there was a lot of capacity building for health workers on care of the small and sick newborn, development of standards, and also addressing the health information needs. We also needed to look at equipment and supplies for the small and sick newborn. So we did this from around about 2016, which was a very, very, very good premise as for the IKMC study. Next slide. So Suganda, I will not go into the details of the immediate KMC study. Suganda has beautifully described what it was together with the objectives. So I'll go straight into the next slide. Now, if you have the picture, a slide before this one, of some of the newborn care units that we established, particularly in the district hospitals, we had to do exactly the same in our tertiary units. So when we started the IKMC study, we had to bring the mother into this particular space. We didn't have the luxury of creating MNICUs. At the same time, from around about 2017, there was a lot of push from our members of staff, but also from families wanting to get the mother into the neonatal intensive care unit, because people had seen that with 700 grandmas that were off oxygen, off CPAP, the babies, their outcomes were far much better than when we had kept them in the NICU. So there had been a lot of push wanting to get the mothers into our NICUs. So we didn't have challenges with staff accepting this or the families accepting it. It was just a matter of time. So we needed to create space. So within the NICUs, we brought in beds. And the picture that you see is a mother that had just literally given birth. This was the first hour. The baby 1 kilo, straight away put on CPAP, on a monitor, and she's lying in the middle of the NICU with her baby. She immediately went to sleep. And for us, this was an amazing sight. And I want you to pay close attention to the equipment that needs to go along with this. The monitoring part, the bubble CPAP machine, infusion pumps, it is possible for us to be able to do this. But once you bring in beds, maternal beds into the neonatal intensive care unit, then you reduce the capacity of the neonatal intensive care unit. Next slide. Our health facilities are simply not built or equipped already for kangaroo mother care. I took these pictures from the internet, but these are pictures that speak volumes of what we encounter on a daily basis. So you have really, really tiny spaces, yet we want to encourage zero separation. And sometimes there's physically no space for the mother to be able to sit and feed their baby. Next slide. Now, having been so excited with the results that we were able to see from the IKMC study, similar like India, the figures are different, but the trend is the same. We needed to figure out. For us, it wasn't just thinking about the mother. So the picture on the right is a mother who had delivered twins. And her mother-in-law and her biological mother were actually helping her look after the twins. So if you bring in one bed, what happens to the other baby? And so we needed to start to think about a family approach to this zero separation. Next slide. And after we had these exciting results from the immediate kangaroo mother care study, we engaged some of our engineering students to innovate around furniture that you can use in limited spaces. We thought this shouldn't be an excuse for us being able to scale this. So what you see in the middle is a chair that can be turned into a bed. And this is so critical, particularly when you have space challenges. So you can still bring in the mother into the unit, not compromise space a lot. And we tried this out in our unit, looked at feedback from the mothers, space issues in terms of if you had to manage a baby that was on CPAP, was this doable? And the results are pretty promising. So we want to improve on an innovation that you're seeing. Next slide. And so we've had to really think hard on the health system building blocks, financing. We've seen from the IKMC study that this intervention comes with a cost. It's not the same as the KMC units where we have stable babies. So this comes with a cost, space issues. So we are engaging our ministry, particularly our infrastructure department, to adjust, to redo the floor plans for our neonatal units. So for upcoming district hospitals and tertiary units, we're able to have MNICUs like in Suganda's unit. The information system, so how do you bring in the maternal records into the neonatal intensive care unit? So we're working on the information system that should pair the mother and their baby. And human resources, we realize that a cadre equivalent to a nurse assistant is really critical for this MNICU concept. Apart from the nurses, you really need these nurse assistants, and we don't have such within our establishment. I already talked about technologies and leadership and guidance and governance. You need somebody who can push this from the national level. Next slide. It's a picture of floor plans, but also thinking through recreation activities for the mothers. The MNICUs can be so stressful for the moms with machines beeping. So thinking about recreational activities for these mothers as they're in these MNICUs. Next slide. So what is it that we've learned? That we need to strengthen leadership. So you need to have national level commitment, but not just government commitment. You need to engage other stakeholders, innovate around the space issues that I talked about. Investment is key. Integrating maternal care, and continuation in investing for comfortable and practical newborn unit spaces in facilities. One day at a time, we need to do some soul searching. What is it that we can do at the moment? and ensure clear hospital policies that support immediate kangaroo mother care. And identify and invest in community-based approaches. One of the things that we learned was how critical it was to have the right customized wrapper for airway protection for these small babies. And we're saying this should be looked upon as a health commodity, and so be included as we're planning for medical commodities in our district health plans. Next slide. And this is my last slide, just to say a very big thank you for the opportunity to share the African experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Queen. That was really wonderful. And I think your example of how to work around, even in the limited space available, was great. And that engineering innovation of trying to create a KMC bed cum chair, I think that's really exciting. So I don't see any other further questions. There's a question related to working during COVID scenarios, but I guess that is going to be addressed in the next couple of lectures. So we will not take that up. Dr. Rekha Madam, you have any comments, questions?
Yes, it was a good presentation. And from what I learned from your presentation, number one is that there is a need for a very effective leadership, number one. And number two, there is a need to change the mindset. So with that, probably, and of course, we need to have many more such type of studies, and then we can come to conclusion. But I would definitely, from this initial studies, it is really good. And we have seen the reports from Sweden. We have seen the slides, we have seen their presentation. They are doing since 2008 onwards. Rather, they have demolished level 4 care. And then they started this MNICU, where individual cots were given for the individual mothers, and they were immediately keeping babies in the KMC, and they were ventilating, and the mother and father were only there. The nurse used to come and visit like a guest, and that is the way they were taking wonderful care. So it is possible. Only thing we have to really go into that we really want to do, and then probably we can do it. There will be many challenges, because even in our setup, allowing mothers into NICU, my colleague Dr. Nanavati may be knowing and knows that we had such a lot of troubles in allowing challenges in allowing mothers into NICU. So here we are talking of small babies putting into KMC immediately after birth. They are unstable, and then also it is possible, and rather KMC is helping. So we really need to have many more such studies, and I congratulate both the speakers for their excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So I think this was a great session, because KMC in unstable babies is something where people are really scared, and even these days a lot of doubt. So, and I think these three experiences from three different types of world: the most developed, the middle world, and the maybe the lowest socioeconomic status world, all have shown efficacy, safety, and a lot of innovation. So I guess this will inspire a lot of people to take this up, and these three experts will be available for clarifying any other queries people may have. So
Praveen,
over to the organizers.
Praveen, can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Sir, there is a question from the live YouTube.
Okay, please.
This is mainly, I think it was for Sugandha. How do you allot staff nurses taking care of mother and newborn if sick, especially if staff shortage scenarios like COVID times in MNICU? And before we go to this question, I have an announcement to make. I know we were running late and we were trying to cut down on questions and all, but this is the essence of any workshop, and we don't want to do that. We want to have a lot of interaction. So we have made a few changes, particularly in the free paper session. So we don't have a constraint of time. I think for another 5 minutes, there could be a discussion in this symposium on immediate KMC. So over to you, sir, for this question, and over to Sugandha maybe for the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, should I answer? Yeah, regarding the sick mothers, just like KI Institute, we also have exclusion criteria. We don't take the sick mothers in. preeclampsia, eclampsia, any other mother with unstable vitals or PPH, all these are excluded to be taken into MNICU. Only stable mothers are taken. And another thing which can happen is monitoring of the mothers in the MNICU. So neonatal nurses have been trained in the danger signs. And if there is any danger sign, they pick up. They immediately inform the obstetrician on call for MNICU, and mother is transferred out. And till then, the baby stays inside MNICU with surrogate, female surrogate. So we don't keep the sick mothers in, and keep watch for the sick signs also.
Thank you, Sugandha. So if anybody has any other question, they can post. Or Dr. Queen or Dr. John, you want to make any other comment? Okay, there's a very difficult question.
Comment from Dr. Fung Wai.
Yeah.
How to change the mindset of head of department who don't want to change.
Ma'am, should I respond to this a little bit? I know, difficult question, but I think it's not a question of HOD or others. You have to move with everyone. So it's not the HOD convincing HOD. All your colleagues should be convinced. Nurses should be convinced. And the best way now is showing them the evidence. Now the science is based on medicine, evidence-based medicine. So let us show them the evidence that, look, the study has shown the benefit, efficacy, as well as safety. So probably that is the only way out to convince people now, even the policymakers.
I think basically we are entering into the field of quality improvement and implementation science.
And also,
yes, Dr. Beth.
Yeah, I know from talking with Rajiv Bal that WHO will issue new global guidelines. So we could definitely rely on those as well. And I think it's just as Dr. Sugandha said, we have now the evidence that it will be published in the end of May, I think. And then you should use the social media platforms, patient organizations, rich families that have had infants in your unit. Use all sources to spread the word.
So I think basically it's an issue of how to implement, how to take people along. And so simply presenting evidence obviously is not enough, because there are people who will look at evidence and still not act on it or not be willing to act on it. So you have to touch their hearts, maybe give them due importance, give them leadership positions.
If they see our study from in pediatrics from 2010, that we actually reduced the length of stay with 5 days in general for babies below 37 weeks in Sweden, just below 37 weeks, we reduced with 5 days. And for the intensive care period, which is the costly period, we reduced with 10 days. So, I mean, you can talk about economics, but if you know these results, you can get some economics to calculate. You need the floor space, of course, as Dr. Queen has pointed out. But floor space is not, it could be solved.
Okay, so there's a question from Dr. Mangala. What is the, maybe Sugandha, you can answer. What is the nurse-patient ratio recommended for a MNICU?
Yeah, there are no guidelines for MNICU right now. So what we did and what we are presently practicing is, in NICU, being a government hospital, we don't have an ideal ratio. We have usually 6 patients and 1 nurse, roughly 2 nurses for 12 babies. This is usually with the normal patient inflow, and we maintain the same ratio in MNICU. But with time, we are finding they say that their workload is lesser. They don't have to feed the babies. They don't have to change the diapers. So their workload is lesser. So we are using right now the same ratio. 2 nurses in 12 beds. In MNICU, we are having this.
I think whenever a new thing starts, obviously you need some support. It's like KMC was introduced.
So guidelines
there used to be research staff, and in due course, people take over. So obviously there are a lot of challenges between, to bridge the gap between evidence and practices. And each area may have different barriers which have to be addressed through the principles of quality improvement. And I'm sure these three examples have demonstrated it's really doable and possible to do once you kind of are convinced and try to get people along. So I don't see any other questions. I think this has been a wonderful session, inspired a lot of people, a lot of more queries. And certainly we look forward to the publications coming out of these projects, which will be able to share the experiences. Dr. Rekha, for your final comments, please.
It was a wonderful session, and really one has to really learn a lesson from this, and probably in future maybe that we may be able to carry on with such type of scenario, and I congratulate both of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saman and your team. Thank you so much.
So, mother's love and KMC is the purest form of love. And from these presentations, we can see that true love and KMC can conquer all. I thank the chairpersons and the speakers for this excellent session. Now we move on to the next session. The COVID pandemic has placed innumerable setbacks in our lives, but it is definitely within the human spirit to fight any setbacks. So for the next session, I invite the two chairpersons, Dr. Naveen Jain and Dr. Sheila Matai. Professor Naveen Jain is a passionate teacher and a strong believer of just survival is not enough and intact survival is, and has established a state-of-the-art follow-up cohort. Professor Sheila Matai is from the Armed Force Medical College and is an inspiration to everyone. She is a wonderful neonatologist, an extremely hardworking person, and a passionate teacher with multiple publications in her purview. Before I hand over the podium to the chairpersons, we have two talks during this session, KMC and COVID risk analysis and the road to zero separation during the pandemic. Each talk is for 15 minutes and a buzzer will be sounded at 13 minutes. I request both the chairpersons and the speakers to stick to time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I think we are running short of time. So am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So I would request my co-chair to introduce the first speaker and we can start the session.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Dr. Naveen?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
You're not audible, I think.
Oh, hello.
So slightly better, but still not audible.
Hello.
Yeah, you're just slightly better, but not fully audible.
Ma'am, you please go ahead then.
Okay, so I think we'll start. And our first speaker is a very accomplished person, Nicole Minkas, I beg your pardon. And she's a consultant at the Department of Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging at the WHO. So she has a wide range of ages for her in her experience. And she's also a doctoral scholar at the UCL. And she has used advanced quantitative methods to improve maternal and newborn health. And she is going to talk to us on the first topic, that is the risk analysis and voices from the front line. So over to Nicole Minkas.
Thank you, Doctor. Nice to see you, everyone. Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Well, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So my name is Nicole Minkas. I work as a consultant for the WHO, and we are joined here with the common purpose of finding strategies to help our newborns survive and thrive. So in this session, I'm going to be discussing how the unprecedented pandemic that started in 2020 is reversing hard-gain achievements in newborn health. But the idea is not so much to drown in our sorrow because of the gains lost, but to think about how we can learn from this situation, as this pandemic has shown us many examples of adaptations and resilience within health systems that we can use to build back better. So I'm going to be presenting the results of 2 papers that we did jointly with the fantastic Dr. Rao and a group of around 30 academics and health professionals from across the globe. That were published last month, one in the Lancet eClinical Med and the other one in BMJ Global. Okay, so to start, we know that each year around 2.5 million babies die within the first month, more than 80% of whom are low birth weight and particularly vulnerable. The endorsement of the INAP plan in 2014 was an acknowledgement that these deaths were preventable, most of the newborn deaths and most of the stillbirth. So globally, between 2000 and 2019, there was an 82% reduction in neonatal mortality and a 33% decline in stillbirth, which shows tremendous progress. However, even before the COVID pandemic hit last year, 60 countries were already off track to meet the SDG targets for newborn mortality, and an equal number of countries were off track to meet the INAP target to reduce stillbirth. Now, we know that when it comes to newborn health, receiving timely, high-quality care is crucial, and a delay of minutes can lead to a death. So we also know that a core element to this high-quality care is respectful care, including keeping mothers and babies together. However, with the COVID pandemic, the essential maternal and newborn health services have been severely affected. And not only that, but the instruction of keeping mothers and babies together created dissonance with the social distancing rules that were implemented and were circulating across the world. So when we think of COVID, we can think of the direct effect and the indirect effect that COVID had. So when we think about the direct effect, it's the direct effect of the virus in newborns or in neonatal mortality in this case. And as you can see here, this is a BMJ living systematic reviews on maternal and perinatal outcomes. And you can see that there's less than 0.8% of stillbirths and less than 0.5% of neonatal deaths linked to COVID. So the direct impact of COVID in newborns is very minimal. However, when we talk about the indirect effect of COVID, the picture is completely different. So when we think about the indirect effect, we refer to the adoption or the disruption of practices in response to COVID-19. So in this study that you see here in the slides, that was published last year by Robertson and colleagues in the Lancet, what they did is they modeled how the reduction in coverage of maternal and newborn care caused by the pandemic could impact on mortality. And they thought of coverage as having 2 components. First, a supply component that included availability of health workers, supplies, and equipment, and a demand component that included demand for health services or access to health services. And they present 3 different scenarios. I'm going to simplify very much what they did in their modeling, but the idea is that the first scenario included a reduction in coverage of childbirth and postnatal care of around 15%. A second scenario was around 25%, and a third scenario of around 50% reduction in coverage. And as you can see in this second figure here in the slide, with the least severe scenario, so the 15% reduction, it can lead to more than 250,000 additional child deaths over 6 months. And if we think about the third scenario, the most severe, it's over 1 million child deaths over 6 months. However, this Robertson paper did not include the care of the small and sick newborn, so that numbers could be even higher. And to fill this gap, we did the first analysis focusing on KMC for small babies. And this was a paper that was published in the Lancet last month and had a lot of dissemination across the media. And the idea is that we focus on KMC because this is something that should be practiced everywhere and has shown massive impact on small newborn survival. So in this paper, what we did is we aim to compare the benefits of KMC on neonatal survival with the risk of dying from COVID. We conducted this analysis for 127 low and middle income countries and all stable newborns with less than 2 kilos that should get KMC according to the WHO guidelines. So in the first scenario, we assume that every baby who should receive KMC based on current guidelines receives it. That means universal coverage of KMC. And we assume a 40% effect size for KMC as per in the current Cochrane systematic review. If you see here, in the scenario of universal coverage, 125,000 babies per year would be saved because of KMC. In India alone, India, Pakistan, and China, that are the top 10 countries with the higher number of lives saved, in India alone, you have around 38,000 babies per year that would be saved because of KMC. So this is eye-opening, not only because it emphasizes the risk of reducing KMC during COVID, but also because we know that coverage of KMC, even before the pandemic, was inexplicably low. Now, what is the counterfact? So if all these 100% of babies who should receive KMC receive KMC within this COVID context, how many would die from COVID? So we assume that a prevalence of 15% of COVID in mothers, that is the top range, so the upper limit that is available in the literature, and 100% transmission, meaning that every COVID positive mother will have a COVID positive baby. So this is a very conservative approach. In this situation, we would lose less than 2,000 babies to COVID. Remember, compared to the 125,000 that we would save for KMC. There is a 60-fold difference in population level risk. That means that we would save 65 babies for providing COVID to one baby that we would lose to COVID. From providing KMC, sorry, to one baby that we would lose to COVID. And again, this is considering 100% transmission. That is an unreal assumption. A 10% would be closer to the real number, which would mean 630-fold difference in population risk level. So the message should be very clear to all policymakers here. Now, it is easy to calculate what should be done in the field. Now we wanted to see what was going on in the field. So we conducted a second study with the same COVID collaborative group. This was published in the BMJ last month, in case you want to see. So in this paper, what we did is we conducted a survey to better understand the current state of care of the small and sick newborn and how it was affected by COVID. This was an online survey that was open from July to October last year, and it was targeting health providers, public health professionals, and policymakers, particularly from low and middle income countries. We received over 1,100 responses, most of them coming from South Asia and West Africa. And more than half of the respondents were either nurses or neonatal nurses or neonatologists. Most of them worked in tertiary level hospitals located in large cities with newborn intensive care units or newborn special care units available. So WHO level 2 or 3 of care. So what did they say? Around 50% of the respondents reported that the number of hospital births since the COVID-19 pandemic started reduced slightly or significantly, and the same with newborn admissions. Now, I just want to point out that because the global survey was open for 3 months, we're including countries at different stages of the pandemic. And unfortunately, that is something that we could not control for. However, in July last year, we were still more than 4 months into the pandemic. So COVID was already spread across the world, and most of the countries already had some restrictions. When we ask about preparedness, 13.5% of respondents said that pregnant women admitted for delivery were never tested. Additionally, they reported lack of PPE, with only 30% of respondents saying that they had N95 masks available every time that they needed. The same with eye protection, a bit more availability for gloves and sanitizers, but still around 60%. I just pointed out some of the disruptions that they reported in the survey. So 34% of respondents said that newborn units or KMC areas or staff were reallocated. 19% said that the provision of supplemental oxygen or CPAP has been affected, mostly shifted to other areas. 51% allowed mothers to visit NICU, but not those COVID positive mothers, meaning that 49% didn't. 49% did not even allow any family member to visit NICU. And then 43% of babies were discharged early. When we focus on KMC alone, it is quite sad to see that for COVID positive or COVID suspected mothers, so COVID suspected is if they had at least any symptoms or had been in contact with a COVID positive person, 30% or 35% continued KMC as routine. So 70% didn't follow KMC as routinely practiced. But what is more disheartening is to see that even among those mothers that are either COVID negative or with unknown status, KMC was still not practiced. So 20% of COVID negative mothers was either separated or they stayed together, but they didn't provide prolonged skin-to-skin contact. Then we asked the participants to express how the pandemic had affected them. And more than 80% of health providers said that their work has been affected by the pandemic, that they are more stressed than usual, and 80% of them even reported fear for their own health, having to take extra measures to take care of their lives. But the survey also showed that healthcare workers are very resilient and came up with solutions to confront this pandemic. So some of the solutions were at a family and community level, creating awareness and increasing counseling. At the facility level, trying to ensure PPE provision or developing guidelines to help protect MNH services, creating space to provide support to their colleagues. And they had also very innovative solutions as far as leaving communication channel open, like video consults or online training, among others. So,
ma'am, 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so with this I conclude. So we show the benefit that KMC has on survival and how it far outweighs the risk of dying due to COVID. That means that social distancing rules do not apply to newborns and mothers. We need to continue protecting the small and sick newborns and the care they receive, as they're especially vulnerable during this pandemic. But we also need to ensure that after this pandemic and after all these learnings, we can build back better. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. That was an absolutely wonderful talk. And it was such a fresh perspective of looking at the risk analysis, because as doctors, we actually shy away from mathematical models. And we are always just looking at the observational aspect, which is upfront. And you've looked at it from a totally different perspective. And the kind of results that your study has brought out are really, it's really an eye-opener that, out of 65 babies who are saved with KMC, only one is lost. I mean, for 65 babies that are saved, only one is lost. And I think that is a figure that we can take back with us when we have a doubt as to whether to put babies on KMC during this pandemic, which is troubling us all. And this was another interesting thing that you said, that 20% of COVID negative mothers for no reason at all are not being allowed to, provide adequate care to their babies, particularly KMC. I think this was a really an excellent study. And yes, there is so much of fear amongst the minds of everybody. We're all going through this, and particularly in India now, when there is a second wave going, these are the kind of statistics which would help us to answer certain doubts that we have in our own mind. I was looking at the chat box and I didn't find any questions. So if there are any questions from anybody, we could still take it at this point in time. We are running a little short, but I think this was such an important talk that we could have a few questions. So if there are any questions.
And Dr. Sheila and Dr. Nicole, can I make a comment?
Maybe wait for the next talk and then have the question.
Right. So I would just request my co-chair if his sound is okay.
Yeah.
Naveen?
Can I make a comment? Am I audible now?
Very, very soft, but still slightly audible.
Okay, just that in the whole of the year last, we have not restricted mothers from doing KMC, and ours is a reasonably busy neonatal ICU, and we haven't had, even like Nicole presented, even a single death or a baby becoming sicker during KMC. And in the first 1 or 2 months, till we were not clear what was happening, we restricted the entry of fathers into the NICU. But after the 1 or 2 months, when they were being tested as negative, for 2
Right.
weeks we would allow that report to be valid, and most of the parents decided to take care of themselves, and we haven't had a single baby becoming sicker because of KMC being done during this period.
Right. I think that's a very valid point. And I also like your comment, which you put on the chat box, that if the mortality was so low, then what are we doing? And putting ourselves into more and more trouble by, particularly in the healthcare, by, imposing more and more restrictions. But then that's a moot point. So I would now request you to introduce so with that, I think I would like to thank Nicole once more for her excellent talk. And I would now request my co-chair to introduce the second speaker for this session, Dr. Sushma Malik.
I would allow no time lost for the introduction, because Dr. Sushma has worked in a very, very busy unit which looked after many mothers and babies who were,
I think, excuse me.
Sorry, Naveen, we can't hear you well.
Oh, okay.
So maybe Sheila, you can introduce Dr. Sushma Malik.
Yes, I think, Naveen, I'm sorry, but there's something wrong with your video. So I will just introduce Dr. Sushma Malik, who's also a dear friend. And she is an absolutely amazing person, because for the last 1 year, she has been in the absolute thick of the COVID pandemic, because her hospital has been designated a COVID hospital. And she has been at the helm of affairs as far as COVID is concerned in Mumbai, as we all know, which is an epicenter of the pandemic. So she's going to tell us about her experiences and her thoughts on the road to zero separation. And I will not waste any further time. I would request Dr. Sushma to please begin her talk.
Thank you, Sheila. And thank you very much to the KMC conference organizers, as well as to Dr. Shashivani and to Dr. Udani, my two mentors and gurus for KMC, for involving me in this conference. Without much delay, I would share my experiences of road to zero separation during COVID-19 pandemic. And it's not just once that we have been dedicated as the COVID hospital. Now in the second wave, again, we have become the OBGY, and the neonatal services have again been dedicated only to COVID. So I have no non-COVID babies at the moment. It was only in November, when the pandemic reduced, that we were allowed to take non-COVID babies. I have no conflict of interest or any funding, and I take the opportunity to acknowledge especially my lactation nurse, Sister Rosaline, all my NICU, labor room, PNC sisters, and all the healthcare workers who are working there, mothers and babies, and the KMC Foundation of India. Briefly, my talk would be about our experience, the scientific evidence of which Nicole
has has just covered in her talk, and what is the way forward and our carry home messages. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic led to unprecedented challenges in the healthcare system all over the world. And majority of the resources were dedicated for the suspected or the confirmed cases of COVID-19. There was disruption of services and interventions over the past few months and exactly a year, at least in Nair. On April 14th, our first mother had delivered, and now in this COVID, on April 14th, we completed a year. What a celebration for the pandemic anniversary, which of course we didn't want. And in all this, the most affected were the maternal and the child health services. The COVID-19 pandemic led to unintended dangerous effects. Again, Nicole has already covered, and it was very clear that potential consequences of this disruption of the routine healthcare and decreased access to food, especially in our countries, led to reduction in breastfeeding rates. And every year, the universal breastfeeding can prevent about 0.8 million deaths just by exclusive breastfeeding. This services or this affection could have really led to this side effect. So there was a need to consider the substantial morbidity and mortality repercussions from the pandemic related disruptions, both in breastfeeding and in KMC. This is my hospital, TNMC and BYL Nair Hospital in Mumbai. On 19th of April last year, we were announced as a dedicated COVID facility, one of the first centers all over India to be designated as a COVID-only hospital, despite being a medical college and a super specialty tertiary hospital. Over the last year, our hospital has given services to about more than 10,000 COVID-affected patients, and amongst these 10,000, more than 900 COVID-positive mothers have delivered. These COVID operations started, and streams of patients, once the announcement came, started flowing in within 72 hours. There was virtually no warning, there was no advanced preparation, and the whole hospital, including the NICU and the postnatal wards, was in a turmoil. The challenges and the issues, as everybody knows, there was fear, apprehension, there was lack of protective gear. All our nurses and servants, everybody was being pulled away from NICUs on the simple pretext that you will not get so many positive cases. You will not have any really seriously affected newborns. This led to absolutely a chaos, even no relatives and families to support the mothers. And there was an abrupt suspension or shutting down of my KMC ward, which was looking after so many mothers right in the NICU, our human milk bank services. The collection and the pasteurization came to a standstill as we had no in-house collections at all. Routine newborn care services also got hampered. However, our decision was firm. We wanted to give the best to the mother and the baby in the circumstances that we were in. And our decisions were to continue the essential newborn care. And we decided to go ahead with some alterations in our NICU, keeping separate sections for the COVID negative babies and the COVID positive babies, and minimal handling. We decided to continue the rooming in, the bedding in, the breastfeeding policies were very clear, and they were clarified again or reiterated to the healthcare workers, including the resident doctors, the seniors, the nurses, and our support staff. We ensured that breastfeeding policies were followed, as well as we continued with our skin to skin and KMC. But remember, it never came easily. I almost had to fight with the admin, with the OBGY people, with everyone. And it took us nearly 1.5 months to get our skin to skin care and KMC introduced. The decision was obviously based on all the WHO as well as on the UNICEF guidance that we were getting of early skin-to-skin contact, of rooming in, of mothers being allowed to exclusively breastfeed with the caveat of strict IPC principles of respiratory hygiene, masking, hand hygiene, cleaning the surfaces, and other measures of infection control. Exclusive breastfeeding was encouraged, and we practiced whatever maximum that we could do with all our nurses and our resident doctors. Of course, added to all this was WHO came up with close contact and exclusive breastfeeding as well as skin to skin care. And all this was helping us to introduce, or to reiterate to all our healthcare workers the importance of doing this. Even the International Kangaroo Care Awareness, we were just 1.5 months or nearly 2 months into the pandemic. And the IKC was announced as I Support Kangaroo Care. All this helped me to convince my admin even more. This also slide shows us the same thing. There was another study that was done by UNICEF, which was an online survey, which was done in 88 countries, out of which we can clearly see in this slide that 72 countries continued with skin-to-skin care. They continued with the breastfeeding, the rooming in, and breastfeeding counseling or expression of breast milk. For want of time, I'm not going to read everything, but all these reports helped us to further, bring about these practices. And a new study came up even at nearly in November, when the world was really prioritizing on social distancing. It was very clear that this social distancing was not there for the mothers and for the babies. It would, if we were to do that, we would lose the important advantages of neurodevelopment regulation in early infancy, neurophysiological development, and these advantages were not just for the preterms or for the low birth weights, but also for full-term babies. There was more scientific evidence kept pouring in, and now we are more better equipped as far as our knowledge goes for the second wave. And there is no looking back into the real newborn care services. This has already been highlighted by my previous speaker, and I'm glad that I'm sharing the platform with a personality like Nicole, who has shared. This was their study by the WHO in various countries, which clearly said that up to 1.2 million babies could be saved if we were to give KMC. What a wonderful way of, saving babies. Also about KMC in preterms and low birth weight really decreases hypothermia by 70%, severe infections by 65%, and a mortality is down in such babies by 40%. Of course, as I said before, that nothing comes easy, and we had a lot of disablers or everything to stop us from doing KMC. There was initially lack of scientific evidence, and even if there was scientific evidence, UNICEF and WHO said something, AAP said something, our national, neonatology forum said something else, separate the babies. But I don't blame anybody, because nobody really knew about this pandemic. We were having lack of staffs, there were no family support, and the whole thing was a total speed breaker for KMC. But our conviction, as I said, and UNICEF and WHO protocols were there standing solid rock behind us, and we continued with our KMC services. So with this research and with this evidence, you can see that all these are my mothers in the postnatal wards, as well as in the postnatal wards, as well as in our NICUs. Of course, parents are irreplaceable, but to send away or separate a mother just because she's COVID-19 positive and give the baby to another person or a caretaker or a clean infant caretaker was what was called before, was logistically challenging. And the setup, and this is a clear setup for postpartum depression from which we really avoided. And we kept our mothers and babies together if they were stable in the postnatal wards. And if there was a condition for the newborn who required an NICU, they were shifted into the NICU. So this humane low-cost service was started for all babies who really deserved it. And this helped to decrease the fears in the minds of the mothers. It helped, we were less on staff and we were less on all healthcare workers. When mothers were taking care, we saw that these babies were taken care very well. It helped to reduce the hypoglycemias and better temperature control. This is a baby who was on CPAP and is in our NICU. This is a mother who is successfully breastfeeding. There was fear not just for KMC, but also for breastfeeding. We had to give them a lot of health talks, and this helped. And there was scientific evidence that there were, the breast milk is very much protective. It has the secretory IgA antibodies, which are specific to COVID-19. We had 990, as per April 14th, there have been 923 newborns, and in which we have treated 1 triplet and 17 twins. We could give KMC in about 3/4 of our babies, 3/4 of our preterm and low birth babies. We needed to, this is of course ensuring that we could give the KMC. I'll go ahead. This is another slide which shows that the mother is taking utmost precaution for IPC. She wears a mask and follows the cough and sneeze hygiene, washing of hands, and a regular once a day bath, and making sure that she doesn't cough on her chest or on her clothes. Every time in the counseling sessions, this would be reiterated. This was early skin to skin care, which was being practiced in our labor room, which helped to decrease the stress and increase the bonding with the baby. This is the KMC, some more pictures in the NICU. Here again, this was exclusive breastfeeding, which was being practiced not only in the PNC wards, but also in the NICUs. And when the baby was very ill and could not be fed directly, the mother would express the milk and give, or if the mother was seriously ill, then we would give them the pasteurized donor human milk from our previous reserves. Also, what came in handy for our donor human milk was we were getting a lot of volunteers from private who would happily give us human milk, and we could make our own, again, another pool of pasteurized human milk. We would reassure the mothers. Sorry?
2 minutes left, ma'am.
Yes, sure. Just running through. This led to happy mothers. This was the counseling going on in the NICUs. You can see there is a grandmother sitting right in front. When we got permissions, we had to take written permissions if the mother had died or was in the MICU to get a grandmother inside. This is the counseling going on in the postnatal wards. And the key messages or the way forward is that the substantial benefits of parental participation far outweigh the potential risks of transmission of COVID-19. Breastfeeding improves survival and provides lifelong health benefits. It also benefits the mothers. And skin-to-skin care, KMC, and exclusively breastfeeding should be practiced thoroughly. COVID-19 pandemic is there for a year or two, but if this window of opportunity of the advantages of skin-to-skin care, KMC, and exclusive breastfeeding is lost, then all benefits, not only short-term, but lifelong or later benefits will be lost forever. In this depressing world of pandemic, we've added smiles to more than 900 COVID positive mothers, and it has been a very satisfying journey. With that, I thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. That was just a wonderful presentation, and your experiences have truly been phenomenal as far as COVID is concerned. I just thought I didn't see any questions in the chat box, so I just have a couple of doubts which I thought that you could perhaps clear. Now, how many babies in your setup really actually got COVID, and out of these, how many were sick?
So, well, we got, there were 37 babies who became COVID positive, and this is the data. 37 plus 2 now I recently got in the second wave. So that's 39 babies who became COVID positive, out of which we lost 3 babies who were COVID positive. These were lost because of their own conditions, and one of them definitely had septicemia. One was a birth asphyxia, and one was a congenital anomaly.
Okay, so they had other comorbidities as well, and that could have
other comorbidities. But we have done a study, and in that we have seen that the incidence in the COVID positive was higher than that of the COVID negative but born to COVID positive mothers.
Right.
This paper should get published soon.
And the other question I wanted to ask you was that your hospital was a dedicated COVID setup. So it was easy for you to do things in one way. In most other hospitals, which have a mixed facility, how would you suggest we address the space constraints and the staff constraints that will happen when we have to, keep the mothers there with us as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And for about 4 months, 4 to 4.5 months, we were having both the sections, and we had to really designate, different sets of residents as well as seniors taking rounds in the COVID section and in the non-COVID section. We really had to separate both the areas, and it is a big problem. It's a bigger problem when you are mixed, rather than having one designated hospital of COVID. It is really challenging.
I think there is one question in the chat box.
I cannot see
so
it.
What the question says is that this is from Sweden, from Stina Klemming from Sweden, and she says that essentially the fear is of spreading the infection to the staff. So did you get spread of COVID to your staff?
Well, there has been, I won't say that it has only come, from the mothers, but it is, from the surfaces it can come. Definitely, we have a lot of healthcare workers who did get involved, and therefore the ongoing, teachings going on for them to take precautions. And the second wave has been absolutely notorious, with a lot of healthcare workers getting affected for various reasons, where this is not the platform for me to discuss that. Definitely they have to take precautions.
I couldn't agree more on that. And that is one of the risks of our profession, I guess. Yeah. So I think since there are no more questions and we have really extended our time, I would once again, on behalf of my co-chair, thank both the speakers for excellent talks. And Naveen, are you still
I wonder whether you can hear me. I changed the device.
A few words if there's anything
more audible now.
You would like to add?
Is it better now?
Yes, Naveen, we can hear you.
I think there's something wrong with it.
We're happy.
Yeah, just that our personal experience, although from a not so busy hospital, maybe we have seen about 100 COVID positive mothers during this period, but we have not restricted, just like Dr. Sushma said, for just by common sense or by cardiac sense or maternal sense, we decided not to restrict any mothers during this period. It was not known. Breast milk was contested, parents' access was contested. We just reduced the number of people coming in. And previously we used to allow mother, father, and grandparents also. But during this period, initial months, we allowed only the mothers, and then later on, even the fathers. And we haven't had a single baby becoming sick during this period, needing to get retested for COVID because the mothers were coming in. And the number of staff who became positive, was far less than in any other department, probably because we worked in a closed area in the NICU, unlike in adult wards who are exposed to the outside world. And I fully agree with Dr. Sushma that the risk of COVID is not from the newborn or the mother, but from the number of people we meet outside the hospital.
That's right. I totally agree with what Dr. Jain has said.
So thank you once again, and I thank the organizers for this opportunity. And I think with this, we will close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you, Naveen. Thank you so much. And I must thank a big round of applause to everyone. That successfully has completed the 3 months session. And there is a slight change in plan, and this was to ensure that we had adequate time for discussion and questions. So the free paper session, as we are talking now, is already happening on a concurrent platform. So now we break for a short lunch. And unfortunately, our apologies, we are not providing lunch. We hope that you have your lunch and join us back at 2 p.m. We will keep this platform open, and many of you all who would like to stay on it, you're most welcome to do so. But we will restart the session at 2 p.m. And a big thank you to all the faculty and chairpersons for coming in. I know that some of you are international faculty. 4 p.m., 4 a.m. Nicole has given her lecture at 3:30 a.m. Many of our national faculty are really battling COVID, not only in the hospital, but I know some of them are doing it personally at home. And despite that, they have come and given these lectures. A big, big thank you to them. And this is how life is, I think, online. Despite the challenges, we have to go on. And we'll just take a small break now and come back together to see how we can take KMC further down, further up, and further improve its coverage in the next session, which is all going to be on scale up and implementation, not only in the hospital, but also in the facility. So let's join back at 2 p.m. Till then, have a good lunch. Stay safe.
We can start this.
Start. So welcome back. I hope you had a quick lunch, at least something in your tummies. We have now Dr. Sahana Devdas, who will now MC this session. Sahana, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Delegates and the speakers for this post-line, from starting from mom to gut microbiome, then placental transfusion, then IKMC, KMC and COVID times. So we'll go to the next part of implementation and how it happens in the KMC at facility level, community level, and more such sessions. And first of all, I would like to call upon the chairpersons. We have a session on the KMC experience from 4 different states. That is from Himachal Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat and Meghalaya. To chair this session modalities from KMC Foundation, one is Dr. Ravi Parekh and Jatin Mistry from, both of them are from consultant neonatologists from Sunflower Women's Hospital, and they have their great contributions towards KMC transport and many other credits to their. So welcome to Dr. Ravi Parekh and Jatin Mistry. Kindly take over and introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the nice introduction, and I welcome all to this wonderful session on different state experience of KMC activities. We at KMC Foundation work with aim of covering more than 95% of KMC in Pan India. Hence, many of the KMC TOT program were conducted in different states so that the awareness also happens. And we always learn from the experience of others, and we can improve knowing the new activities what different states are performing. And to create the awareness, also the KMC conferences are organized in different states every year. So hence the today idea is to know how KMC is practiced in different states. And to get the experience, we have speakers from Odisha, Gujarat, Meghalaya, and Himachal Pradesh. I will first introduce Dr. Aditya Mohapatra from Odisha for his talk. Dr. Aditya has got MBBS and MD from SCB Medical College, Cuttack, and he has 20 years of experience working under Department of Health, and he's now involved in policy planning and implementation of neonatal and child health activities through National Health Mission Odisha for last 11 years, and he's extremely determined to improve neonatal survival of the state by low cost and low technology, empowering frontline workers and community. I welcome Dr. Aditya Mohapatra. I just want to, before he starts his talk, I just want to inform that the Himachal Pradesh speaker, they had an emergency, and Dr. Ashwini Sood will not be there in this session. So after this, the next talk will be from Dr. Narayan from Gujarat.
Yeah, and please permit me to remind that we have only 8 minutes for each speaker, and I will be giving a reminder at 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible, but it's showing something else. It's showing the Zoom link, not your presentation.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all my seniors and colleagues. Thank you, the organizers, specifically Sasibani Madam and Suman Rao Madam, to giving me an opportunity to speak on this forum. This is a very good experience about working in a high privilege state for newborn care. And now we are at this point, I am working as National Health Mission, and I am involved in policy planning and implementation of the program. So this is a good forum to focus our neonatal mortality of Odisha and how we are struggling. This is the neonatal mortality status of Odisha. Though we are higher from the national average, but we are trying our best to achieve the national health policy goal. And on analyzing the data of Odisha, mostly more than 80% deaths are due to neonatal deaths among the infants. And again, analyzing that data, early neonatal deaths are more than late neonatal deaths. During these 18 years of NHM, neonatal mortality rate has reduced to 30 points. The annual rate of reduction is 3.76%, which is higher than the national average. But again, we have to try hard 2 to 2.5 times to achieve the national health policy goal. Coming to the region-wise in Odisha, there are 3 regions if you can divide. The south region is more vulnerable, and here the high neonatal mortality with low annual rate of reduction. And these areas are specifically hilly terrain and tribal districts. That's why the intervention is less, and we are high neonatal mortality in those areas. Coming to the causes of neonatal mortality of our state, as usual in the national forum, as usual. So preterm deaths are number 1, followed by birth asphyxia and sepsis. Till now, we have got 43 SNCUs functional in our state in 30 districts, and also same number of newborn stabilization units with support from National Health Mission, UNICEF, and Government of Odisha. In all the SNCUs and NBSUs, we are practicing family participatory care, including the kangaroo mother care. And different workshops like point of care, quality improvement, preterm package, and facility-based newborn care are going on in different times with support from national stalwarts like Professor Deorari and Professor M.K. Bhan, who visited our state and conducted this type of national workshops. Coming to the admissions in the SNCU, though we are having around 65,000 admission in all the SNCUs, mostly the admissions are of 45% of stable low birth weight babies, that is 1500 to 2500 grams babies, who is overcrowding the SNCUs, and there is also cross infections are prevailing. So keeping this in view, and coming to the KMC in the facilities, though initially it was less, we have got specific staff nurses allotted for doing KMC and family participatory care. 2 years back it was 21%, but now we are having 27%. Again, we are trying hard. In some of the SNCUs, it is also crossing 70%. These are different pictures at present, and we are adopting KMC in different facilities with specialized staff nurses, training, family participatory care. These are going on. But during this implementation, we are finding some major gaps that sub-district level, that is CHC and PHC level, health workers are having less knowledge about newborn care. What I have listened during this 2 days from the morning, that the CHC level workers should have essential newborn care training, and in postnatal ward it should be focused, because the more than 50% deliveries are being conducted in those areas. there is lack of advice to mother and family members on essential newborn care at the time of discharge of the during facility from the facility, so that the babies who are low birth weight are going home and becoming sick, and then when they are approaching the same delivery point, they are helpless and they are referring the baby to SNCU where the babies are dying. So keeping this in view, we have decided, including our UNICEF, NIPI and the government of Odisha, NHM, we have decided that we should focus on southern part of the district and mostly the in a project mode, those southern part of district. And here we are having a regional resource center in medical college, that is Koraput. And there we have taken this study at 63 CHCs and delivery points, including 4 districts. This is the area where we have focused. And during this last year lockdown, we have planned this because it will reduce the caseload of SNCU, then empower service providers.
Sir, 2 minutes more.
Okay. Strengthen faith and confidence and tracking the baby in the service provider. So baseline survey, we have done that knowledge is less in thermal control breastfeeding. So we have trained all the staff nurses, doctors and frontline workers on the essential newborn care. Provision of KMC, gown, nail cutter, all these were provided. Counseling was done with audiovisual aids. Regular follow-up for up to all newborn period was done. And these are different photographs we have done at different times at CHCs and frontline workers. Key observations, so we have 23% low birth weight babies, out of which 83% were followed up, and only referral was 16%, and low birth weight babies died is 3.9%. Average weight was 600 grams. Duration of KMC was 4 to 5 hours, and these are different media coverage. And way forward is periodic visit to health facilities and handholding support from state officials. Then data analysis, quarterly review meeting going on, and reward and recognition of the good performing mother and health workers is going on. And we have planned to involve NGOs and SHG group for motivation of for home-based KMC and transport. So I think with these interventions, we can achieve our survival, improve the survival of the newborn period in newborn improval, and we can reduce the newborn death in Odisha. So thank you very much for giving an opportunity, and I'm very much glad for involving me in KMC Foundation, and I'm very delighted to be one of the participants in the conference. Thank you very much. Hello. Over to Chairperson, sir.
Dr. Jatin and Dr. Ravi? You're muted, Dr. Jatin.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yeah,
you're audible.
Okay, host had me. Okay, fine.
Thank you. So, I have played. It was a nice presentation.
We'll take the questions. Yeah, we'll take the question at the end.
Okay, sure. So with that presentation, I would like to go on to the next presentation, and that will be from Dr. Narayan Goankar. I will briefly introduce to him. Dr. Narayan Goankar is a health specialist at UNICEF Gujarat. He also leads the UNICEF in support of government of Gujarat, particularly to the newborn child and maternal health. He is currently actively involved in the promoting COVID vaccinations in state as well. He has also authored and published papers on childhood development, in particularly assessment of KMC into the state of Gujarat. And he has been awarded by UNICEF as well. So with this introduction, I would invite Dr. to take the next presentation. Sir, over to you, please.
Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. You're visible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Respected Dr. Suman Rao, Dr. Sheshivani, and respected chairpersons and all the organizing committee members. It's really my privilege to be here, and thanks for inviting me and having UNICEF in this conference. I would like to share the experience from many of us in Gujarat, the Department of Health and Family Welfare, NHM, KMC Foundation, UNICEF, and all the other partners. So it will give you a glimpse of what we are currently doing in Gujarat. The story of KMC in Gujarat, is memorable. There are a lot of good milestones. We started KMC way back in 1994, thanks to Dr. Sheshiwani and team. And we also started not only the facility but also home level. We have made a lot of training modules in Gujarati and other things. And the historic milestone, which everybody will remember, is 9th International Conference in 2012. It also gave a lot of momentum for us to shape the action plan for Gujarat for KMC rollout. And in the very next year, we could take out a government resolution to kind of implement KMC statewide in all facility and community. And today, I would like to give an update. Following all after that, there was a facility assessment, and then we could fast track and integrate this into health system. And during COVID, also these efforts continued. 2016 was the time when we took the assessment of KMC services, identifying implementation bottlenecks, what are the good practices, and a lot of experts. You see many seniors here visiting a facility of all SNCUs in Gujarat, with the kind support of KMC Foundation and Charutar Arogya Mandal. This exercise was undertaken, but we involved all the key partners in this exercise, and this was published, recently. Of course, a little delayed, but it came out in publication. And but what I want to highlight is this was the first time we actually developed a checklist, standard assessment tool. Thanks to Dr. Sheshiwani and team, who worked very closely with UNICEF to come up with the assessment checklist to see what is the level of implementation of KMC. And depending on the level, we kind of categorize them and then try to encourage them to move to the next level of implementation. I would like to share a few observations from that assessment. Among the 40 SNCUs we assessed, 92% of them were already practicing it. 81% of them had a kind of a dedicated space, a separate ward. But only problem was, duration of KMC was not recorded and continuous KMC was not very much practiced in none of the places. Key reasons for not practicing KMC was inadequate staff and privacy and other things, people complained. But the good part was this was actually good time to go to all facility and provide on-the-job training. And 2 out of the 3 facilities already started practicing KMC before the team left. In the sense, they were converted to practice KMC. So it was very influential visit, I should say. So there are a lot of good practice observed even then, which were continued and we nurtured. There's a counseling for kangaroo position, kangaroo nutrition, bringing grandmother, and counseling sessions, creating enabling environment. Many good things were happening even then. And I just want to show us a table. I'm not going to go to the details, but I want to say that the observations we made during the assessment were followed up subsequently to bridge the gaps, to build the health system both in public sector and also in private sector, engaging parents. This actually was very useful. Of course, we are not reaching everywhere. There are some area we still need to do a lot of things like pre-service training, referral transport, KMC, work in progress, but we will be there with the kind of momentum we are having. I just want to say, the Gujarat government and also medical colleges, we are promoting a lot of research. This one is actually very hot from the press. This morning, thanks to Dr. Shwetal Bhatt and team from our SSG Baroda, they conducted research recently, and they KMC found to be very effective for stabilization of vitals in SNCU. Early initiation and upgradation of feeding, early achievement of weight gain, early shift to postnatal ward by mother's side, and reducing the adverse effects on the babies was noticed in this study. These studies are important in 2 ways, to my mind. One, it actually encourages the culture of research to practice evidence-based practices, but also it actually encourages young residents and the students, including nursing staff, to focus more on KMC, the details of KMC. So we did develop a lot of KMC material. First one from KMC Foundation, second one from UNICEF and Government of Gujarat. But we are still, have a long way to go to develop much more materials. We also developed the newborn protocol for SNCU, but in that one, KMC was an integral part of the SNCU protocol. So during COVID, during COVID also we continued KMC, and there a lot of capacity building took place. Series of webinars organized using different platform, we conducted support supervision by the people who are trained by the webinar series and other sessions. And a lot of mentoring visits are happening in 2 districts where UNICEF is prioritizing, focus on RMNCHA. These are called aspiration districts. Where faculty go and provide on-the-job training. During the COVID, we did multiple things. We developed a training plan for the entire state. KMC Foundation, UNICEF provided technical support. We conducted 4 state TOTs and 1 TOT for the community KMC. And cascade of trainings were conducted, large number. Leveraging budget from the government. We thank government of Gujarat for providing this kind of support. And there are a lot of webinars, talking about nurturing care framework, ECD, Dr. Shashivani, Dr. Sheila. There you see many experts, Dr. Somshekar, you see more picture here. All the experts, were actually called in for different webinars, but most of them, all these sessions, in all these webinars, KMC was integral part. So this given us the opportunity to bring government, medical colleges, nursing council, KMC Foundation, IAP, NNF, private sector, CSO all together. When we also documented the learnings from these webinars. I would like to share some information on the champions who are making the change in Gujarat. We have a Tribhuvandas Foundation, which is supported by the Amul NDDB, and this cooperative has a large number of village volunteers, and more than 850 villages. They are actually making KMC as integral part of home-based newborn care or MNCH packages and promoting KMC for many years, home-based KMC, and it is kind of a social norm there. And we have another beautiful place, Seva Rudar Jagadia. They also integrated KMC as part of a home-based newborn care package, and there is a support supervision visits happens. And this place, KMC is again kind of integrated into health service delivery system, integrating mainly with the home-based newborn care and home visits by the frontline worker. Beautiful things are happening, and they are real our champions, motivating people, and we share this experience in our review meetings. In the government sector, there's another interesting thing happened this year, and it's going to be nurtured further with the support of the government again. We have something called 1000-day complaint facility. So we position KMC, zero separation, immediate breastfeeding, all of them as an integral part of this 1000-day compliance facility. One facility is certified, more are in pipeline for certification, and family participatory care is also encouraged here.
One more minute, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have much more opportunities in Gujarat. We are actually promoting nurturing care framework both in government sector as well as in private sector. So this will give us more opportunity to bring family participation and promote ECD. International KMC Day, thanks to KMC Foundation and the office bearers, very active. We actually use this opportunity to bring a lot of champions together, create awareness, give appreciation, recognitions to people who are doing good job. We are thankful to government which gives actually enabling environment, including the schemes and also a lot of PPP model and the budget. Whatever we plan, there is usually green signal to go ahead with the plans. We have a lot of wonderful partnerships. I only hope in this kind of momentum, we would like to now scale up MNCUs in promoting continued KMC, creating a physical infrastructure, using MCH wing guidelines where dedicated KMC place. Of course, it should not be a criteria to do KMC, but we would like to create enabling infrastructure at medical college, district hospital, and sub-district level SNCUs now. Midwifery is making a good progress in Gujarat. We would like to bring midwifery, all of them into KMC and newborn care as well. KMC transport work in progress. We'll work on it, and we would like to kind of try to bring more intervention activities into NHM PIP state health plan, so that whatever we need in public sector is integrated in the state plans. Partnership is key. We're going to monitor, and we would like to learn from all the experts and also from the deliberations how to monitor the progress in KMC interventions and document them systematically and use them for knowledge sharing. So I would like to thank all the champions, and the institutions and all the resource persons helping us in promoting KMC, and would like to continue to keep up this good work and only strengthen it further, learning lessons from all experts like you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan. We'll take questions after the third speaker, so we'll do that.
Welcome, Dr. Keshav Sharma. Are you ready to present
Yes,
your
ma'am.
experiences from Meghalaya?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
But I cannot share the screen, ma'am.
Please try. You should be able to share the screen. All participants are able to share the screen. Yeah, you have started screen sharing. We will see your screen in a little while.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, we can see your screen now. It is in full presentation mode.
Hello.
We can see the screen, sir.
Okay.
Hello. Sorry, I introduced Dr. Keshav, but I was muted somehow, so could not. If you allow me, ma'am, I will briefly introduce for 2 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Please do, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Keshav Sharma, who is our next speaker. Dr. Keshav is affiliated to UNICEF Meghalaya, and his main area of interest is child and maternal health and healthcare planning and management. He has done masters in public health, and he has been in this field for more than 11 years, and he has served in Bihar, Gujarat, and Meghalaya. He is involved in state policy making and implementation of the child health programs. He has number of publications in public health field, and he has also been awarded by the government of Meghalaya. So, sir, with this introduction, over to you. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. And I also like to thank you, the KMC Foundation and the organizing team, for giving us a opportunity to present in the national platform from the behalf of the Health and Family Welfare Department and UNICEF Meghalaya. The basic to start from Kangaroo Mother Care. If we see the normally in entire Northeast, we have a practice of carrying the baby at the backside, so it becomes a little bit easier side when we just try to brief them about the KMC practices and adopt at the community level as well as at the facility level. When we see the neonatal infant mortality rate as per the SRS, the decline of the infant mortality rate is as per the government of India decline pattern, and the decline ratio also it is almost similar. When we see in the last SRS decline, the decline was the second highest decline in IMR. And with the support of KMC Foundation, we were able to take various initiatives to strengthen the KMC in our state. This is the current of during the COVID-19 pandemic period. We got this opportunity where we was struggling because of immunization refusal in our state. But during the COVID-19 period, we got an opportunity to push and to handle with the appropriate way about the EFI apprehension and others immunization refusal. So immunization coverage we were able to increase till 92%. Another, with the support of KMC Foundation and especially Dr. Shashivani, we were able to establish in our state KMC Excellence Unit in the Nigrims Medical College Hospital. And right now there are 4 KMC units are functional in Ganesh Das Maternity and Child Hospital, Nigrims Medical College, Tura Maternity and Child Hospital, and William Nagar Civil Hospital. State TOT with the support of KMC Foundation, we already completed for government institution as well as for with the support from the IAP. We were able to complete for even private healthcare facilities in Meghalaya. And right now we are implementing, we will be having another TOT on 29th of this month, where we will be implementing family participatory care, and we will be covering majority of the high delivery point of the state, where we will be pushing this initiative, where the Kangaroo Mother Care is one of the component of the family participatory care. So where we involving the parents also in the newborn healthcare facilities, in SNCUs and NBSUs, so that they can be part of it. Their protocols can be taught to them, and newborn handling, how they have to handle at the home. Because once we speak about the KMC, we have to speak all 3 components of it: breastfeeding, facility Kangaroo Mother Care, and the home Kangaroo Mother Care. Another initiative which has been initiated in this year during the COVID-19 period is Rescue Mission in Meghalaya, where to reduce the maternal mortality and infant mortality with the considering the PDIA tool, we are using this decentralized catalytic leadership model, where we try to strengthen these initiatives, because Meghalaya has another challenge other than the other states in the Northeast and the plain states. Like we have a highest home delivery. We have almost 40% home delivery. So we also need to think about those 40% home deliveries also, so that we need to strengthen at village level and especially community level kangaroo mother care. These are the different activities where at the village levels our meetings are being conducted and through the rescue missions to strengthen the different newborn care and especially promoting the kangaroo mother care at village levels. This is another initiative which is being promoted in at the village level and the community level is baby shower practices at the village level, where the KMC bean is briefed during their initial period to during the ANC time also, and the mothers which are having a newborn, those also been called it, which has been briefed them about the KMC, how the KMC has been useful. And this is some of the glimpse of the state duty when we conducted for the government healthcare institutes on 24th and 25th May of 2018. This is a glimpse of when we have organized with the support of IAP, Indian Academy of Pediatrics of Meghalaya chapters, where we were able to do state duty for the private health facilities on 13 September 2019. So all representative from the healthcare facilities was called from across the state, where we were briefing them about the KMC approach. This is some of the initiative we have adopted in the KMC functional unit, where we are even transferring the newborns in the KMC along with the mothers, so that those can be transported in the KMC position to homes. This is another kangaroo mother care ward has been established, one of the state maternity and child hospital in Ganesh Das Hospital. These are some of the glimpses of those wards where we have established. And in a way forward, we will be setting up the all government health facilities where the KMC will be practiced, and village level promotion we will be pushing it, because we have a 40% home delivery still happening in the community. The community based KMC becomes very much important in our area, especially to Meghalaya states, and private health facility based KMC also is been in promotion with the support of IAP, and community level promotion of KMC and breastfeeding. Thank you. Dr. Ravi from my side.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for the nice presentation. I would like to first see if there are any questions from the participants.
We don't see any questions as of now, sir.
Okay. Dr. Jatin, you want for any questions?
We don't see any questions.
Okay, I have one question for all the three speakers.
Okay.
What we have seen is just wanted to see if in the others, all the states, generally there, have you seen that the coverage is more in bigger cities, especially where medical colleges are there, and what is their experience, how to see that difference or not? So I just wanted each from all the speakers from the states, different states, whether how the area-wise coverage of the KMC in the whole state will be. Dr. Aditya?
I am speaking from Odisha. Actually, what I found in my experience, the person of the SNSU, HOD of the SNSU or the in charge of the SNSU is responsible for better KMC, because if he is dedicated and having positive attitude towards KMC, the KMC is perfect. But if there is some lack of interest in his in charge of the SNSU, then the KMC is not happening. Because in tribal districts in Koraput, I have experienced that grandmothers are happy to do KMC. I have experienced it. So it is not a matter of beneficiary or mothers are denying to do KMC. It is only that we have to motivate them. How perfectly we are motivating, that is important.
Okay, so wherever the dedication is there, that area has the maximum coverage.
Definitely.
Okay. Dr. Narayan?
Yeah, I echo my colleague was saying. Actually, the most of the efforts to promote KMC and capacity building were taken in SNCUs, especially medical colleges and district hospitals. In Gujarat, only in some places where we had a good NGO, credible NGO on ground with facility linkages. There we see a lot of community KMC as well. I feel now there is a big opportunity with the presence of large number of ashas and also the COVID period, parents' role is much more higher. So if you can systematically build the capacities of people, especially the mothers, at the end, there is a willingness to do KMC. But only thing is we need to design a plan to build the capacities of the frontline workers and NGO partners to promote KMC. If that is done, I think there will be good uptake for this.
Okay. Any update from Dr. Keshav?
So what I feel so far, like to promote at the village level, we need to involve, village health sanitation committee. That's what we are doing it, and we need to make them understand the reason behind of it, like how we promote breastfeeding. Same way we need to promote KMC and the breastfeeding together. We already have a breastfeeding groups at the community level. We need to just add on with the KMC support. Another thing which we need to give them a flexibility. Now we always stick with the KMC giving to the mothers only, but we need to give them any of the family members, because sometimes what happens when mother have so many other siblings, so she might be busy with the preparing food and other works, and she has to be get involved. But if you give a flexibility that anyone from the family members, and that you from the headman, if the chairman of the VSSNC committee in the respective meetings, if he raise it and he concerns about it, either any of the family members can give the KMC, then things can be, at the community level can be promoted very easily. The same thing we are adopting, we are making them understand it's not only always mother, where mothers have to be, any of the member who is free, who's been, have a time at least for 2-3 hours, at least let us start what you can give it, not to stick with the, 6 hours, that you need to have a 6 hours or 8 hour constant. Let them start how they are starting. Once the mother and family members are realizing that baby is getting a benefit out of it, they will slowly going to increase the time duration of the KMC in the community.
Okay. Thank you. One more last question, if anybody has.
I have a question, sir. Dr. Narayan, sir. I was just wondering, there are a lot of private NICUs, and there was a study you mentioned about that all the SNCUs were questioned and the data was gathered from that. So is there any way that UNICEF can look at the number of KMC coverage in private NICUs in Gujarat, or if possible in all other states?
Yeah, good question. Actually, private SNCU, I will categorize into three. One, there are a couple of private SNCU which are in partnership with the government. So we have SNCU MIS already installed there. We also would like them to record. The second set of SNCU, recently 2 years, since the last 2 years, the government is working on a public-private partnership model where private sector SNCUs are paid, on a per child basis, on workload cost. So there are 200 such SNCUs are there, but definitely these SNCUs will be kind of a captive SNCU where government can communicate and get things done. But at the moment, care of the sick and newborns, sick and small newborns is a concern. Of course, KMC is integral part of that care, but we need to look into their current enabling environment and what they are doing. What kind of nursing staff they have. The third one, there are a lot of private sector which are not into partnership, but IAP and NNF and other professional bodies are helping us. Some of them, we also started mother baby friendly hospital initiative, especially in Surat city. So there is multiple ways we can reach out to them, but the partnership with the IAP and NNF will really help us. I just want to say last one thing. We are working with the IAP at national level, and IAP now promoting a P2P approach, pediatrician to parent approach for promoting early childhood development, where the KMC is integral part. So we can try to reach out to everybody through different channels so that everybody talks about KMC. Over.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, for the nice interaction. Over to you for the conference.
Thank you so much, speakers, for that enriched KMC experience. And we have one more question from Sharmila Mazumdar. That she is asking about what are the coverage indicators being used, and are these incorporated into the routine HMIS? That's the question. Anybody can answer.
Actually, there is SNSU software. So we are entering the KMC data in SNSU software, where we have designed that KMC for the KMC report, in which we are indicating the hours of KMC, then weight gain, how much individual babies are having weight gain, and then we are analyzing the average weight gain. Then follow up to 4 weeks. That means what is happening to those babies within 4 weeks of during neonatal period. Those things are the indicators for analysis. And in HMIS it is not included, but I hope Government of India will soon look after that, and it should be included in the HMIS data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all speakers for their enriched experience, and it will be an insight to all the other states, from implementation to the challenges and the capacity building and the success from home-based KMC and how they're scaling up of MNICUs. Thank you so much. And I thank the chairpersons, Ravi Parekh and Jatin sir, to do the session. Thank you so much. And without much ado, we'll go to the next session, which is an important session about KMC protection, promotion, and practice. How do we do it in the facility level? Can you hear me, Bharti? Ma'am,
Yeah.
Suman ma'am?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So on the facility-based KMC community and KMC in private practice, and what are the barriers and solutions? So for this session, I call upon the moderators, none other than Sanjeev Upadhyaya, Dr. Sanjeev Upadhyaya and Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Sanjeev Upadhyaya is a well-known personality from UNICEF, and his areas of interest are about newborn care and early childhood development, and behavioral change communication and health economics. And over to you, sir. And I introduce Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary, who is an associate professor from SMS Medical College, Jaipur, and his areas of interest are about KMC, non-invasive ventilation, and jaundice. And over to you, sir.
May I come in for a
Upadhyaya,
second, please?
Yeah, Suman.
Just a little change in plan.
Change, is it?
Yeah. Okay. I
Okay.
invite Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary, but as they are settling in, because I'm sure people have realized from one end of the spectrum where we were running late, now we are actually 15 minutes early, and therefore we will just.
Okay.
Sanjeev has joined and Dr. Ramesh is also joining. Rather than Anu going first, we are requesting Sharmila Mazumdar to go first. That's a change in plan, Dr. Sanjeev. Now over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Soman. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible. Sorry for making you hurry up into the session.
No issues at all. So first of all, on behalf of UNICEF, I thank you, KMC Foundation, National Neonatology Forum, Karnataka, Bangalore Medical College, and also St. John's Medical College, all organizations who are behind this very interesting area of work, what we known as the kangaroo mother care. So thank you all for organizing this workshop and this conference, and we are really proud to be part of it. I have with me my fellow colleague, Dr. Ramesh from Jaipur, my co-panelist, and I request Dr. Ramesh to introduce first two speakers. So I stop here and request Dr. Ramesh to please introduce speakers. Thank you.
Ramesh there, has he joined? Not yet.
No.
Dr. Sanjeev, I think Dr. Ramesh is joining.
Ramesh.
Okay. So it doesn't matter. So you could see credentials of our first speaker, Dr. Sharmila Majumdar. She is associated with an organization called SAS, or Society for Applied Studies, based out of Delhi. Dr. Sharmila is interested in the area of maternal and child health. She's a hardcore researcher. She has more than 80 papers to her credit, and I personally have read many of those articles, those papers, and Dr. Sharmila is a very respectful researcher in India, especially in the domain of public health. So we would love to hear from Dr. Sharmila. So Dr. Sharmila, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So KMC is a unique, low-cost, efficacious intervention recommended for stable, low birth weight newborns weighing 2,000 grams or less. It comprises of two essential components: continuous and prolonged skin-to-skin contact and exclusive breastfeeding. KMC benefits are far beyond just thermoregulation. The Cochrane review of 2016 has shown that KMC reduces mortality by 40% in low birth weight babies in hospital settings compared to standard hospital care, and reduces hospital-acquired infections by 65%. Evidence shows that KMC reduces stress in both mother and baby, increases bonding, maternal self-efficacy, empowerment, and confidence in taking care of the small baby. KMC has been a part of the 2003 WHO and national guidelines for small babies, but coverage is barely 5%. The evidence of KMC benefits were from studies in hospital setting where KMC was initiated and given in hospital only. Many babies are missed because about 20% of births still occur at home, and these babies have limited access to hospital care, or they are discharged sooner than recommended without KMC initiation. We did not have any adequate evidence on feasibility, acceptability, and efficacy of KMC when initiated at home, that is, community-initiated KMC. Hence, we conducted this trial to ascertain the impact of community-initiated KMC on neonatal and infant mortality. The primary objective of this trial was to determine the impact of CI-KMC on mortality between enrollment and 28 days and enrollment and 180 days of age. The secondary objectives were to determine the impact of CI-KMC on exclusive breastfeeding at 1 and 3 months, growth at 1, 3, and 6 months, infections in the neonatal period and in the period from 1 to 5 months of age, and care seeking for illness and hospitalization. The trial was conducted in the rural and semi-urban areas in the North Indian state, Haryana. It was an individually randomized trial that enrolled 8,400 low birth weight babies born at home or discharged early from hospital. Intervention was developed based on a formative research conducted prior to the main RCT. Intervention comprised of initiation of KMC as soon as possible after birth, but not beyond 72 hours. The intervention workers made 9 home visits in the neonatal period to deliver the intervention. The home visit schedule was similar to that recommended in the national guidelines for home-based postnatal care, with 3 additional visits on days 2, 5, and 10, which were deemed necessary to support mothers to initiate and sustain KMC practice and to provide hands-on demonstration on appropriate techniques of skin-to-skin contact and exclusive breastfeeding. The control babies received routine newborn care as recommended in the national program, and KMC was virtually non-existent at baseline. So KMC intervention compliance was high. Median age of initiation was 31 hours. Mothers reported of having given skin-to-skin contact for 27 days with a median duration of 11 hours per day. So this figure shows the cumulative hazards of death from enrollment till 6 months of age in the intervention and control arm. Blue curve representing the intervention arm and red the control. As you can see, the two curves start separating within days of randomization, and the separation is not only sustained but increased till the end of the neonatal period. The survival was significantly higher by 30% in the intervention compared to the control infants. This survival benefit lasted till 6 months of age, with 25% higher survival in intervention compared to control. So these are the effects on secondary outcomes. Exclusive breastfeeding at 3 months was significantly higher with effect size of 82%. In intervention arm, possible serious bacterial infection in the neonatal period was lower by 11%. Pneumonia at 3 and 6 months were lower by 42%. and severe diarrhea at 3 months was lower by 69% in the intervention. Prevalence of wasting at 6 months was lower by 16% in the intervention compared to control. The art of doing KMC. So how did we develop the intervention and delivery that yielded such spectacular results? So at the outset, as I said, we did an intensive formative research using qualitative research methods such as IDI, observations, focus group discussions with mothers, family members, and health workers, followed by household trials with mothers of low birth weight newborns. And these are similar to the trials of improved practice. We found that community-initiated KMC was feasible, acceptable with very high adoption rates. The deep insights obtained through the formative research, particularly the household trials, guided development of the intervention package and delivery strategy. The rich experience gained during the trial implementation helped us to further fine-tune and refine the intervention. The trial provided us with an opportunity to deeply engage with 4,500 low birth weight babies, their mothers, and family members. This tremendous exposure generated extremely valuable insights on all possible implementation barriers with pragmatic, feasible, acceptable, and effective solutions to the problems encountered in practicing KMC at home. A comprehensive counseling guide was developed. We also developed simple job aids and tools. So who can deliver the intervention at home? The right worker with the right skills and the right motivation. So I use the 5 C's to summarize the desirable characteristics of an ideal intervention delivery worker. First C, community. The worker needs to be from the community to understand the mother in a socio-cultural milieu to be able to empathize with her. Conviction. The worker needs to have conviction, the strong belief that KMC works. Confidence and practical skills to teach the mother and family members about exclusive breastfeeding and skin-to-skin contact, and for this, she needs to have capability and technical skills. Counseling skills, this is the cornerstone for effective practice, high adoption, and compliance. The worker needs to be alert, sensitive, responsive, and know how to engage with families. Committed to the end cause of saving the small vulnerable babies. And all of these can be achieved through appropriate training and support. So how to deliver intervention? This requires KMC-friendly visit schedule. So compared to the current guidelines, more contacts are needed in the first few days to initiate KMC, to support skin-to-skin contact and lactation to promote exclusive breastfeeding. KMC requires persistent encouragement, strong motivation, and initial handholding to bring about the behavior change activation. Practical demonstrations are crucial. Verbal instructions without hands-on practice are not effective. These babies are small and mothers need assistance to express breast milk, to deal with engorged breasts, inverted or cracked nipples, or to place baby on her skin with baby's neck extended. The various positions in which skin-to-skin contact can be given, skin-to-skin contact to twins, and after cesarean sections, how to clean urine and stool while baby is still on skin-to-skin contact, and breastfeed during skin-to-skin contact, and so on and so forth. It is also important for the intervention delivery workers to promptly resolve queries without allowing these to escalate to a point where mother becomes hopeless and gives up. So all these actions build confidence and empower mothers, improving the self-efficacy to care for these small babies. Once the mother is confident and experiences the tangible benefits herself and the bonding with the baby, the frequency of visits can be reduced. Now, capacity building is relevant both for the workers as well as for the mothers and families. Workers need training in 4 primary areas. Content knowledge is important through classroom theoretical interactive training that provides clarity and confidence. Technical and practical skills are gained through hands-on practice sessions in hospital KMC wards. Training in effective counseling skills is the mainstay of effective intervention delivery. This is gained through mock sessions with trainers and colleagues, followed by practice in the field interacting with mothers and families. Now, all these steps provide the required expertise and equip workers with problem-solving ability. The counseling guide comes handy and prepares workers with the expected challenges and their solutions. So intervention comprises of exclusive breastfeeding and continuous skin-to-skin contact for as long as possible, preferably for 24 hours, which may sound unrealistic, but is possible when assisted by other family members to do skin-to-skin contact. As you can see from these pictures, father doing skin-to-skin contact, as a skin-to-skin contact is done concurrently with other activities, like you can see in the pictures, the mother is eating while the baby is on skin-to-skin contact, or reading while baby is placed in KMC. So skin-to-skin contact was also done when while mothers did their household chores. The belt binder securely fastened the baby while the mother's hands were free. Now, skin-to-skin contact is recommended in position most preferred by the mothers. Could be sitting, standing, supine, or semi-reclining, as you can see the various positions in this picture. Binders and diapers were optional. So in this community, diapers were not preferred. These were believed to cause skin rash, skin peeling, unhygienic, as these trap urine and stool for long periods close to the baby's skin. These were also perceived to create a wide gap due to the bulk between the thighs of the baby that leads to future deformity of the legs. Binders were offered to mothers who resumed household work soon after delivery. So we designed and pre-tested several binders. These are a few examples. The first picture shows the tube top elastic binder. Although it snugly supported the baby, this was never preferred. It was believed to squeeze and suffocate the baby. The long binders in the second picture, as you can see, with long Velcro strips and ties were the most preferred ones. But this was more for covering the baby for privacy, covering the mother's body for privacy rather than supporting the baby. The most effective was the belt binder that fastened the baby securely while mother's hands were free. So in the first picture, you can see the twins are placed on the binder while mother is washing utensils. So a few more pictures to show how these belt binders were so effective where the hands can be free for the other work to be done. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say that CIKMC improves both newborn and early infant survival. Possible mechanisms of survival benefit could be due to the improved breastfeeding, reduced risk of infections, improved care seeking, and less malnutrition. Facility-initiated KMC continued at home, complemented with community-initiated KMC, is likely to have even larger survival impact. However, adequate attention to ensure the quality of implementation during scale-up is essential to achieve the desired impact. The evidence generated from this trial provides an excellent opportunity to redesign the existing architecture of the newborn care program in the hospital and home, with KMC as a core strategy for low birth weight babies that have higher risk of death, poor physical growth, and impaired development.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila. Most of us who understand kangaroo mother care, it is largely limited to hospital or a facility. I think this is very important area what Dr. Sharmila just shared with all of us. KMC at home or KMC within the community. I think what is important for all of us to understand that the future of newborn care and the simplicity with which community-based KMC can be done, I think there is a high time that at whatever level we work, we should advocate policymakers and programmers to make community-based KMC as an intensive part of countries or states newborn care program. So thank you, Dr. Sharmila, and I liked your specific comments, and which is very, very important for all of us to understand. Unless you demonstrate, unless you make people do it, or a demonstration which is followed by a reverse demonstration, people don't understand. I think this is our assumption that I explain you and they understand it. It doesn't work that way, and that's why it's so important whenever we talk about behavior change communication. So this research specifically shows how it is, how important it is to focus on changing people's behavior and that can happen only through sustained practice and very specific interventions such as what Dr. Sharmila just shared. So thank you, and I request participants, in case they have any questions, they can pose their questions in chat. I'm sorry I can't see any questions so far, but because the previous sessions was finished little early, so we have time and we'll certainly take some of those questions during or after the next presentation. So now I request my fellow co-panelist, Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary, to introduce next speakers. Over to you, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you.
Ramesh sir, you are muted.
Our next speaker is Dr. Anu Sachdeva. She is an associate professor at Department of Pediatrics, AIMS. She is actively involved in the e-learning through OnTop and skill development, including simulation. And her account is flooded with the international and national publications. And I think those who all visited AIMS for simulation or QI workshop, they personally know her well. Over to Dr. Anuj.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And am I audible?
Yes, yes, Anu.
And my slides are visible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And before I begin, I think this presentation was supposed to be made by me and our nursing educator, Meena Joshi, together. But unfortunately, she had some health issues in the morning and she's on leave today. So I'll be doing the needful on her behalf as well. And this is something which was a teamwork. So my submission before I begin that the entire effort of the success in this particular domain and in so many other domains, of course, goes to our nursing team who have been tirelessly working towards achieving the next milestones. So with that introduction, and I would be brief and to the point, and the topic that I've been given to discuss today is how did we use quality improvement approach for improving facility-based kangaroo mother care? So what I'm going to do is in the next about 10-12 minutes is that one slide on the background, and I think Dr. Sharmila also had a similar slide, and we discussed about the advantages of KMC. We already have been since morning learning so much about kangaroo mother care. What I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail is the formation of our team and the aim statement that our team made. Yes. So then we'll talk about the PDSA cycles. And for those who have had sessions in the morning, Dr. Murki also talked about this. So this stands for plan, do, study, and act. We'll talk about the results from our QI team making and the results from the Kangaroo Mother Care project that they worked on. What were our learnings and what is that worked? So the change ideas that worked. In addition to that, this was a work done way back in 2017. How have we been able to sustain this change and support the continuous endeavor of quality improvement? And how are we doing it specifically during COVID times? And what are our next steps? And finally, we'll have a concluding statement on this. So a safe, simple method. I don't think I have to elaborate on this, but the important number here is 450,000 preterm deaths, which are preventable by achieving near universal coverage. Benefits, KMC is bountiful, benefits are many, I'll not stress on that. But important is that given initially for 1 hour and then ideally to be practiced uninterruptedly for 24 hours a day is something which all of us should be aiming at as healthcare providers. our kangaroo mother care duration way back in 2016 and 17 was 2 to 3 hours per day. And we used the POCI model, the point of care quality improvement model, to address this quality gap. And what is this? So this is our coaching manual and our learner's guide on point of care quality improvement. And this basically tells us that there are 4 steps to formation, starting from formation of a quality improvement team, formation of a specific aim statement, where are we and where do we want to go. Analyze your problem, measure. Measuring is very important. Develop specific context, specific solutions, analyze those solutions, test your changes, and finally, as a team, find out ways and means to sustain improvement. So this was the 4-step point of care quality improvement approach that our team took. So the team included a nurse educator. Here it was Meena Joshi. We had 4 bedside nurses who were involved in care of the neonates as bedside nurses. We had a doctor, a resident doctor. He was a JR, he self-volunteered, and we had mothers in this team. So all stakeholders for kangaroo mother care, the nurses, the nurse in charge, our resident doctor, and the mothers was there in the team as team members for quality improvement project. The babies who were eligible were all stable preterm babies, low birth weight babies. We specifically included babies on OG feeds who were stable, babies on IV fluids, otherwise stable, and babies on minimal CPAP who were stable. So the team sat down and they already had a baseline data which suggested that the duration of KMC was just about 2 to 3 hours per day. It is actually low if today we are talking of this, but at that time, 2016-17, we did not want to point fingers, did not want a stick to be held and then tell, okay, now we're going to improve. So we wanted to sit down as a team and think, what are the basic areas which are lacking? Where is it that we can improve? And we wanted to improve it to 6 hours, and we kept a time duration of about 6 to 8 weeks for the team to sit, work together, and finally see what is going to happen. So we looked at our baseline data. Herein we recorded the weight and gestational age of all the babies getting admitted during that time in our unit. We also recorded the postnatal age. I mean, if the KMC was injured on day 2 and why, day 3 and why, and how much hours were the mothers doing kangaroo mother care practices. The team sat down, and in the first few mothers that we collected data, the median duration of KMC, as we had actually saw from our routine collection even before the QI project, was about 3.16 hours. The team actually started looking at where are the barriers and how is it that we can address them. Now, this is one of the tools that many of you would be familiar with, and this tool we call as the fishbone. So you have a problem at the terminal end, and you have multiple reasons why this particular aim is not being achieved. So we did see that mothers had a fear of baby becoming hot, baby slipping from their KMC jackets, and the healthcare provider knew some advantages. Of course, KMC is beneficial in breastfeeding, but they need to be educated regarding the other advantages of breastfeeding. Some of them, they were busy. They said that we are busy, possibly insensitive to mothers' needs. Mothers were inexperienced, they lacked the adequate knowledge, and they had that we are tired, we cannot do kangaroo mother care. Moreover, it's an open ward. We don't get that much privacy. Some fathers are doing, sometimes it becomes stressful, some babies are really sick, doctors are running here and there. So in the night, we wish to catch up some sleep. It seems a tedious procedure. We possibly might get exhausted. So this was a little worrisome, but then once you delve deep into the reason why this is happening, things are reasonably acceptable once you actually start planning your change ideas. So we actually started working on this particular area. So we could not address the issue of lack of privacy. We could not get a new KMC ward. And at the same time, the NICU environment continues to be stressful. Mothers could not come at night. So the nurses who formed a team, as well as talking to the bedside nurses, they started forming they put their thoughts, and this is what the PDSA cycle shows. So after baseline data collection, to address that particular gap, which I just circled, the team sat down and developed a small package. So we called it the comprehensive counseling package. And this package implementation was the first PDSA cycle that we did. So what was this package? So small bits were there in this package. One thing is that they developed that they would actually individually counsel the mothers, 1:1. The bedside nurse in charge of the bed would actually do some counseling, tell the mother the advantages of KMC as a part of a routine talking and working with the mother, telling her how to feed, telling her how to change nappy. This is some add-on that she would do. So mothers were educated about KMC by the bedside nurse, and then there was some team discussion. So 4 or 5 nurses together in the team, while 6 or 7 mothers walked in, they would be educated about the advantages. How is it that it's going to be beneficial? And this was our first PDSA cycle. In the second cycle, after we ran this, we started facilitating our nursing colleagues, and we actually started giving them a small token on their dresses, nurse of the month or the KMC nurse or the topper nurse, which actually made them feel proud that actually they are working towards a good endeavor. In the third PDSA cycle, the fathers were actually allowed inside the NICU. Before that, the fathers were allowed only for the fixed time, 4 to 6 p.m. After we thought that fathers could actually be volunteering, and they volunteered, and they could actually be good for serving as kangaroo mother for kangaroo care, the fathers could come into the unit at any point of time if they wanted to do kangaroo mother care. In the study time, so we had done the planning, we did the part, and simultaneously, while the PDSA cycle were continuing, we started analyzing our data on the duration of KMC. And this part I'll actually deal with when I come to the end of the PDSA cycles. So this is our counseling, which is happening 1:1 by the bedside nurse. Few nurses talking to a mother and the father, telling them that if they share work and share KMC hours, it's going to give great dividends. So what did we see? Immediately in the next 6 weeks, the kangaroo mother care duration actually increased to the desired duration, and almost 2/3 of the mothers were doing KMC well above 6 hours. Now it actually came up as a competition. So one of the mother was actually doing it for almost 16 hours a day. Mother family dyads were actively involved. Fathers actually came up to a significant extent, so did the grandmothers and the grandfathers. So this is a run chart, and here you can see that the median actually stood at 8.2 hours for us during the entire period from October, the entire month of October, if you can see. So this is on 340 mothers, the mothers who were giving kangaroo mother care. Our target then we shifted to about 10 hours. Now, we did not want to work at 6 hours, we shifted our target to about 10 hours. We kept on working, and here if we see, we shifted to almost at about 9 hours, keeping our target at 10 hours, and then it actually went up. So this was 2016, then 17, and here it goes, and here we are in 2019 and 20 pre-COVID area. So we were actually working at a 2-digit number, about 11.5 hours before this COVID outbreak happened. So many things to learn. And currently the median duration is somewhere around 10 hours. This was before the COVID area. So what is it that worked? One is it that you actually could give individual dedicated counseling to the mother. We changed the visitors policy. We assigned specific tasks to the nursing doctor. We assigned specific tasks to the resident doctor and the nurses, sorry. And we had clear responsibility. The faculty on ground is going to ask how many hours of KMC has this mother done? And the nurse had to write it down in each shift, in her shift, how many hours of KMC was done. So delegating a specific responsibility, changing the visitors policy, and 1:1 counseling of the mothers for kangaroo mother care. We make the unit family centered. Father or any family member who wanted to come to the unit to do kangaroo mother care could come in at any nth hours. Weekly team meetings were held, data was shared, and we identified champions of the month and gave them a small label here. The mothers could save time. Feeding and kangaroo mother care were combined. We actually started saving time, telling the mothers to pump from both the breasts while she comes before doing kangaroo mother care. So the mothers could save time and gather more time for kangaroo mother care. So the important point, and that is the action. So we planned for our sustainability early. We had some small chits which we were hung outside the NICU in a small playboard design. I'll just share with you, wherein we were updating data in real time. The tasks, the duties, the responsibilities, a very simple language, they were written, and there was a visual description of the current best practices. In addition to that, every week there was a small huddle, about 10 minutes, in which we celebrated success, we motivated our team, and we also actually said that what are the learning points from this week? Where is it that we are lacking? Where is it that we are working fine? So this is one of the meetings. So they are celebrating success. So there's a small success, and here is Jessie, and I can see Meena here. So small things. Kiran was labeled the nursing champion of the month for that particular month. And herein, I've actually displayed the charts from Kangaroo Mother Care, from false alarm and current antibiotic usage. So these are, if you go into the gallery of our NICU, so these are small charts which are hung up, which give a live pictographic display. What has been the KMC duration for the last week? What has been the last heavy antibiotic which we have used? And what has been the alarm reductions? There was nil, and this was actually working at about 8-9 hours per day. This was the policy made, and the clear-cut goal which was highlighted was that babies should receive 10 hours of KMC, and a clear-cut description of what change ideas worked were also displayed in the gallery of the NICU. So small learning points, but then they were the small steps or the building blocks, the reason why we are able to sustain our gains till now. We had planned our sustainability. Now the next step was to share our data and share our experiences. And now that sustainability tools are in place, we were ready to begin with another quality improvement project. And till date, we have been able to sustain all our QI projects, which we started in 2015 and 16, and they are reasonably stable even during the COVID era. So few publications we generated, and I must honestly submit, this is not only AIMS NICU which is doing this. We have Dr. Suman Rao's unit, and we have many studies done in South India, wherein people are working left, right, and center to work towards such a humane endeavor, not only improving the duration of Kangaroo Mother Care, but also improving the time or decreasing the time, and maybe it's starting at an earlier postnatal age as it was, as compared to what it was being done maybe 10 years back. So a lot of effort, lot of work together being done. So small steps which we wanted to take and we wanted to share. So mothers who come during this COVID era are the mothers who do not go in and out of the hospital. They are admitted mothers. The relatives are not changing. We reinforce hand washing before and after touching NI and ICU surface, in addition to hand washing before entering the unit. We have a register for self-reporting just kept outside the NICU. We tell them to avoid not touching their mouth, eyes, and nose while in the NICU, and each day that they come inside, they are provided a separate N95 mask. They gown in, they wear a head cap, and they do Kangaroo Mother Care for their babies. This is something which is being done in our Kangaroo Mother Care unit and in the NICU as well. So what did we learn? Small things. It's comprehensive program, family member participation, motivate your team members, and continuously reinforce, and this can lead to wonders and improve KMC practices in the unit. So our acknowledgements to our NICU team, our mother newborn dyers, and I think this line is very important. When we are working, we all wish to provide our patients with the right care at the right place and at the right time. With that words, I would like to end my session here, and over to the moderator for taking up, let me know if there are any questions which I have to answer. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Nu, for such an exceptional talk on the most humanized way of caring the newborns that's using KMC and giving the benefits of the KMC by scaling it up without any much added resources. And I think that's the best way of the QI. And you showed us that how we can take the KMC to the new heights. And I must congratulate your team of the nurses for untiring work in the QI projects. And I think nurses are the key in the changes and the QI projects. Till now, there is no questions for you. I think some of the questions for Dr. Sharmila. Over to Dr. Sanjeev, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. I personally met Dr. Anu and the full team of All India Institute of Medical Sciences on a couple of occasions, and I learned a lot about this whole approach of point of care quality improvement. We also included this as part of our program intervention in southern part of India, and we actually got very, very good results across several SNCUs who were keen to become part of point of care quality improvement. All of us are aware that this famous report of Lancet Commission on quality, and just to remind you those numbers, it says that in low and middle income countries, we lose more people due to poor quality, not due to poor access. And I encounter this, every day in at least in southern part of India. In most of the states where governance is good, health system is functioning certainly better than what we see in northern part of the country. And I don't see any reason that we should create more and more facility. What is more important for us to now work on the quality aspects. And it's good that Dr. Ashok Devrari, Dr. Anu Sajdev and the whole team at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, they are championing quality and they are advocating it to each and every part of the country, each and every facility of the country. And I mean, their passion and the kind of work they are doing is really remarkable. We have to learn a lot, and there is no reason for some of the participants who are part of this interesting conference to visit their facility whenever they get opportunity to learn more. And there are a lot of publications as well, so you can just go and just look for these publications. And the last part I'll say about Dr. Anu's team, that they are extremely helpful when it comes to quality, and they always lend their hand for any kind of support for anyone who's interested in quality work. But they have gone beyond newborn care. They entered into now labor room area as well, just to make sure that due to poor quality, we don't lose babies inside labor room before child comes to newborn care. So that has been my learning working with AIMS team, and at least replicating some of their good practices in other parts of India. So thank you, Dr. Anu, and I thank all of your team for your fantastic, fabulous work on this in this area of this domain of quality. So we don't have any more questions on this, and now it's time that we should look beyond public sector. Lot of these intervention, whenever we talk, it is a government newborn care unit that comes in our mind, and we think KMC or kangaroo mother care is something which can be only done in a government facility, not in private sector. And in my limited experience with people to whom I interacted, I found few champions in private sector as well, who are doing kangaroo mother care in their own hospitals, in their own units, in private sector, corporate hospitals. So that is what we are going to learn from our next speaker, and probably he does not require any introduction. All of us know Dr. Nand Kishore Kabra, who's associated with Surya Child Care Hospital. He's the director and neonatologist there in Mumbai. And we know his area of interest, which is breastfeeding, neonatal pain relief, PDA, retinopathy of prematurity in breastfeeding. He received a lot of awards so far, and there are more than 100 research papers to his credit. So without waiting for long, I request Dr. Nand Kishore Kabra to come and share their learnings with us with regards to private sector. So thank you, and over to you, Dr. Kabra.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Absolutely, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, and the slides are good?
No, we can't see your slides.
Okay, is it good now?
Yes, now we can see your slides.
So thank you for that kind introduction. What I'm going to talk over next 15-20 minutes is about kangaroo mother care in practice, private practice, all gain and no pain. Now, when we look at the evidence from literature and looking at the gold standard Cochrane reviews, we have this Cochrane review, which was published in 2016. Over 3,000 infants were enrolled across the globe in 21 studies, of which 16 studies were coming from low middle income countries and 8 studies were from India, where actually what it ended up showing is that there is a moderate quality evidence which showed that benefits of KMC are dose dependent. There is reduction in the mortality in low birth weight babies, and there is reduction in morbidities like severe infections, sepsis, nosocomial infections, hypothermia, severe illnesses, and lower respiratory tract infections. It improves exclusive breastfeeding and duration of breastfeeding, and it improves weight, length, and head circumference gain, and mothers feel more satisfied. Now, when we look actually at the number, the mortality number, so what we are know that the reduction, when you look at babies who are less than 2.5 kilo, it's to the tune of 2.1% at the time of discharge. And when you actually look at what happens to them, when you are following them up subsequently, there is differences about 2%. Now, why are we talking about private practice? So I had opportunity to be associated with public hospital, and currently I am affiliated with the private hospital. Why we are talking about private practice? Because 30% of institutional births in India occur in private setup, and the benefit profiles are different. So when you look at the benefits of KMC, the Cochrane review, in low middle income countries, all the benefits are there in terms of mortality as well as morbidities. But when you look at the studies which are coming from developed countries, there not so much of benefit for mortality, morbidity, but it's more to do with the duration of breastfeeding, parent satisfaction, infant sleep quality, and the overall satisfaction of the families. So if we extrapolate that, then it's still very, very relevant for us in the private practice here in India. The parents in private practice, when we face, they are more educated, they are empowered, and they are advocates of the health. And we also have better staff-patient ratio in a private sector. And family have reasonable resources, finances, manpower, and they actually want whatever is best possible to be done for the baby with their own involvement also, like what we call as family-centered care or FI care or parent participation. Now, why need to differentiate between public and private? I already elaborated, but overall we know that acceptance of KMC worldwide has becoming a standard of care, and everybody knows importance of this. Earlier, like breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care were not considered very fancy things. Early in the days when we were training DM, we were so excited with the ventilators, surfactant, and we were not so much focused on kangaroo care and breastfeeding. And here, after 25 years, we realize how effective this kangaroo mother care and breastfeeding can be in the various aspects of the newborn care. Most mothers, fathers, and families, when we talk to these families in private practice, are already aware about the kangaroo mother care and its benefits. And more doctors in private setups are willing to allow the kangaroo mother care to progress. We don't need to really differentiate whether mother is rich or poor. She's a mother and she should get every due respect and opportunity to perform the kangaroo mother care. And we should not be discriminating according to the socioeconomic class. So in our unit, we approximately admit 1,000 babies a year, of which 150 babies are between 1 to 1.5 kilo and 120 babies are less than 1 kilo. We have structured follow-up program, and we encourage kangaroo mother care, and we have our own milk bank. Any baby who is less than 1.6 kilo gets mother's own milk or milk from the milk bank. I'm thankful to these families who have given me permission to use these pictures. So these are all the mothers who perform KMC in the unit while the babies are on respiratory support. And I'll talk about what actually we do in our practice. Now coming to parent participation, it's just not about kangaroo care, but like, family-centered care, and even a step further, family integrated care, where the family is actually involved in everything that is happening with the baby. They are involved with the day-to-day decision. They are involved in giving oral medications. They are involved in changing the diaper, sponging, etc., etc. And we also start to involve parents in what we call as early parent participation program. So in India, slowly and steadily, we are making progress in terms of kangaroo care, family-centered care, FI care, and early parent participation program. Now, the scope of parent participation may be in terms of providing comfort to the baby, cuddling the baby, or checking the temperature, or providing the tucking to the baby, or providing boundaries to the baby, or it may involve changing diaper or feeding the baby. We all have learned that KMC is a good thing to do. It provides multiple multi-sensory stimuli like tactile, auditory, olfactory, visual, and kinesthetic. And we need to, when we actually do kangaroo care in the private practice, there are several aspects that are involved. So we have written information provided in terms of booklets. We have a parent support group who actually talks about their experiences and their benefits, and how calmer they became after starting kangaroo care, and how the milk outflow improved. These mothers are coached at bedside by senior nurses and medical team. They are continuously provided psychological support, and sometimes parents may be very interested in reading more. So we also provide them journal articles, peer-reviewed articles for them to read through. So we know that it provides benefits. We also need to look at the safety aspect, because which babies you can do and which babies you cannot do. And then certain written policies like, who is allowed, who is not allowed. And important thing is maintaining the motivation among the team of doctors, nurses. It's very, very important. And the leader on the top has to be enthusiastic about the success, so that flows through the whole team and it gets translated into real practice. So what we actually do is that currently for ventilated sick babies, we do not do kangaroo care. Any baby who is on CPAP, high flow oxygen, we do kangaroo mother care. Those who are on ventilator and very stable, and when we have opportunity to do 1:1 nursing, then we'll provide kangaroo care. And generally, we look at that baby is stable and oxygen requirements are 40% or less, and continuous monitoring and supervision is provided. So question is there any cutoff from the weight perspective? There is no such cutoff. What you are seeing in a picture is a mother who is doing a kangaroo care for a baby who is 23 weeker, who has become 900 grams by the time baby went on to CPAP and kangaroo care. So what we look at the stability, not the size. And individual unit has to choose on the basis of their comfort level. And it's very, very important that the nursing team, the medical team, both have to be comfortable with what is being done, and also need to take into account risk-benefit balance. You don't want baby to become unstable if baby has central lines, umbilical lines, PICC lines, and if you are not able to monitor them during the kangaroo mother care, it may become a problem. So what are the hurdles that we normally face? And actually, I don't have our own unit's data in terms of hurdles, but when I actually searched the literature, and what I found out is that basically for providing KMC, what are the barriers? So there are socio-cultural, there are resource related, and there are related to experimentation. But most important thing is providing the right environment, facilities, and resources, and the negative impression of the staff and fear, anxiety, which can be easily dealt with. So this is in the low and middle income countries. But then if you look at the developed countries, again, the same thing, like, low awareness, providing resources, very important, two important aspects. Whenever you are starting to implement KMC in the unit, if you are not already doing it in private practice, there is a beautiful article published in Indian Pediatrics by Dr. Nimbalkar's group, where they actually, what should you do in pre-implementation phase, what should you do in implementation phase, and what should you do in the follow-up. And it's very easy to follow, just follow the steps and you would be successful. What we also started doing in our unit is that one of our DMB resident was very artistic, and she drew actually this picture, and we were so impressed that we got these things printed and pasted on each cradle. So it's a constant reminder to us during rounds to ask ourselves, is this baby eligible for KMC, so that we are able to introduce early KMC. And this resident also did another good thing. She drew a picture to make sure that we are giving only breast milk. And then following this encouragement and input and work of my other colleagues, we are able to introduce the milk bank, and any baby who is less than 1.6 kilo gets exclusively mother's own milk or milk from the milk bank. So what are the constraints we have? Mumbai, every square inch is important. So initial days, we have issues with mothers provided with the adequate beds, rooms, washrooms, dining area, rest, reading area, and KMC. We are still not doing KMC by other than mother. There is something called as professional cuddlers, and this concept exists in the Western world, where someone else actually comes in place of mother or father and who provides the kangaroo care. And now also in India, some of the private units, they have started having a single room NICU, where actually the family is staying for 24/7 and is able to do everything as if it's happening in a private room. And we have few KMC champions. So way forward we are looking at is that introducing KMC in early hours and KMC in ventilated babies, increasing the scope of parent participation. And COVID has taken a heavy toll on the current situation with the KMC, although we are able to do it, but with lots and lots of restrictions. We have tools to follow. And then coming to the family participation, we have a study from multicentric study from Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, which shows that if the family is involved in the care, there is better weight gain, breast milk feeding, and less parental stress. And similarly, a study from India by another center, private center, from Trivandrum, Naveen Jain and Anish Pillai, which showed that early parent participation actually gives better stability for the newborn infants. So it's important to be motivated, and we have to have a positive mindset. The leader has to get the team along, need to make sure that the staff and families are aware. KMC takes very minimal resources, and it's basically no pain, only gain and incremental gain. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Kabra. And really eye-opening how someone can start kangaroo mother care kind of intervention private sector. Just one question to you, Dr. Kabra. First of all, because this is something which looks very, very simple, and you are practicing a city like Mumbai. When you advocate KMC for a family, and especially those who are coming from those high-rising buildings or from high socioeconomic status, how do they see your intervention, and what is your understanding about their participation in this process?
I think in the earlier period of time there was an issue, like but now they all are very well read. and they know the importance of kangaroo care. And also the parent support group. We have what about those like mothers who have already past experience, those who have looked after the preterm babies in the past, and then encouraging words keeps them going. So we have mothers who coming from various socioeconomic strata, and we don't have any negative experience. All of them are in fact encouraging and very positive. I think once they get involved and they feel calmer and comfortable, and their emotions are better managed, and they feel they are in control of the situation, they feel happy, their milk flow also improves. So in real practice, we haven't seen any issues with kangaroo mother care.
And that's another question, which is just a continuation of a previous question. So when you discharge these babies, so how do you counsel their mothers, and to what extent you are successful in conveying that they need to continue KMC even after reaching home, and what has been participation of other family members in this process when they go home?
So usually when these babies are discharged, we have a half an hour counseling session that talks about all the aspects of care, what has happened to the baby in terms of follow-up. And then also we talked about continuing the kangaroo mother care when they are at home. And this can be done by mother or father. And usually most families are very receptive, and they would continue to do as much as babies 2.5 kilo or so.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Kabra. So we learned a lot from your session, and it is certainly a treat for those who feel that kangaroo mother care kind of intervention can only be done in public sector. Probably it's not our cup of tea. So thanks for starting or even continuing this kind of intervention. And private sector is a very, very important service provider when it comes to health sector in India, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues will learn from you and they will try to emulate. So thank you, Dr. Kabra, for that. Dr. Ramesh, do you have any questions for Dr. Kabra?
No, really not sufficient. Yeah, but there is a question from Sharmila ji to all. In our implementation research to scale up KMC across facility, community continuum will be involved the private practice. We found KMC competed with incubator care, possibly lowering the profit margin. Was this a challenge that you faced? Abra sir?
So actually, the class of the patient we deal with, they are very, very receptive, and I think the bond that happens over a period of 1 to 3 months, they have enough confidence in what we say. And one of the most important aspect of our care is this parent support group. It's formed by the previous parents, and they continue to provide this constant feedback. This is how it works. This worked for me. This is how it's going to work for you. That helps.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kabra sir. It's really nice, soothing hearing you always. And as you amply said, that extending benefits of KMC without discriminating on the basis of mother's richness or poorness or their socioeconomic status, that will pave a way to the universalization of the KMC. Sir.
Yes, I'm not too clear about this question from Dr. Sharmila Majumdar. She wrote that was another challenge establishing facility community linkage. In government facilities, ASHAs were contacted, but the private facilities were not aware of who the ASHAs are or who the ASHAs were.
So yeah, can I just come in? Yeah, just for
clarity.
clarity.
Yeah, just qualify your question, please.
Yeah, so basically, see, KMC is initiated in facility, but needs to be continued at home. So this establishing this linkage between facility and community remains a challenge. So in the government facilities, well, the government staff, they were aware of the ASHAs who belong to that locality or where the mother came from. But in the and so the ASHAs were informed, okay, this mother is being discharged, so please take care of her when she goes home, to support her at home, to continue KMC at home. But in private facilities, this was a challenge because the private doctors, they were not aware of who the ashas were, or from where the women came, who exactly the asha was responsible for that woman. So establishing this linkage was a challenge.
Yes. So I got your question. So Dr. Kabra, I mean, this is about following these babies once they discharge from a private sector hospital or private facility. In government sector, there is a mechanism where a data entry operator who sits in a special newborn care unit, he or she follows with the family, and they also make sure that the local health worker, be it ANM or ASHA, is linked to that family. But there is no such mechanism.
So what happens actually in private practice is that these babies, once they are discharged, they come for follow-up in 5 to 7 days, and they would have their eye checks pending, hearing check pending, sonography pending, and they would have vaccinations. So these visits that happen at each point of time with each interaction serves as a check for seeing what is happening, whether the KMC is happening or not. So like, we in city of Mumbai, I'm not sure for the private practitioner this how the ASHA thing would work. But because the patients are so compliant and they are very, very diligent with their follow-ups, so this missing thing does not happen with us, at least with our unit in follow-up.
I think probably there is a difference of the socio-economic status of the patients, of the clients, the kind of clients you handle, you deal with. They would certainly religiously follow all instructions and come back for all follow-ups. But at the same time, I think this question is Dr. Sharmila's question is very, very relevant. I think it's the high time we also need to connect our private sector with public sector programs, and maybe organizations like Indian Academy of Pediatrics or National Neonatology Forum should, at least for their members, especially those who specifically do private practice, are not aware of large public health programs. I mean, they can be sensitized and oriented to, so that at least no matter whether the patient comes from a rich class or from a low middle income class, they can be directed to local health worker also. In times of need, a local health worker can follow and at least can look into those areas which may require some hand-holding, because going to doctor who at times may be at 50 kilometers away may not be possible. So that's something important, and we should certainly advocate our professional bodies like NNF and Indian Academy of Pediatrics are similar. And it's true for, in fact, all not just pediatric area, it's true for probably all areas of health services. So thank you, Dr. Nand Kishore, for your wonderful presentation. And now is the time for us to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Shahana.
Sir, Dr. Sanjeev, sir?
Yes, please.
There is a question from Dr. Rekha Udani, ma'am, that it will be really good to follow up these babies. And then one more question is there, how do you monitor KMC in your setting? That is in the private sector. Do you have any MIS online systems available to monitor data in private settings? I think this is for Kabra, sir.
Oh, it's for Dr. Kabra. Dr. Kabra, these two questions for you.
No, we don't have any electronic data system. Only thing is that when they are in the unit, the records are maintained. And at home, some families maintain record or some families don't. But we don't have a very, very systematic way of maintaining electronically.
I think that is why the importance of digital health, upcoming digital health mission is more and more important, where countries looking at having a digital health record for each and every individual. So let's see what time tells us.
Yeah.
So we can move Dr. Hannah, next speaker.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes. So
we can move on to the next Dr. Deepa Bankar, sir.
Yes. So next speaker is Dr. Deepa Bankar. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Dr. Deepa. She is with the NHL Medical College, Ahmedabad, and she is going to speak about a very interesting area. And I am really interested to hear from her what are different barriers and solutions when it comes to kangaroo mother care. Barrier solution to overcome the hurdle. So that's her topic. So, and I don't see her slide. Yeah, this is where her slide is. So Dr. Deepa Banker, she's affiliated, her affiliations are she's professor and head of Srimati NHL Municipal Medical College, SVPIMER, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Institute of Medical Education Research. She's member of KMC Foundation. She is a faculty for advanced NRP, KMC training. She's also faculty at Academy of Traumatology, India, neonatology, neonatal resuscitation, kangaroo mother care, preterm massage, breastfeeding. These are areas of interest, and she has been awarded on several occasions. Once for Best Poster Award at 12th International Conference on KMC in Bogota, Colombia in November 2018 for the topic which is on KMC counseling in low birth weight LBWI. I don't know what this I is. Advice or a prescription. Infant, sorry. The Best Abstracted Breastfeeding Research Award for paper on KMC at American Academy of Pediatrics Conference from 2009 at Washington, D.C. And the Best Video Award for Video Contrast of World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, or WABA, in 2008, and her topic was breastfeeding mother's privilege. And apart from these, she won many other awards, and there are many papers to her credit. So over to you, Dr. Deepa. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Is it visible, sir?
We can see your screen, but not the presentation.
Yes. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. Good evening, everybody. I really thank the organizers, especially Dr. Suman and Vani Madam was my mentor, for giving me this valuable opportunity to participate in this conference. The topic given to me is barriers and solutions and overcome hurdles. Believe me, it was really challenging to prepare this presentation, but at the end of it, I really learned a lot. There are many studies and many systematic reviews on barriers and solutions to KMC, studies from countries like Pakistan, China, Indonesia, the systemic reviews from Sweden. And what I could gather is that at 4 levels, one has to assess these barriers and solutions. At hospital level, performing a barrier analysis prior to implementation of KMC practice is very important. At administrative level, the support from hospital administration and leadership is very, very crucial. Regarding healthcare staff, the very well-trained and motivated healthcare staff to offer and support the practice of KMC is vital. And at the mother and the family level, it is very critical to understand the key factors that contribute to mother's ability or inability to practice KMC. Now, we all know that the problem is a preterm birth and how to deal with it, and the solution is kangaroo mother care. But the missing link is how we can have one plan which will address all this assessment at all these 4 levels. And that was my search, and I have found the solution. So life begins in the loving arms of friends and family for most of the newborns. But for some newborns who are too small or who are born too soon, the life begins in the NICU, where they are strapped with the wires and tubes. And they form a very significant part of vulnerable population who are at risk of adverse medical, cognitive, behavioral, and social outcome. The preterm birth is a major global health issue, not only in the low and middle income, but also in the high income countries, and it is on the rise globally. There is also a steady increase in the multiple births, with the half of all the twin births and more than 90% of the triplets are born preterm. The preterm birth complications directly account for more than 30% of the neonatal deaths. So we need an intervention which is feasible and applicable to prevent the morbidity and mortality of premature babies. And the best intervention, no other than kangaroo mother care, which is highly relevant top preterm intervention for scaling across geographies. We all know that it is an evidence-based approach with the kangaroo position, kangaroo nutrition and early discharge, and it's initiated in the facility and continued at home. Whenever when I was doing preparing this, I saw that literature on KMC mainly highlights improved outcome of preterm neonates, but I wish that it is included as improved outcome of family of preterm neonates and the neonate as well. So we need to focus on the family of the preterm as much as we focus on the premature infant and its outcome as well. Because there are many phases of preterm, the preterms are classified according to their gestational age or their birth weight as extremely preterm, very preterm, moderately preterm, or late preterm infants. And their first sensory experiences significantly differ from what sensory experiences are there for the full-term newborn. The mother of these premature babies, they face number of psychosocial factors that interrupt her transition to new motherhood. She becomes mother in the hospital, and it's an emergency birth where she has to endure the trauma and physical consequences of emergency birth. Psychologically, mother is totally unprepared for abrupt arrival of a newborn, and this all can evolve into a variety of emotional responses in the form of sadness, failure, guilt, fear, anxiety, uncertainty, etc. And these mothers of premature babies are also at increased risk of ill health, and they are at double the risk of postnatal depression in early postpartum period. We know all this and we always consider all this, but what we don't define and don't know is that the premature mother, we never classify her as premature mother or a mother of an extremely premature infant. Her challenges and barriers to KMC practice are totally different from a mother of late preterm infant. The mother of extreme preterm infant is required to provide kangaroo mother care for 12 to 14 weeks that could amount to around 100 days or 3 months. Whereas mother of late preterm, she has to provide KMC for around 1 month duration. Regarding the two most important challenges for mothers of very preterm or very low birth weight infant is continuous, that is 24/7, and prolonged, that is almost for 3 months. They have to provide kangaroo mother care, they have to breastfeed the baby, and they have to take care of the baby. They very willingly do so. But the other important challenge is to maintain and sustain the prolonged KMC beyond 30 days or beyond NICU stay, even at home, even after discharge, and also to maintain her lactation and sustain long-term breastfeeding. The complexity of needs of the family and the infant who is low birth weight is that this infant is likely to be seriously medically ill and likely to require long stay in the NICU, where parents are really stressed and they feel lonely in NICU because the contact from friends and family decline over time. Initially, all friends and family come, but later on, the contact is decline. And when they are prevented from touching and holding their infant, they have difficulty in feeling connected and maintaining hope. Sorry, I'm sorry for this glitch. Can I? Yeah. Can you see the slide now?
Yes.
So the parent.
No, Dr. Deepa.
You're not.
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Continue, please.
Yeah, so parents who are prevented from holding or touching the infant have difficulty in feeling connected and maintaining hope. And because of the stress, they forget information, and there is a kind of avoidance because of anxiety. But what the preterm needs, because as the birth weight is an accurate predictor of the newborn's outcome and the survival is higher when they are raised in the thermal neutral environment, the need for continuous and prolonged KMC is very essential for these newborns. But even though mothers enjoy kangaroo mother care practice, it is physically and emotionally difficult even for most committed mothers. So to overcome these hurdles, we can have a care plan for the family of preterm, which can be given a name of preterm family care plan. This plan takes into consideration not just the prematurity of the baby, but also the mother, that she is the mother of extreme premature or she's the mother of late preterm baby. And then we can have a plan for baby to help her transition to the world, and plan for mother to help her transition to new motherhood, and thus supporting the baby's journey from home to NICU to ward to home. And all the time, mother assures that she is with the baby. So the plan for the baby, as very nicely elaborated by speakers in earlier sessions, is the family-friendly NICU design. MNICU is an excellent example of supporting the family. The very challenging part is the counseling about the need of the KMC with emphasis on hand and the body hygiene and monitoring baby. What I feel is a suggestion that whenever such emergency birth occurs, we should ask father to stay with the baby and family to stay with the mother. And sensitization of the father or a KMC provider with the NICU environment, and where NICU specific KMC nurse who is well trained, motivated, considerate, and sensitive can help the father keep the baby in KMC. The nurse has to be trained in positioning baby with the tubes and wires, which should be well secured and fixed. For healthcare staff, there should be a growing awareness about enhancing parent-infant relationship in NICU and to support early parent-child interactions and engagement, and also to co-regulate the preterm infant. The concept of co-regulate is very important. I'll describe it later. That one of the top ranked barriers for fathers was lack of opportunity to practice. And we can break this barrier and make it an enabler by early engagement of the father in care of the baby. The plan for mother is could be prenatal sensitization and counseling about the high risk pregnancies and the pregnancies with the multiple gestation, where asking for a stronger family support. The counseling about the need for continuous and prolonged KMC, again, I say that it's equally challenging. When the family stays with the mother and with a strong family mother and with the help of lactation nurse, we can explain about the early and frequent expression of breast milk from the first few hours of baby's birth, and save and store this magical uh, gift in the form of colostrum and preterm milk. The feeding of her preterm infant is taught to the mother when the mother stays with the baby and provides kangaroo mother care. And mother is not just comforted and supported by the healthcare staff and family, but also by peer support group. And the effective community linkage and reference support is also established at the time of discharge. And this plan for mother and the baby is an ongoing for the baby and mother at the time of admission could be different than the plan at the time of discharge. So again, coming to the most challenging part, as the survival is higher in the thermal neutral environment, is that mother gives KMC in NICU, maybe for 10 days, 20 days, but then it becomes physically and emotionally, we have to reinforce the counseling for kangaroo mother care for a 20 to 24 hours a day for 100 days. If we think of this, it's a very difficult task. And how to keep mother engaged into prolonged KMC and sustain KMC is very, very important. Now, this was the paper I presented at Bogota uh, as the kangaroo mother care counseling in low birth weight infants for continuous and prolonged KMC. Because when we do the counseling, we advise the parents and the family, and we give them information We advise them, we guide them, entire family is made aware about the needs and benefits of the baby, and they provide emotional and physical support to the mother. But the problem is that this advice is not, it does not define the duration or the involvement of the KMC provider in terms of long hours of KMC, how much they are going to contribute. As KMC is an ongoing process, it also requires repeated reinforcement and counseling for maintenance of the KMC. And very important, therefore, to have a therapeutic plan in the form of structured prescription with the precise dose and duration, necessary warnings, defining parental role, and ensuring sustained commitment from the family, not just at the time of admission, but even after 30 days of the baby's birth, there should be a sustained commitment from the family. And when the structured prescription we practiced in our NICU, we also found the ease of record keeping. Actually, the structured prescription is a combination of cognitive skill, communication skill, and practical skills. So in our unit, we gave KMC prescription to the family of low birth weight infants. What we did was, after counseling the family for kangaroo mother care, the number of responsible persons willing to provide KMC were identified. Their time of availability to provide KMC was noted and were prescribed KMC accordingly. The mother was asked to give 2 hours of KMC sessions at least 4 times a day. The father was asked to provide KMC for minimum 2 hours before he goes to work and after coming back from work. And relatives were asked to give KMC sessions minimum for 2 hours in a single session, as many times they can give. And thus, we could achieve the kangaroo mother care for 12 hours by parents and 2 hours by relatives, by total of 14 hours of KMC in our overcrowded 33-bedded resource limited setting, where patient nurse ratio for 33 beds can go up to 50 and nurse numbers can go down from 7 to 3. And with this, we could enable our this 800-gram premature baby with the 30 days stay in NICU. He's very confidently can say that I grew up in NICU with my family. This is the picture depicting happy outcomes in our NICU, and you can also see the peer support, the family support, and invisible healthcare support that they are convinced to do this lovely intervention and are happy. You can see so many smiles. You can see the grandfather, grandmother, father, and we had very happy time with the fathers. Fathers don't have pain, fatigue, or depression immediately after emergency birth. They recover well, and they're the best people initially to support the baby and also to support the mother. And we also did one study where the father was taking care of the baby. The mother's lactation really improved by 12 ml per 1 expressions of milk session. So you can also see this young father is also doing because there is a peer support, and it was accepted across all cultures. The trustful and reciprocal bonding and secure attachment is the very essential need of mother of premature baby as well as the premature baby himself. And the concept of co-regulation that I wanted to say is about secure attachment. The concept of co-regulate is to develop a secure attachment, and that is a skill which is necessary for coping with emotions across our lifespan. Such an important concept, which you can see that this baby, how they achieve this co-regulation is that infant is dependent on the caregivers to help them soothe and internalize the belief that emotions can be calmed. And this process is termed as co-regulation. So this infant is feeling the soothing by the caregiver and the co-regulation is achieved. And thus bonding and secure attachment is very, I would say, nicely achieved with the kangaroo mother care intervention. We also could feel the stronger family support for the parents of twins. You can see the father and the mother, and we see lot of father's presence on the follow-up visits. And the indirect effect is that this baby's immunization coverage is up to date, and father is also involved in many areas of the care of the baby. And also one can appreciate the bonding as well as the competence of the super mom of triplets, very effortlessly holding 2 babies at a time and loving all her 3 darling daughters. So thus overcoming the hurdles of the KMC, what I had described before, at the level of hospital and all four at the level of hospital, hospital administration, healthcare staff, and mother, family, and community, the one missing link could be a preterm family care plan where everybody is sensitized about the preterm family care plan, that you need to support the preterm, you need to manage the family, you need to be more sensitive towards the family of extreme premature, you need to provide some facilities, you need to be trained to provide the kangaroo mother care to a 800-gram infant in an NICU, and this also promotes the concept of zero separation. Therefore, the need of the hour is the preterm family care plan with the essential and vital KMC as a high priority intervention. KMC prescription is a new and very effective enabler we found in our practice. And I feel that there should be a community perception of KMC as natural as breastfeeding. And whole community, if you ask grandparents, they do think that the preterm babies are delicate, they require more care, they layer them with the clothing, they know that they need more warmth. All we need to tell them is that best food for the baby is breast milk and best place for the baby is mother's chest, and that is our logo of Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation. And I would add to this that not just best food, but the first food for the baby is breast milk, and first touch and the best touch for the baby is mother's touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa, for such a lucid presentation. And we still have 15 more minutes. We still have 15 more minutes. I could see a lot of comments in chat box, and I'm happy to see that now different people are interacting with each other. There is no need for a moderator or a presenter to respond to any question.
Yes, sir.
So wonderful to see that. So very good, Dr. Deepa.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ramesh, do you have any questions for Dr. Deepa? Any comments or questions?
I think Dr. Deepa has not left any questions for us. She covered it well and emphasized the importance of giving due attention to the extremely preterm moms and babies. When we identify them differently, then the problems has half went.
Thank you, sir.
You can involve parents in mother NIC.
So just in my closing comments, I'll say, sorry if I missed anything because there was a call in between.
Yeah.
Dr. Suman, did I miss anything?
So there's one question to Deepa.
Okay.
Deepa, how early do you involve parents in mother NICU, and what else do they, along with KMC and milk expression, as part of family NICU?
We involve parents.
You're muted, Deepa. We can't hear you.
I'm not muted.
No.
No, we can hear. We can hear, Deepa.
Okay. See, as I said, if I'm allowed, I can show the picture.
I don't know why we still can't hear you.
No, Suman, we can hear.
Yeah, sure. Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
As I said, I'm working in a resource limited setting, and if I show you one picture, you'll realize how difficult it was to deal with so many babies. But what we did was we allowed parents, when the baby reached 2/3 of the feeds, we asked parents to give KMC as well as NNS. And even parents, if they are ready to come before that, we allowed them in batches because we could not allow all 33 because we did not have enough staff. So the parent, our NICU always was welcoming for parents, but in batches and for a short visiting hours. That is initially when the baby is not given for KMC. Besides, as I can show you the picture, I would like to show you the picture how we did it. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
time is time is on our side, so we certainly
Okay.
have time to see.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Anyway, it is a very crowded NICU with the 11,800 deliveries per year and more than 2,000 admissions in our NICU. So what we did was when the baby reached 2/3 of the feeds and baby was stable, we were scared of even stopping the IV infusion and the risk of hypoglycemia. So we gave baby to the mother when baby reached 2/3 of the initially, and then once the baby reached the full feeds, the baby was given early. And some of the babies who were on oxygen, we could start KMC early if mother was comfortable coming inside and there it was not too crowded. See, I wish I could show you the picture that my NICU, how it looks like. And you'll understand what I'm saying. But basically, KMC was initiated when baby was stable. Can you see this picture?
Yeah.
This is the NICU, and this is our waiting room. There's a stone platform on which you see the mothers or grandmothers sitting. Some are sitting on the floor. This is the load that we could face. And this is some training material in a very small room. And fortunately, later on, after so much of insistence, we got a bigger room. And you can see the same, this place of waiting where you can see even the father's pictures at the same place. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So that is the small same stone platform. But that when we divided, and we also developed the peer support group in this resource limited setting, how I'll tell you, we used to give slots to the mother, that the mothers of babies less than 1500 gram, they were called together. And they sat together giving KMC, and then they became friends and they were looking forward to come again and again. So that's how we developed a peer support group also, and friends also in NICU with the mothers of infants with a similar weight group.
Hi, Dr. Deepa. Thank you for answering the question. I'm Dr. Natasha. I am a consultant neonatologist at Rainbow Hospital, Hyderabad. So I was the one who has asked this question because I think these are the two extremes of groups. Like one is where you have a real resource limited settings, and other is you have got a high-end corporate sector where we face the similar kind of problems. Here you have a resource problem. Here we don't have problems with the resources, but there are many other things which we really have to cover it up, like because the parents are highly educated, there are no financial concerns, so they have their own limitations, they have their own questions, they have their own limitation in the involvement, because mothers don't come up on first 3 days, 4 days for KMC or even for the expression of milk. So we really have to work very hard to reach to this level. We always feel that government sector always do better because the parents are much more linked and they more listen to the people. So, but I would say from your presentation, what a very important point which I could get was the involvement of the family early, as well as the prescription of the KMC, which I think would really work.
We could achieve, you have seen the setup, we could achieve 14 hours of KMC assured in this setup only because of KMC prescription. Of course, our starting point of putting the baby in KMC could be little delayed because we could not take that risk with the patient nurse ratio and too much of workload. But very proud to say that we could have a very good duration.
Peer support group, yes, it has also worked for us as well, where the mother counsels the other mother. They have got a healthy competition between themselves about how many hours of KMC they are doing and how much of ml of milk they are expressing. So they have their own KMC diaries and they have their own. So that's how they support each other. And frankly speaking, in our unit, we actually were hardly on 1 to 2 hours, and we have been able to achieve to 8 to 10 hours now after a good hard work of almost a year.
Yeah. No, I salute to all these mothers, fathers, family members that look at them. They are not even asking, like, can you even imagine the privacy issues or expression of milk issues? But I used to tell my residents that I feel like giving gold medals, I feel like saluting. And there is this standing instruction in our unit that you cannot scold a mother of premature baby, even if you have workload, because she has many problems and unimaginable problems than what you have. So thank you so much.
Really, thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. So what we saw, friends, some of the best models in the country. While KMC has become part of Government of India's policy, Government of India's newborn care program, but so far it is limited to only handful of facilities in public sector as well as private sector. We need to reach out to hundreds of districts, thousands of health facilities, and maybe millions of households. That's what our target is. I don't know the answer, but what I certainly know that if we make sure that all our students, the new students, whether it is the medical students or they are nursing students or other paramedics, when they leave medical schools, they should know what KMC is. And this can happen if we make sure that we have a KMC ward or KMC being practiced in each and every medical college, in the pediatric ward, or in their anywhere close to maternity. Apart from that, all hospitals who are in the business of teaching, where DNB courses are being run, they should make sure that they have a KMC as part of their services. This is how we can make sure that all future generations of students, of nurses and doctors, they will understand this. This is also a very important modality of treatment, which is very, very natural, close to nature, something which comes at a almost nil cost and which most of our people can afford. So with this, I thank the organizers, especially Dr. Suman Rao and her team, KMC Foundation, Dr. Vani and others, and I thank all the listeners and all the resource people who were very active, who patiently listened to these presentations and very actively engaged with the speakers and resource persons. Thank you and good luck. Stay safe. Over to you, Dr. Soman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir, for the and I thank all the speakers for their enriched deliberations and motivation from a QI approach to and the which is and about the barriers and solutions. And I thank Dr. Sanjeev sir for giving that insight about KMC should be taught even in the undergraduate level. And I thank Dr. Ramesh sir for moderating this session. Thank you so much, sir. So we'll come to the last part of the today's deliberations, and thank you all. And sorry, we can't have a tea break right now. Like a continued KMC, we are sitting from morning glued up. So we'll continue to do the KMC extended hours. Okay, so we are coming to the last part of the day, right, Suman?
Sahana?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I just wanted to, tell about a surprise package that we have, which we said we could do if we had time. Just after this panel discussion, Bjorn Westrup will be sharing a video on how immediate KMC coupling and all happens after this. So it's something that I'm sure all of us would love to see. So I invite everyone to stay through this session and after to see that. Back to you, Sahana.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Suman. So we have come to the last, last but one part, that is a panel discussion is much awaited.
Sahana, we can't hear you. Is it a problem with me? Just see.
Suman, when we stopped hearing
Okay,
Sahana,
okay.
yeah.
I think maybe then some net connections. So then maybe I'll just take over and introduce you, Krish. So I get the honor of introducing you. So that's very nice.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Sahana, you broke off, and therefore I started off introducing Dr. Krishnamurthy. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, continue, Suman.
Yeah, you can continue, please, Sahana.
Yeah, I welcome Dr. Krishnamurthy sir for moderating this session on panel discussion. And he's a Dean of Faculty of Life and Allied Health Sciences, and he's a Professor, Public Health at Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, Bangalore. And areas of interest are MNCH, nutrition.
So Krish, over to you to introduce.
Krishnamurthy sir.
Yeah,
Over to you, sir.
Yeah, there is some breakup in between, Sahana. But yeah, thank you so much, Sahana, Suman, and all the organizers. Happy to be here. Yes, I have affiliation with Ramaya University. I have yet another affiliation with Karnataka Health Promotion Trust as a senior advisor, where a lot of field experience is coming from that organization in collaboration with Government of Karnataka, St. John's, and various other partners. I think today we have a great panel session today on community and home-based kangaroo mother care. And I've been following some of the sessions, and it's so enriching, and actually it's culminating over the end of the day on a very interesting session. And we have a very interesting set of panelists with a very rich experience. With us, we have Dr. Nikhil M. Karod, who's the CEO of Tribhuvan Das Foundation, Anand, and former professor at pediatrics at Karamsad. And his areas of interest are community pediatrics, primary health care. Can we move on to the next slide? I just would like to introduce the speakers first and then come to specific questions. Then the next panelist we have amongst us is Dr. Samir Garg. He's from State Health Resource Center, Chhattisgarh. And we look forward to hear from him, from of his Chhattisgarh experience. Next slide, please. And we have Ms. Harti Kumar with us. She is a CEO and Chief Scientist at Community Empowerment Lab based out of Lucknow, UP. Yes, they were our strong partners. While we were working in Karnataka, they were working in UP as a part of the WHO multi-country trial. And they've been working on KMC for a long time, very early in the decade. I think they had some very good publications in Lancet as well. And we look forward to hear from Aarti very soon. The next slide, please. And we have Dr. Rita Raseli, well known to all of us. She's a Chief Scientist, Deputy Director General at Indian Council of Medical Research. And we would like to hear from her on research and policy aspects surrounding home-based care and community-based KMC. And the last speaker that we have amongst us, a very young, dynamic UNICEF consultant who's working in Gadchiroli. And she has some very good field experience as well on home-based KMC, and we look forward to hearing from her as well. So, well, audience, I know it's a fag end of the day we've been sitting, but we have a very exciting panel with experience ranging from academia, field, policy, research. So just stay glued to your chairs for some more time. Of course, in between, don't hesitate to stop or get up, walk, stretch a little bit. We wouldn't mind that. With that, I think, let me open the panel with what I was thinking with the short time that we have, just about 60 minutes. But such an exciting set of panelists, we thought we'll take up some critical questions and pointers and then have our experts address those questions. That essentially is the plan. The first question that I have for Dr. Nikhil is, Nikhil has been working with Rita and many other researchers on a lot of studies. At home-based KMC, community-based KMC, yes, there's always been mixed evidence. Of course, off late, there is more exciting, more encouraging evidence. And what we would like to request Dr. Nikhil is to throw some light on some of the recent evidence emerging in the space of home-based KMC. Over to you, Dr. Nikhil.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy. Um, we have had a couple of studies in last few years on the community-based, home-based kangaroo mother care. And I will share some salient findings and maybe a few pointers related to the policy as you had mentioned in your question. And then there are some observations, not in the study mode or research mode, on transport of newborn from the community to a referral center. So let me come to the first part of it. There were two studies carried out by us. In both the studies, Dr. Sashivani was involved. One was with ICMR and other one was taken up by us, KMC Foundation, independently in about 5 centers of Gujarat. We found that home-based KMC was accepted by the community and the feasibility was not an issue, particularly with the presence of link workers in the community who were trained before the research, and they could influence the community and implement home-based KMC. Now, the important findings that I would like to share, they include the kind of coverage we could achieve in the research mode, of course. 80% of the mothers were covered, educated during the antenatal period by the health workers at the grassroots level. 68% of the family members of these mothers, pregnant mothers, were also educated by the grassroots workers. And as a result of this, about 55% of the mothers initiated kangaroo mother care. Now, when I say 55%, 55% of those who delivered low birth weight babies, and they were more than 1.5 kg. But there were a few single digit, about 3 or 4 babies who were less than 1.5, but out of desperation and because of no access to any kind of healthcare, they were also looked after in the community, and they were also included in the study. So we could somehow, be effective in ensuring initiation of kangaroo care in half the target group, in spite of so much of effort. And this happened within 72 hours. And again, this is also very important because we desire to have immediate, or within first few hours, if the baby is stable, we should not waste time and have KMC started as early as possible. As far as these families are concerned, acceptance was not a problem, but the support from family members was not very uniform, and this was one of the limiting factors that we observed. Average duration of KMC per day with all these efforts was about 5 hours. And in all this, we achieved reasonably good weight gain and a better outcome, which would not have been possible without the kangaroo mother care. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that in the research study mode, with so many efforts, we could achieve up to this, which is also very reasonable in a limited period of time. The study period was about 9 months or so. Think of the kind of need that exists in the community, because if you look at the scenario, even today, the KMC coverage is about 25–30%. I don't think we are reaching out to even half the target group. So if we have to improve the coverage, one, and two, the quality of KMC, we need a link worker who is dedicated to improvement in the health of mothers and children. Now, today what we find is that Asha is being entrusted the job of making home visits, but she is also doing a lot of other work related to non-communicable diseases and so many other things. Now, I don't say that these are not important priorities, but if we think that we need to address this issue right earnest and do something very quickly, because only then we will be able to bring down the neonatal mortality quickly. And I am sure that if we improve the newborn care, some of these problems, which are related to, the low birth weight, which tend to occur early in life, also might be, sort of reduced in time to come. Because many of these babies who are not on KMC, they end up with alternative feeding, and we also know that this is also a risk factor as far as some of the NCDs are concerned. So my first submission based on our finding is that we should spare a grassroots worker so that she can concentrate on the job required for newborn and the mother. Because only then we will be able to ensure a good antenatal education, antenatal care, and also early newborn care and kangaroo mother care. Part 2 of our observation is related to transport. Now, the 108 team is not trained in a kangaroo mother care. They can do bag and mask, but they are not in a position to provide KMC. Very often when we are transporting newborn from remote areas, we don't have the mothers available, or sometimes even the relatives are also difficult to get by, and we have to rely on some third person. And here we have to think about a solution. One is that KMC training should be imparted to 108 staff as a priority matter. And 2, we should think about a policy which endorses the use of surrogate for KMC transport. Now, with a limited observations that we could make, we had no facility to observe parameters during the transport, but before and after we could definitely capture because of the linkages. And we found that transporting babies from as long a distance as 80 kilometers to a referral hospital at Karamsad, the parameters like temperature, blood sugar, and oxygen saturation were very, very good. And this is one of the gain, because if the baby deteriorates during the transport, then the outcome, even in very good setup, is likely to be undesirable. So transport needs to be improved, because we know that 50% of the neonatal deaths are before the referral hospital. They are outside the referral hospital, and for that we need to train the 108 staff, and it has a definite potential to improve the neonatal outcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikhil. The very comprehensive presentation. I think what is heartening to know is acceptability is there. Yet to attain that coverage, population level coverage, I think these are these challenges with regards to community health worker and the kind of additional community health workforce, the capacities, referral, transportation. These are obviously the challenges that we will encounter when we get to the field. At this stage, I would like to invite if Mrs. Arti Kumar is around, if she could join us, because Community Empowerment Lab has been doing some fantastic work in UP on the field. And we'd like to know what is their experience in terms of both challenges and best practices in overcoming those challenges from the field. Arti, could you join us? Could you share some of your experiences from UP?
Hi, thank you so much, Krish. And yeah, so happy to be part of this panel and a very, very important discussion. So if you would allow me, I just have a very few slides that I can take you through just to share our journey. Do you think that?
No problem, Arti. Maybe you could take about 4 to 5 minutes to share those slides.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so so we've, as you shared, we have our experience with kangaroo care in the community goes back, I would say 18 years. And when I take you to the flashback of 2004, we actually at that time promoted kangaroo care as a strategy for all newborns, primarily because breastfeeding initiation was such a problem, in the early 3 days, in the first 3 days. So we created kangaroo care as an antidote to what we call thanda bukhar in the community. And in a community, actually, kangaroo care is very highly interpretable. When you have so many people, there are several interpretations. And therefore, of course, this study, it's a very seminal work that we did, was published in the Lancet. You can refer to it later. But, circa 2016, we were focusing mainly on less than 2,000 gram babies. And we were talking about effective kangaroo care. At that time, when we introduced it, was mainly as a concept, as a strategy to ensure zero separation between mothers and babies. And it worked fantastically at that time. But here in 2016, that was our goal. And, I just have 5 main takeaways from our work. One, it helps to introduce kangaroo care in facility, because you can create a form around it. You can ensure that mothers and babies are able to practice it for a certain period of time and learn how to do it in a very standardized way. If you initiate it in a community setting, of course, there's a lot of variability. Facility, there would be a lesser variability, because there's a concentration there. So one is, how can you create an enabling environment? This is not an enabling environment, but it is a typical postnatal care ward in most facilities. Now, that's something that we did. We said, okay, how do we create an ecosystem, an enabling environment where mothers can practice kangaroo care in a very respectful care environment? So, which is why we introduce this concept of a lounge, and plus, you ensure good toilets, etc., so that they stay for at least a few days, at least 3 days, where they get the time to learn and practice kangaroo care. Second, I would say very, very important. How do you communicate risk to families? Because KMC is a human intervention. It is very easily interpretable. The interpretations can vary. Some would say, okay, humne to 1 ghanta de diya, or I've given it for an hour or whatever. So I've given it. They don't have a sense of time, things like that. So how do you communicate risk? Because if you don't communicate risk, they are not going to take it as, it doesn't seem to be, they don't have a very good heightened sense of self-efficacy. So they think the machine is better and the human is not as good, right? So if you don't communicate risk, it won't be practiced to the fidelity that you want at home. So what we did was we helped, what was important to communicate is how much at risk a newborn is. And I won't go into details, but you need to really communicate how, when the newborn is in the womb, it's in complete life support. When it comes out, it is completely has to kick off on its own. There has to be, so KMC has a transition care, to transition between a complete life support to complete self-start, right? And which is so much more important for preterm and low birth weight babies. Now, the third very important thing is, when you're communicating kangaroo care, it's, if you look at it, there are many definitions, intermittent, prolonged, this, that, whatever, it's a very complex thing. How can you simplify it for mothers and families? Because if you don't simplify it, they will not be able to practice it. So we created this whole 5 components of kangaroo care thing. And there's position, there's nutrition, there is hygiene, and there is monitoring. And of course, it's all centered around respectful care of the mother, even at home. And then we had this concept of the kangaroo care chain. We said, it's like a chain. You should not break the chain of kangaroo care. And it needs to be continued from the labor room to the SNCU and to the kangaroo care lounge, transport, and home. So, just creating these ways to simplify what kangaroo care means. And then lesson number 4 is, how do you empower mothers, right? You see, if you look at a typical home environment, it's very, very difficult for them to practice kangaroo care. So how do you work with mothers? So we said, okay, there isn't one kind of mothers. Of course, there are several kinds of mothers, but we said predominantly there are 4 kinds. And we had 2 axes. One was the axis of self-efficacy, which is what, how capable the mother herself was. And the other was the axis of how enabling the environment is. So for example, if the mother is very capable, she's intelligent, she knows how to do it, but she is alone. She doesn't have, it's a nuclear family, her husband is away, whatever. then she doesn't have as much of an enabling environment. So we put these along two axes, and we developed strategies for each of those 4 types of mothers, right? So that is very important. How to customize the communication and support for different kinds of mothers. So nudge for mothers who have both efficacy and enabling environment, helping navigate for mothers who have self-efficacy but do not have an enabling environment. So they need more support. How can we mobilize support for them? For mothers who don't have either, then you really need a very, very nurturing approach for them. You need to spend more time, you need to mobilize more resources. And then negotiate is one when the mother herself is not convinced, but the enabling environment exists. So, so those are different strategies for different kinds of mothers. And then finally, it is very important to improve accountability when it comes to, so when the mother goes home, the only person you have, of course, in the facility, you can improve your discharge counseling, you can sort of create conditions for mothers that will exist at home. So you provide, you make sure that they know how to wrap the baby in the facility itself so they can continue it at home, etc. But when it comes to home, she really has no support. So how do you, besides the ASHA, and the ASHAs, we have this home-based newborn care program, but there are several gaps in the way ASHAs could be trained or their understanding. So one is to understand, so we did a mapping of what is even the ASHA adequacy in terms of the population, and we realized that even ASHA adequacy is an issue. Then 2 is mapping their competence. So we assessed the ability of ASHAs to just measure, to weigh babies, right? And we realized that 22% of them couldn't even measure a dead weight, like just stones, right? So despite training. So then what we did was we had this gamification strategy. We had 10 blocks in a district. We said, okay, you have to train your ASHA so they are able to do this, and let's see who wins, or, so that really helped. So gamification in our, really helped a lot in terms of improving accountability at a health systems level. And the other was also how do we improve in terms of improving the visitation quality, because nobody really has a view into what is happening in the home. What is the ASHA actually doing with the mother? So we introduced this concept of vouchers, where mothers actually rate the ASHA. And like, that's like her proof of making a visitation, is like the mother says, okay, this is what she did, etc. And, so we need to create, it could be vouchers. I've put a question mark because there could be many ways of doing it. You could figure out a way to call up mothers and ask them about what the kind of support they have received, etc. So yeah, those are my 5 takeaways. One is, we need to initiate right. We need to make sure we have very good risk communication. We need to make sure that we simplify what kangaroo care is so the mothers are able to understand and practice it. And we need to empower the mother, and we need to use appropriate strategies for different kinds of mothers. And finally, we need to really improve accountability of home care.
Thank you, Aarti. That was, I should say, brilliant. I hear Aarti almost every other year, but every presentation is so unique, so very creative. But one key message I would like to draw upon, I think, from Aarti's presentation is simplification. This populous country, India, we need programs that can be scalable. Unless they're simple in implementing, we can't scale. I think that's something very critical. And what also comes across from this presentation is a beautiful blend of heart and the brain. The creativity on one side, the intelligence and the science on the other side. I think for the field problems that we face, I think there is a need to really approach problem solving through that angle. Thanks, Aarti. That was great. And if time permits, we'll come back for a second round. And now I would like to move on to Dr. Samir Garg, who represents the government health systems. He's been working in Chhattisgarh. I think, how do you see the government health systems proactively taking forward the home-based care? One thing is working in the SNCUs and the facilities. There's a whole different set of challenges in terms of human workforce, training, mentoring. But on the field, it's a different ball game altogether. As Dr. Nikhil shared the challenges, some of the challenges the Aarti faced and how they were able to overcome. And from a government health systems perspective, Dr. Samir Garg, what has been your experience? How do you drive home-based KMC? Could you share some of your own experiences? Over to you, Dr. Samir.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy, and thank you, organizers, for giving the opportunity to share this and to learn from this. Can I share my slides?
You could do that, Dr. Samir. Maybe what I would like to request the presenters, earlier we were thinking of going through 2 rounds of 2-3 minutes of each, but now with the way it is going on, it's going naturally, flowing well, but take not more than 4 to 5 minutes and conclude your, give out your key messages. Yes, you could share your presentation, Dr. Samir. Go ahead.
Dr. Samir, your voice is a little faint. So maybe if you could.
Is it okay now?
Much better, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to share the Chhattisgarh experience and where kangaroo mother care was attempted through the Mitanins, who are community health workers, and there are 70,000 of them. And it is an old program. It is the precursor to ASHA, and it was the first state government to have a statewide rollout of community health workers. And one difference Mitanins had over ASHA was the population coverage. So for each Mitanin, they look after a smaller set of households, around 300 population they look at, which is about 1/3 of what other ASHAs do in other parts of the state. And so the program was started in 2002, and their first training on KMC happened in 2008-9, when with help of UNICEF, they were trained on MNCI based module for 10 days, which is not part of the ASHA curriculum. And then when the ASHA policy nationally moved to home-based newborn care, so they were trained on the HBNC module. And then what our experience has been that it requires frequent refreshers. So for the skill, the adequacy of the skill and the practice, so it improves if you repeat, if you revise, if you know, if again trainings are given frequently till they learn it well, and you support them well through ASHA facilitators who are known as Mitanin trainers at a ratio of 20:1. So the first phase of their engagement with KMC was after their MNCI training, when they got used to the idea of visiting newborns, and the parts they were good at was giving advice on breastfeeding and wrapping of babies, hand washing, and KMC was just delivered as an advice and not so much as a practice, and it was meant to only for the low birth weight or preterm babies. Then in the next phase, the quality of the newborn home visits improved, and they increased the coverage was that we should try to cover all newborns. Otherwise, a lot of the newborns used to get missed because many times it was not known which babies are low birth weight and which babies are preterm. So we achieved better results when they shifted to covering all babies rather than just focusing on the ones who needed it the most. Then to convert their knowledge into action, so it required campaigns. So every year in winter months, because the acceptability of the intervention was greater during those months for all newborns, and then in the field it got adapted in many ways during the trainings and in the field sessions. So it was interpreted in multiple ways in different settings. So the latest campaign was just concluded. It was last 6 months, and where they could cover about 60% of the newborn. So this is a very large scale intervention where 70,000 ASHAs are doing it, and their newborn home-based newborn visit coverage rates are quite good. But the KMC, this time or last 3 years, they have been trying to actually make the mothers practice it and the families practice it when they go there for their home visits, right from the first newborn home visit. And they were able to cover no more than 100,000, 142,000 newborns. And so these are some of the photographs, the various adaptations. So fathers here also, a lot of fathers, they participate. About 1/3 of the cases we find fathers also participating in it. So what helped us in overcoming the challenges which often are there in government programs, in large scale programs, was the multiple rounds of training, which were skill based. And then there was a platform to convert knowledge into action, or the skills into action. Then there was a program culture of home visits and of supportive supervision, where the ASHA facilitator will go and show them in the field how to do it properly. And the positive feedback they got from successes they got out of trying it out in the field. So there were a lot of stories of babies getting wean, of improvements in breastfeeding, so of survival of newborns, which otherwise look difficult. So that helped in sustaining it. So the current challenges that we face is, one is, so it should not depend upon a campaign for ASHAs to implement it. It should be part of home-based newborn care visits. HBNC home visit should ensure good follow-up of KMC. So for it to be called a good HBNC visit, and they need to see the time for which the families practice it. So that varies a lot, and that is one of the biggest challenges, the amount of time families spend. Usually it is about an hour or so, and in the afternoon when they are taking rest. So at that time they find it easier. So increasing the time is a big challenge. And so another challenge that we face in government facilities here is that there is very little practice of KMC in the facility level. So when after the child is born and the child goes to the community, so it is something which ASHA has to start from scratch. And there is no counseling, or it is not part of the practice in the facilities. And then there are no guidelines in terms of government systems. There are no clear guidelines what ASHAs are supposed to do with respect to KMC. The ASHA modules nationally, they say it is meant only for preterm babies or for hypothermia. And so it is not clear whether we should teach them before delivery, during the antenatal period itself, whether it should be taught so that it gets started at the earliest, and whether all children should be covered, there should be a priority, how many hours a day, for till how long. So all these guidelines need to be developed. But I think the developing guidelines is going to be the easier challenge. So there are a million ASHAs, and I'm more hopeful that it is possible to actually take it to the masses through ASHAs. And for that, ASHAs need to have a priority over on newborn care. So amongst the hundreds of things that they do, so the newborn care has to be their first priority, and maternal child health has to be their first priority. And because it is unlikely that we will get a specialized worker in the entire country to look after newborns alone. So we have to make use of ASHA and make it more essential part of HBNC. And so they will need greater better guidelines and better training to achieve that. And also their payments should also be increased, because they are very poorly paid and overworked workers. So increasing their payments will also help. So in our experience, we have found them to be quite enthusiastic learners and quite enthusiastic practitioners of or promoters of that at the community level, provided we are able to support them adequately. So usually it's not on their end that I have doubts. It's more the challenge is to provide them adequate training and support and payment so that they deliver it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samirgar. I think you made some very interesting points. First of all, I think the emphasis on the trainings and using of these campaigns for motivation, but sustaining it, integrating it within the home-based package, excellent points. At the same time, you brought out some health systems challenges which we need to address in terms of payments, the incentives, and sustaining the motivation. I think unless we address these things as a package, I think our coverage and outcomes will eternally be far-fetched. I think very interesting. I can see how the presentations are getting very progressive, and how the learning from each state is adding on to some of the challenges, some of the lessons we are having from the field from a previous presentation. This is brilliant. What is also important is there seems to be hope to scale up. While we have tens and thousands of ASHA workers across but there are these strategies that can be scalable. And I think tomorrow there is a session, Dr. Vishwajit Kumar morning, he would be talking about the scaling up of KMC. That is something of very close to our heart in terms of interest for a lot of us. I think there are these lessons that are really encouraging. Just like to move over to Dr. Rita Razeli from Indian Council of Medical Research now. I think what we hear of home-based, community-based KMC, a lot of qualitative studies are revealing that acceptance is there, and all that it takes is empowering ASHAs, training ASHAs, and it's probably not so very challenging. However, the data, what is the data speaking? Because facility level, we have some data in terms of initiation, in terms of building up the duration of KMC and effective KMC, as Aarti mentioned. But from the facility, when the mothers go back to homes, do we have data that track them? And at the end of, let's say, 27, 28 days, what does the data tell us? In this context, what are the research priorities? What are the challenges in research? How does ICMR look at some of these research around home-based, community-based KMC? Those are some of the questions, Dr. Rita, over to you. We would like to hear from you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Case, for these questions. And first of all, I think I must thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Sorry, my throat is a little bad. I hope you'll bear with my voice. I'm just having some throat issues. Yes, you know, like Dr. Nikhil Kharod has in his, you know, in his opening remarks, he had mentioned about a study which in which he was also a part. That was the study which ICMR had carried out. And Samir Garg has mentioned that there is home-based newborn care, but then on part of KMC, nothing has been mentioned. So we did a study, although institution delivery is being promoted and home-based newborn care is there. After all, there is you know, need for promoting KMC even at the home level. After all, these babies are going to be discharged, not they are going to be there for a week or 15 days. Generally, the trend is within 48 hours, most of the, even the low birth weight babies are being discharged. So we did carry out a pilot study at 3 sites, one in the rural, tribal and urban area. In urban area, Dr. Kharod was their site was one of the participating center. Then we had one in Orissa, and also one we had in rural tribal in Maharashtra. And what we did is, you know, like we can use the already existing infrastructure, because we have to, you know, not that we tell the mothers at the time of delivery or after delivery, now you have to start KMC, but we can prime them right from the antenatal period. And this is what we did. We utilized the, you know, ANC contact periods for counseling the mother. And also we encourage the family members. And you will be happy to know that more than 70%, you know, of the family members attended these antenatal counseling sessions. And antenatal counseling sessions along with the pregnant woman. And, you know, this is really important. Unless we engage the family members, we cannot just expect from them at the time of crisis, this is what you do. So we had utilized this ANC contact period, and this we had enrolled in the study those who were born in the hospital but discharged within 7 days after delivery, and we had enrolled them in the study. And here we found that you know, we have trained also the Anganwadi workers and the ASA workers how to help the mothers to put the baby in the KMC position, because mothers have a lot of apprehension how to put the babies in the KMC position, how to feed them, and if they are primed right from the beginning and they really accept it well. And this is what we have found, that 70%, more than 75% of the mothers have accepted. And with this study, we have also demonstrated the feasibility. And what we find, then there are challenges, you know, which are very unique. what we have shown is, yes, if you counsel the mothers, you can manage to a certain extent, but there are certain challenges which is beyond, their capacity or anybody's capacity, but then still they can be managed. For example, in Maharashtra, rural tribal area, most of the families were, nuclear families, where the mother had to go to work, or his mother had other children also, they had to look after. So it was not possible for them to look after the baby in the KMC position, right? And many a times, even if the mother-in-law was there, she was not willing to, look after, take the baby or in the kangaroo mother care position, or allow the daughter-in-law to put the baby in the kangaroo mother position. So that was one challenge. And then we in urban area, we saw that, the heat was a problem, but then mother had become innovative in their own way. They started practicing in the morning and the evening hours. So twin baby was a challenge, but then there also they managed. In Orissa, overall, the KMC practice was they could do for 5 hours or so, but in Orissa, it was for, they could do up to 8 hours. Why? Because their family, most of them lived in this joint families, and the family was supportive. So these are some of the factors, I think, which are enablers and then barriers we will have to see. Then if we have to practice community KMC, then what are the things we can explore, and through research we can address them. In the previous session, somebody talked about the peer support group in the hospital. There are ample of opportunities even in the community also. We have mothers groups, and we have these BHND days. Why not there? Why not, there are also many studies on positive deviance. If a mother is doing successful KMC, why not she become the leader and help others? There are many ways I think we can promote. And, so, can you hear me? I can hear a lot of disturbances.
May I request others to mute themselves, please? Yes, go ahead, Dr. Rita.
Yeah. So, and then we have to probably be little creative, innovative ideas, creating how to create awareness, how to empower these health workers. I know they are overburdened if we talk about ANMs, because her knowledge has to be equally good if she has to supervise us. Not only us, we just can't end with the ushers. So we have to empower ANM as us. So innovative ideas or tools we create for them so that they have all this support, all the information ready with them when they have to help the mothers. And also, I think the risk communication strategy, which Dr. Aarti has emphasized, this is very important. Many times just being, you make a statement and leave there, that is not going to help. You have to be a little patient with the people, and then the communication has to be really proper if you want to follow, right? And also, I think nowadays a lot of many things is possible. In the mobile app, we can have so many guidelines and so many videos also, which mothers can, which can be shared with the mothers, right? And also with the health workers. They are immediate tool, not only for the mothers and for the health workers. And also, I think when we do this, whether, nobody is going to be there every day, every moment, 24 hours, then how do we count that these things are actually happening? We have to develop a tool for monitoring, and how I think we need even for that research. So if I have to tell, it doesn't end here, it starts from the facility also. In the facility, the same kind of communication has to be there. And for having community KMC successful, it has to start from the community. It has to be emphasized in the facility, and it has to be sustained in the community. So unless that link is maintained, so it is very difficult. And there is, you know, if I'm sure all of you are aware of ICMR Incline had carried out one research priority setting exercise for newborn health. It has been said that there is many stakeholders were involved in this priority setting exercise for newborn health. 70% of the research was around delivery. We don't need much research on discovery, which was around 10%, and development, it was 20%, and around 70% was in delivery. So the bottom line is the research priority is implementation research. We understand the bottlenecks, we understand the challenges, and we identify strategies how to address those challenges. I think, you know, these challenges will be unique for the different states, depending on the population characteristics, and maybe even within the state, depending on the different districts, it could be different. So I think it is important to work along with the health system, along with the program managers, along with those people who are working, you know, planning these programs and also delivering the program, plan with them and implement with them. I think these are important things I feel is the need of the hour if we have to make community KMC successful. And we need to do this because this is something which we really don't require any resources, I think. Just explaining the things well to the women and to the family members and helping them to carry it forward. This is what is needed. Of course, you know, like what I feel, where the program managers and implementers, they also have different kind of challenges. They are human beings. I understand their problems, and it's very difficult for them to plan properly. So what the academic institutions can do, what is lacking with us is that correct linkage, you know, that link is the academics and the program managers, program implementers. There has to be a good linkage and be supportive with each other. That is where I think we can really make a big, big head through, I must say.
Absolutely.
Breakthrough in anything, any research, which is, I know all these researchers has translated into policies that there, but we are lacking in implementation. So unless academic institutions, academicians, researchers, and the implementers have a good linkage, I think we will not be able to do much for our community.
Brilliant, Dr. Rita. I think you made some
very
rich and interesting points. Just like to pick up few pearls and just emphasize for the benefit of audience. One is just engaging women isn't adequate. We have to engage families. I think it's so important. That's been our experience back home in North Karnataka and UP, and I think Sharmila and others also spoke where engaging families and empowering women within that context becomes so important. Second, I think very important point you made was one is engaging ASHAs, but they're also Anganwadi workers and ANMs. I think there is a need to look at these three. I think that is again a strong learning from our Karnataka experience working with the three frontline workers that we have. And how do we utilize the sub-center platforms to strengthen coordination between these three, make them as one team, empowered. They all are from same community, same gender. How do we empower them? I think that's the message you gave out. You made an interesting point on the research per se. The need of the hour is implementation research, because policy is there, great policy. We know what to do, but how do we do it on the field? As we do, how do we empower our health systems? How do we empower our managers? How do we empathize with them rather than complaining and pointing fingers? How do we empathize and capacitate? So on one side, what I learned from your presentation is empathy with the women, empathy with the families, empathy with the health workers, the health systems. It's research has to really be woven around that, you know, not just fault finding, not just finding gaps, but in terms of solving the problems. Great points, Dr. Rita. I think I would invite you to write up one, probably an opinion piece or a review piece how do we approach research in this context? And I would love to work with you on that. Sometime we can chat about it, but that is the need of the hour to convey this message to all the researchers out there. Thank you so much. I would like to now move on to Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, a very young, dynamic UNICEF consultant is with us, and in a very difficult context, Gadchiroli, and she has had some fabulous experience and lessons. Over to you, Ashwini.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm actually thankful to be a part of this eminent panel. I come from a very humble experience of last 2 years, and I'm presenting on behalf of District Health Department of Gadchiroli. May I use my presentation, if it's okay?
Yes, Ashwini, with the condition that you will not use more
sure.
than 5 minutes.
Yeah, yes.
Go ahead.
So for Gadchiroli, people may know Gadchiroli district is a small place in the borders of Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and it's known for left-wing extremism and tribal communities. It has a high forest reserve. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities, lot of challenges in place in the district for any department, any public administration. It has highest number of low birth weight percentage in that district, and that's why the need of KMC is very huge. Also, there is being a tribal district, there is a practice of kurma ghar. After delivery, women are asked to stay in a small makeshift house. They are not allowed to enter in the house, and we could just see in the photo they are staying in a such a condition where there is a warmth and very crucial to involve KMC in our home-based neonatal care program, which was already existent in the district. So while we were having a discussion about home-based KMC, Gadchiroli has been trying to implement facility-based KMC for few years. So to implement home-based KMC, it's also very crucial to have a facility-based KMC. Otherwise, it becomes a poor man's solution, and people know what is being advised at the facility. So what we have learned that already having a facility based KMC in place helped us to implement home based KMC in the district. So these are few photos from the field where our ASHA facilitator used to share. Lot of mistakes, lot of problems were happening in the district. So possibility to have a skin to skin contact. Sometimes they were not using the head cover and just kangaroo mother care position was used. Duration wise, there were so many difficulties. So what I'm sharing is now we have a still long way to go to implement the home based KMC in the district, but we could initiate that idea at the in our community using our health workers. So as already shared by all the panelists, the family members, fathers were involved, but it was a marginal involvement. But mother-in-law and mothers were actually actively taking part in the kangaroo mother care, mainly in the twin. They were ready to help out. Also, the term kangaroo mother care was not readily accepted, so we have to give example of monkey. So we had to adapt as per our situation. They used to understand very quickly when we changed to a different example. Also, what we could do in the district, we used a kangaroo mother care bags. This is such a small queue of action. There were few difficulties with the bags, but we produced 14,000 bags for estimated our low birth weight children and provided bags to our ASHA facilitators to use in the field. So that helped to improve the implementation of kangaroo mother care in the field. So many things few queue of actions were added. One small KMC post.
Ashwini, we lost you. Maybe if you'd like to keep your video off, that may be helpful to conserve the bandwidth. Well, I think we lost Ashwini. Dr. Nikhil, are you able to hear me?
Krishnamurthy sir, we can hear
Yes,
you.
yes.
Okay, so then the issue is with Ashwini. I just want to confirm. Well, that's unfortunate, and we'll wait to see if she can get back. I think we lost her completely. We have about 10 minutes time. Are there any burning questions? We can take maybe 2 or 3 questions, and maybe I would invite the audience to open up their mics and ask a question, and you could pick out your panelist as well, whom you address. Of course, on the chat, I can see already some questions, and also those questions being answered. That's wonderful. We are making good use of our time out here. As we wait, I think Ashwini also was throwing some light on her experience, challenges, and how she managed to overcome in Gadchiroli. But one question still remains. I don't know if some of you have answers. Do we have concrete data? Let's say at the time of
if I may
discharge of facilities, from the facilities, what was the level of KMC? And Aarti made a mention of effective KMC. And of course, for the sake of monitoring, we may define it as 8 hours or 10 hours, but simply for measurement. What is the level when the mothers are being discharged? And let us say at the 28th day, how does the trajectory look like? Maybe some of you who have some data with you based on your experience, would you like to share briefly, a minute or two? I don't know, Dr. Nikhil, if you would like to share, if you have any concrete data, because that is also going to be, one is process of how to do it, which is very important. At the same time, is it resulting in the outcome that is desirable?
Sir, concrete data about the quality is a problem. Facility initiation is also a problem, because most of the newborns that we contact in the community, by and large, the initiation is through the health workers. And even in government setup, at least in our area, we find that there is a reluctance to initiate kangaroo mother care at the facility level. There are, KMC rooms and corners, but by and large, this does not happen. And in Gujarat, 45% deliveries are in the government setup and 55% in the private setup. This situation is improved compared to 30-70 earlier. It is now 45-55. But the role of private sector is very, very important, and this is another bottleneck, because there is no glamour in this, what we are doing. The kangaroo mother care somehow is not seen as a kind of, except very few private practitioners, they don't practice kangaroo mother care. So these are the real bottlenecks, and I think we have to think about a strategy which is very comprehensive. We cannot just focus only on the government sector, because yes, government has to provide certain services, and yes, for the lower socioeconomic groups, that is the only resource probably. But as we know, KMC is not for only poor families, it is for everybody. So if we have to universalize and improve the level of care for all the newborns, then we have to engage, the private sector in a much better way. Merely roping in IIP leadership does not make any sense. But I think at local level we need to do some work.
Dr. Nikhil, thank you for bringing that very important point. Possibly this discussion would have been incomplete without raising the point on the private. That's been our experience as well. We try to measure when they're discharged from the government facility, what is the level of retention or sustenance of home-based KMC at homes as against the private. We definitely see between private and home dipping down much greater compared to government facilities where the initiation had happened very well. So it does reinforce the message that when there's an opportunity, when the mother and baby is with the people in the facility, do the best that you can. I think Aarti also reinforced that message to really empower that environment, improve that environment, make it a natural practice, and take it forward there. I think great point. And health systems is not just public, but also the private, and the need to look at it is a very important point. Aarti, would you like to throw some light on the data per se? Because I remember you presenting at Geneva last year some very interesting data. Briefly, would you like to present your experience thereby?
So one, I think I would just like to, comment on Dr. Karud's observation. And I think he gave the answer to that question himself when he said that, what we are doing is not glamorous. Well, I think what we have been trying to do here in UP is how can we make KMC glamorous? How can we make KMC appeal to every person, and how can it create value for every individual? So I think that's the approach that is really important, because what we've realized is one thing: KMC will win if every stakeholder wins. We sometimes we keep the newborn in perspective and we say, okay, this is what needs to get to the newborn. But there are a lot of people in that picture, and not everybody is thinking of the newborn as their first priority. So if they themselves, their needs are met, right, or their priorities are met. So if the nurse, if we design around the nurse, if we design around implementers, if we design around private, players, what is it that will create a win for them? So we need to design a system such that it creates a win for everyone. I think that's very, very important.
Great point. Thanks for reinforcing that. That essentially shows, map all the people concerned, all the stakeholders, and how does it become a win-win, I think is important. I can see John Westrup raising his hand. You have any question? Go ahead, John.
Thank you very much. I think I have some comments regarding to engage, how to engage people. I think after about 30 years of experience, I can see there is a big difference if you start with the KMC skin-to-skin contact immediately during the first hours, the first half day of life. Seen such a great differences in how the families bond to their infants. And if you are successful in that, those parents will drive the KMC also at home if needed.
Absolutely.
Of course, in your country, you discharge babies with 1,600 grams and so forth, and then they really need KMC. In my country, it's not really the same. And that was one comment. I lost my case. What else? Also, I would like to thank Dr. Deepa for her inspiring presentation, because she also brought up the developmental part, the co-regulation part. And that actually is also very much helped by very early skin-to-skin contact, to learn to parents to read the behavior of the infants. All the other programs don't have that in their programs, in the intervention. So that will help the early childhood development, because that skill of reading the behavior of your infant enhances, of course, the development throughout childhood.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I have
you.
a video to show if you have time.
Certainly.
So
I think a lot of our audience is waiting for your presentation soon after ours.
One
I can
other
see
thing,
Ashwini coming back. Ashwini, I know your presentation got interrupted because of the bandwidth. Can you quickly take about 30-45 seconds and communicate the key messages you want to bring out through your presentation? Would you like to share it now?
Yes, I'll quickly talk about that. What already Dr. Rita ma'am has shared, that we have to have a good detailed implementation plan if a home-based kangaroo mother care has to implemented well. So for the training, we had a best training from directly from the KMC Foundation, and then multiple rounds of our health workers training. So this is a very high skilled intervention, though low cost we say, but a health worker has to feel very confident about her skill, then only she can promote it in the community. So that part, I think the training has to have very carefully built, and it has to be planned well. Otherwise there is no budget allocation in NHM PIP for trainings, for KMC bags, for small queue of action which you use in the community. So these 2-3 things I feel very important. One last is the giving flexibility to the district, which has already been shared. So we had that flexibility in the districts, and we could organize in our district according to our requirement. So that is very important to implement it successfully. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ashwini. I'm just looking at time. We are spot on 5:30. I will just take a minute and summarize. First of all, thanks to all the panelists. You made some very rich contributions. And there are so many lessons, but 4 or 5 that really comes to the top of my mind is, one is keeping this very simple and scalable. Again, problem solving, especially when it comes to home and community through health workers, understanding their issues, problem solving. How do we make it a win-win across the set of stakeholders, across the set of people? Secondly, from a research and policy perspective, looking at KMC as a care continuum facility, initiate as early as possible. The benefits are much better. Take it to the discharge, and after that, right to the homes. How do we look at this entire continuum and plug the research around it? I think research itself has to be looked at in that way. And Ashwini's point of keep it flexible for each district. It's so varied in India, every district within UP, the Eastern UP is different, Western UP is in Karnataka, Northern Karnataka is different, Southern Karnataka is different. How do we give that flexibility? That is where Dr. Rita's point, I would like to finalize. The need of the hour is implementation research. Because through implementation research, what we have learned, we try to empathize, we try to problem solve. There is unique creative abilities around women, around families, around health workers, around providers, around district health systems. And ultimately, the goal is to find a solution. And I think implementation research is the need of the hour in the country. With that, I think this home-based KMC is very encouraging. So many lessons, some data coming in, but there's still a lot to be done in terms of coverage, in terms of achieving the scale. But we are heading there. I think with that, thank you so much, all the panelists for joining. I know there may be still some questions, but we can continue in the chat box. And again, Dr. Suman, Dr. Shashivani, and all the organizers, thank you for envisaging such a brilliant agenda, such a nice, constructing such a nice agenda, such a nice panel, bringing such rich panelists. I think you know it's at the end of the day, there's still so much excitement around. A brilliant job, all the organizers. With that, I conclude and thank you once again, panelists and the audience and the organizers. And the rest of the evening, enjoy. And Jor, as a presentation, watch out for that as well. And with that, thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent facilitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I thank a big kudos to all the eminent speakers and moderator, Dr. Krishnamurthy sir, for sharing your original work and experience and encouraging us in implementing community and home-based newborn care. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sahana, for moderating this session. And thank you, Krish, for this wonderful moderation. It was such a rich panel. It was really great. And you kept it really alive. And thank you, Ma'am Rita. Thank you, Nikhil, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ashwini. Thank you, Dr. Samir Garg. And did I miss out anyone? I can't see.
Our dear Aarti.
So of course, Krish. So now you can you have enough time to get to your important call. So I'm so glad. Krish had threatened me that you will continue to moderate if you don't finish by 6. So now you'll understand why I was hurrying up with time. So now,
thanks, Suman. Thanks a lot for that.
Thank you, Krish. I think it was really wonderful. This whole afternoon session has been so good for us to take forward. And I think if we can weave together all that has been suggested in this afternoon session, our implementation and coverage of KMC, which is the need of the hour, will really, really improve. So thank you. We now actually, before concluding, we have Björn. Do you think you will be able to share your video now, which I'm sure people are waiting to look at. I believe it is a 20-minute video, but I'm
Yes.
sure we would like to look at it. So I would request people to stay back and have a look at this video.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'll just run the video and I can answer questions afterwards. So it's done, filmed in Stockholm, Norway, in Stavanger, Norway, and in Mowbray Maternity Hospital in Cape Town, South Africa. And Stina Klemming is main editor. And we have consent from all the parents. First, we start with C-sections. It's actually easier. I let you read the slides instead of talking. I think that's easiest. You need to prepare carefully. You need to have a transport bridge from the delivery to the NICU. Well equipped, CPAP, apical clock, gas bottles, humidified air. Before delivery, you have to prepare the resuscitation table, soft and warm blankets. The surrogate for C-section, this is an aunt, if the father is not available. Of course, you need to be able to intubate, give drugs, put IV lines. You need to have long cables for CPAP tubing to reach both the table and the skin-to-skin position. And you can have an incubator as a resuscitator, of course. That would make it easier if you have the resources. The care should be the same. It's only the place that is different. And again, humidify air in the CPAP is vital or very good, important. And try to have late cord clamping, at least 1 minute, if the infant is vital. We use plastic wraps for the smallest ones. The father has to be prepared. The midwife is informed to put the infant in prone position, high up on the father's chest. The midwife reports vital signs. This is a 28+2 and on aunt. You can see the times, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, and 100 seconds. And we start with CPAP as quickly as possible. And of course, we need to put on sensors, oximetry on the right hand. And the neonatologist assess the breathing of the infant with her hand. You can ask the surrogate how it feels, if it can feel the baby breathing or not. You can do the cord cut, you can do the vitamin K injection, and quick assessment of the vital signs. But cover the infant as quickly as possible with wool and change the cotton dry cloths as quickly as possible so that they are dry. This is an 8-minute-old infant. It has regular breathing, nice color, and good vital signs. We do put nasogastric tubes in, and we can start the feeding, and also, of course, give colostrum by mouth. And we prefer to do the peripheral lines as quickly as possible because it's easier. Needs to be safe and secure. Keep some parts visible for assessment. Keep the face and mouth visible. Keep fingers and hand visible. Sniffing position, high up. And this is a girl, 28 plus 4, 965 grams. And after 15 minutes, she can be presented to her mom, who was C-section because of preeclampsia. Vaginal deliveries are more challenging. Do not disturb and interfere with the delivery process. Close collaboration with midwife and obstetricians. And of course, mother's safety first. Informed consent, prepare the carriers and the father. Use as possible the gas from the walls when you are in the delivery rooms to save the gas for the mobile equipment. The father is prepared. And enter the room in the last minutes of parturition. Don't disturb the delivery as little as possible. This was Benjamin, 32 plus 1, and immediate skin to skin on the mother. Got nasal CPAP, wool blanket, electrodes, and pox oximeter. After 25-30 minutes, nasogastric tube. First meal at 7 mils was given, but the mother also started expressing breast milk, and he got some in his mouth. At 2 hours, there was a peripheral line put for glucose infusion, and then the baby was transferred to the NICU. Never left the mother's chest. This is a video from Norway, 29-weeker, just born. Here we have the Neopuff CPAP, which is okay, but a little bit less effective than the other ones. Twins are, of course, challenging. More people, extra equipment, 2 of everything. Don't obstruct the obstetrical team. A couple of twins. Twin 1 with the father after the cord was cut, with the nasal CPAP monitoring and peripheral line. And the second twin on mother. This is immediate skin to skin. And while the baby is on the mother, she can start expressing breast milk, which has been shown very instrumental to have an early start expression and early colostrum feeding. Another example of twins on CPAP and nasogastric tubes. But the unexpected has to be expected. Immediate skin to skin, but insufficient breathing and low tone. Careful stimulation and positive pressure ventilation with Neopuff still in place and skin to skin, or move to the register for stabilization with a positive intubation, possibly intubation. This is another 900-gram boy that unexpectedly was quite flaccid and didn't respond so well. Actually, the placenta was delivered immediately, so that wasn't a ablotio placenta, the reason why he was born. He was bradycardic, and after a few puffs, and 1 minute and 34 seconds, he was moved to the table. And he was actually intubated, given surfactant, and 20 minutes after surfactant, he was extubated and back to nasal CPAP. And the father was, of course, quite moved And then he could be placed on the father. He was stable enough for placing on his father, on the wheelchair, and with all the equipment. And we transfer them intubated. Haven't tested that yet, but actually I would do it because it's easier to have an intubated baby than a baby on CPAP. A fixed tube is easier. And we have different positions, of course, holding position, not really skin to skin. And if central lines are needed, we move the infant to the incubator or to the table and insert lines and x-rays. And of course, if you need umbilical catheters, you need to do that on a resuscitator, I think. So sometimes you have to move them from the mother to the father if the mother needs attention. But the mother could actually stay in the labor room before transferring to the surgery for 20 minutes. So while the mother went to the operating theater, the father went with the NICU bridge to the NICU. And here's a picture of Stina Klemming supervising a transition, and the very proud aunt. Notice the snow outside. So we, of course, are aware of temperature. This was the baby that was C-section because of mother's preeclampsia, transferring skin to skin on the father. Here's the vaginal born baby in Norway, moved to the father for the transfer because the mother needs some few hours extra in the labor room before coming into the NICU. And then in the NICU, the mother comes after the father first and then the mother, and then you can give the baby back to the mother. And often the father actually can already assist a lot during the transfer. And that is important also at home for very small babies. So you need to He didn't use his bed for the first days. He took So this Benjamin, he got phototherapy skin to skin as well. And during the first 7 days, he spent just 8 hours in total in his bed. So they were exceptions, of course. Very happy family. The last picture down to the right is the family lounge, where they can cook and so that was all. Thank you very much.
Bjorn, I think that was brilliant. Probably the highlight of the day, because picture speaks so much more than words. And you've taken us through from birth all the way till discharge. And now the only thing remaining is a good follow-up of this baby. Thank you so much, Bjorn. It was really wonderful. And we have so many people still logged in to view this, not only on this platform, but also on the digital platform. Thank you very, very much. And thank you all participants and faculty for staying with us throughout. Being there from morning till evening in any conference is not easy. On a virtual platform, it is even more difficult. And we have had people right there from 9 o'clock in the morning till now, which speaks volumes for your commitment to the small and sick newborn and to Kangaroo Mother Care, not only from India, but also globally. So thank you very, very much. I think we can conclude this session today, and we will be joining back on the same link. Tomorrow, we start sharply again at 9, but the link will be open from 8:30, both on the digital platform as well as on the Zoom link. It is the same link. We have another day of great presentations, I'm sure. We will be discussing the theme symposium of Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation, Kangaroo Mother Care, the Foundation to Early Childhood Development. We will be taking you not only till discharge, but till adulthood, to know the effect of Kangaroo Mother Care even in adulthood. And that's a promise we will keep. So see you soon. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care of all the ones who are not well in these terrible times. And thank you again, faculty. Thank you, friends. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye.